helmet, preparing myself with top no weapons. On my own, I stop caring, cause they keep telling me you can tell me again how I'm back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my hand. Take a seat in the back, yeah. You can tell me again how I'm back when you got something to say. was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the light, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fierce, cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. It's easy, it's hard to preach, cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure, fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I ended up seeing red. Ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Follow me under when I'm crumbling. Every night I wonder, will it ever end? Sometimes I can barely breathe here. Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Sometimes I don't wanna be here.
Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Will you follow me under? Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Sometimes I don't wanna be here.
I've been working part-time jobs, chasing all my dreams now lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side, I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different. Tell me everything's alright. Life is just a bunch of faces, and if it's not, we'll still be fine. I know we're going places. I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side, I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I
leader. I got my team up. I've been a dreamer. I switched the scene up. I done got that green up. It don't make me fiend up, but they know I'm being with the rats. Call me the fiend up. Heavy work. Smoke up, no lean up in my soda. Fresh and clean, got no hold up. I've been an outcast, when you're scared, we told ya. Been in that backseat, facts we move that word, but it ain't no D-R-U-G, M-E-M-U-S-I-C. I'm only human, if you cut the skin, I bet I bleed. And when my back against the ropes, put in that work, I lead. I see the vision clear, seeing things that y'all don't see. Two dogs on a vision, call it 2020.
I got my team up, hit it off from rapping, we stacking, getting my green up. With y'all leaned up, took in a while, trucking a minute a mile, fucking up every style. You in it now, told her my family is proud. One in the front and we proud, bitch, I don't wanna talk. I just walk rock, 100 bands cash, trying to get on my stock. Love all my fans, fuck on my ops, we just make jams, all I make pops. Girls gon' dance, homies I'll rock. Came too far and we ain't gon' stop. Gave my life and I took my shot, yeah, rose up top and I took my spot. Yeah. If it's a problem, then we really ready. Yeah, honey with me and we for the war. My heart is formed and my vision deadly. I've been dialed in my sights, see it 2020.
I don't want your empathy, I just want another enemy. I'm not gonna change a thing for you. I'm over middle ground, and I really wanna burn it down. I'm not your friend, and I won't pretend I am. So don't reach out, and I mean that. I'm under siege and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a fever pitch, you're at a leisurely pace. I'm unscathed, I'm unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game.
Welcome to the war game.
You're no ally of mine. Your life is a kind of lie, and I know that I won't change your mind. We have no common ground, and we're never gonna figure it out. So don't get friendly, get angry. I'll bury you down by the bar. So don't reach out, and I mean that. I'm under siege and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a fever pitch, you're at a leisurely pace. I'm unscathed, I'm unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game.
reminds me of you. Oh, oh, oh. You left me with scars, but I know that one day you'll see it through. You give me air to breathe, you give me light to see. Oh, when things are out of reach, you bring them back to me, back to me. You see it through, you see it through, eh. You see it through, you see it through. Talking to myself and I can't focus. Yeah, I'm broken. The door is closing. Wanna be a part of something more than this. I've lost control of it. I've lost control. You give me air to breathe. You give me light to see. Oh, when things are out of reach, you bring them back to me, back to me. You see it through, you see it through, eh. You see it through, you see it through.
I don't wanna fight it. It's time to let it go. It's time to lose your inhibition, developing a blind ambition. If you got a match, just go ahead and light it. I wanna see where this is going. We're done with playing games, not knowing, yeah. We've nothing to lose, we're lost at that night. We're feeling alright. There's no need to choose, don't make up your mind. We're feeling alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Everybody's on that, gonna do it like this. Yeah, we never look back. Oh, got the bodies on tap, getting rowdy on it, getting cloudy on it. Got me on the right track, yeah, you got me on it. Gonna do it like this, cause that's the way we want it. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Gonna do it like this, yeah, we never look back. The shots on my tab, everybody's on that, getting cloudy on it. Yeah, we do it like this, cause I like it like that, yeah. We're going through the motions, in super slow motion. It's time to lose your inhibition, developing a blind ambition. Fire it up, ignite it. I don't wanna fight it no more. I wanna see where this can go. I'm done with playing around, not knowing, yeah. We've nothing to lose, we're lost at that night. We're feeling alright, we're feeling alright. My eyes are on you, and yours are on mine. We're feeling just fine. Just let it go. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Everybody's on that, gonna do it like this. Yeah, we never look back. You and I, we've been friends for a long time now. Always have a good time whenever we go out. But you've been calling me up all the time and sending me signs and giving me them eyes. And you've been saying that you found the one, texting me junk and you wanna talk, but you can't say why. I can't get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. It doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why. Feeling lost like I just want a time back time. I'm choked up, tell me how do I say this right? Cause you've been calling me up all the time and sending me signs and giving me them eyes. And you've been saying that you found the one, texting me drunk and you wanna talk, but you can't say why. I can't get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why. Get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why.
I might be tired at the stones they throw, picking up scars and I hold them close. They shot me down, but I got this far. Shine a light on me when my heart goes dark. Cause I'll never lose faith now. I'm in the flames of an angel.
I'm so sorry that I wasn't really there for me. Cause nobody else is showing any empathy. Rudely awake and quite undertaken. Did I do something wrong? Life isn't easy. Why did you leave me here with my thoughts alone? I don't wanna wake up messed up, cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I need you now, cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. I'm so sorry that I didn't go to therapy. Thinking everybody, even you's an enemy. Brutally awake and quite undertaken. Did not do nothing wrong. Life isn't easy. Why did you leave me here to get drunk alone? And I don't wanna wake up messed up, cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I need you now, cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. If I am so wrong and so gone, miserable, won't you stick around just for some be visible? But you don't know, you don't care. Leave me to suffer, erase all the doubt. Pouring Jack in my mouth, and a love with enough of the pain and the drugs to be present for now. All I'm right now. I don't wanna wake up messed up, cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I need you now, cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this.
Leave it all in the past, 'cause the war isn't over yet. You lost one fight, but it's not the end. So get back up and fight again. Take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. strong enough with your battle cry. Brings you to your knees.
Breathing in, breathing out. There's no more room for any doubt. Empty mind, steady hands. Just stay close, stick to the plan. I hear them coming, I hear them coming, and I'm ready as I'll ever be. I hear them coming, I hear them coming down. I'm ready as I'll ever be. Don't give up, don't give in. Don't let me down. Be the one to wipe their grin when they hear this sound. Don't give up, don't give in before they catch a glimpse. I know you'll find the strength within. This is your last chance. This is it, this is not a drill. Hold nothing back, it's sure to kill. In this leap of faith that you're in me too. You stand alone, but I'll watch over you. The clock is ticking, the clock is ticking. A single second could mean everything. Time is running, the time is running out. Don't give up, don't give in. Don't let me down. Be the one to wipe their grin when they hear this sound. Don't give up, don't give in before they catch a glimpse. I know you'll find the strength within. This is your last chance. Now's your time to shine. Make it count. Honor our sacrifice. And now this is your last chance.
Intel Extreme Masters New York Online is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, AT&T, U.S. Air Force, and GG Bet.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to yet another day of IEM New York 2020 for the CIS region. My name is Jeet, and once again, with me, I got Dan. Dan, how are you feeling today? Is it a good day for you?
Oh, it's a very good day for me. It's always a good day when we're doing a bit of a CIS Counter Strike, isn't it? So,
Agree
yeah, I'm looking
entirely.
forward to things.
So to start off with today, real quick, we got two best of threes coming your way. We're gonna be starting off here with Espada versus Cyber Legacy. They're gonna be battling it out, as I said, in a best of three against one another. A little bit later on today, we have. Oh, let me just check my my schedule here. I believe, yeah, Nemiga versus ETHEREAL. It's going to be the second best of three on this channel a little bit later on today. But we also have another channel sending matches your way. That's going to be over on the main channel, ESL underscore CSGO here on Twitch, or over on ESL Counter-Strike on YouTube. So make sure you check that out if you're interested in the other games. They're going to be taking care of, first off, it's Force versus K23. And a little bit later on, you're going to see Navi versus Pro over on the main channel. Real quick, Dan, let's talk about the current standings here for Group A. Why not start with the group that we're going to be start watching, or that we'll start watching here in a little bit. So for Group A currently, can you tell us a little bit about like who's on top, who's like if this is what we expected going into this event and all that good stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously Navi being top of the group 2-0 is was probably the most expected thing. It hasn't been entirely easy for them. They've had a couple close shaves, perhaps, especially against the likes of Cyber Legacy. A little bit of a awkward one there, but in the end, it's all good for them. Like, they sit 2-0, and then joining them up there is Virtus Pro, the other sort of more expected team to go through. And then the things get a little bit shaky down a bit lower. You got Esparza and Forza, both of them sitting at 1-1. These are the teams you'd expect the battle from in this sort of mid portion of the group to try and get that spot in the playoffs. But Cyber Legacy and K23. Now they're both at the bottom, 0 and 2 for both of them, and I think Cyber Legacy was perhaps expected to struggle. K23 maybe not so much. They have some potential, but haven't been able to sort of figure it out here so far. They've obviously played some tough games, but we'll see if they can bounce back. Not really going to be able to, I don't think, in terms of getting to the playoffs. But if they can maybe pick up a win or two, that would be lovely for both of those teams. And obviously, Cyber Legacy have a chance to do so today with us, don't they? So.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they definitely need this victory here, Cyber Legacy. If they fail to take a victory over Espada, it is a close, like, according to the bookmakers, it is a very close matchup. GGBet got it at 1.7 for Espada and 2.1 for Cyber Legacy. So that definitely indicates that this is going to be a closer battle between these two. But you and I had a bit of a chat before we went live, actually, talking about like Cyber Legacy and what we need to see from them for them to be able to take a victory here. And as I pointed out, very important victory for them. Espada, they're already above the playoff line. If they manage to take a victory in this one, and Forza don't find a victory against K23, which they should, but let's just imagine for a hot moment here. Even if wait, Espada won over Force, right? If I'm not completely mistaken.
Yes.
Yeah,
And
so
Cyber Legacy
they'll
actually lost to Forza.
Yeah, so with that, Espada would have won the head-to-head, so they'll actually be above Force regardless, even if both of them win this matchup. But yeah, as pointed out, Cyber Legacy, they desperately need this victory. Can you tell us a little bit about, Dan, like, what do we need to see from Cyber Legacy to step it up in this game and potentially find a victory?
Yeah, definitely. Seized, he's been playing out of his mind. He had that amazing game against Navi. Wasn't able to pull out the win though, but certainly he's been an absolute star for the Cyber Legacy side. If he can have potentially both Tricky and Foster show up alongside him, Tricky's been doing pretty well as well. Foster was maybe the the player to watch coming into the tournament. He's not had the results people would have expected. I think he's been a little bit sort of slow out the gates here so far, but he's had some good performances, especially against Forza, but needs to sort of make that consistent. Well, Tricky has been just great ever since coming in as well. He's been banging out numbers. I mean, he's had one negative map, so far this tournament, and yeah, if he can continue doing that, that would help Cyber Legacy out a lot, especially considering the teams have been doing it against. Obviously, Navi and Forza, no slouches.
Over on the opposite side, over on Espada, we got Dima, Sudfik, Finnegan, Dexter, and Patsy. Can you tell us a little bit about which one of these players, or who, like if we might see like a couple of these players step up in this action, and how they've played thus far in this tournament?
Yeah, Dexter, on that up, he's been great. I think that's the name you always have to come through when you start talking about Espada at this point. He's been just so good, both against Forza and that loss against Virtus Pro. Unfortunately, due to the nature of obviously being an AWPer, some maps aren't really suiting him all too well. So we do see some performance drop-offs, but hopefully, obviously, the maps. Let's see if they go his way and whether he can be able to bang out the results. But aside from Dexter, I mean, Patsy, he had a great start against Forza. Virtus Pro, he dropped off the radar a little bit. Just sort of, I mean, obviously a different sort of beast. The entire team was struggling, but he'll be wanting to sort of regain some of that form that he had with against Forza. Whether or not he can do it is a different question.
I think that's a pretty good point. We did see Dexter step up a couple of rounds, or a couple of times actually. We did see Patsy step up in the first game. Over on the opposite side, you pointed out CIS, who had a phenomenal, well, both of the first games that they played, he played really well. So that definitely suggests that we are going to see a brawl in this matchup. And you talked a little bit about the maps, whether they were going to be catering to Espada or to Cyber Legacy. So why not use that to jump into the video and take a quick look at it. So first, we have Cyber Legacy banning Mirage. Makes pretty good sense. It's a map they don't play all that much. It's a pretty good map for Espada. So makes good sense for them to get that one out of the mix. Currently, Cyber Legacy is sitting on 33% win rate on it, with only 3 times played. That means that they won one of those and lost 2. Whereas Espada, they are sitting on 13 times played in the last 3 months with 62% win rate. So obviously a much better map for Espada. And with that, it makes pretty good sense that Cyber Legacy want to avoid it. Next ban, no surprise there, honestly. It's Vertigo. Get that out of here, yeet.
Yeah, I actually liked what Cyber Legacy did there, because neither of those teams play the map. So they decided to obviously take away what basically one of Espada's best maps, and that sort of forces Espada to go, okay, well, we don't want to play Vertigo, so we'll take that out now. So it's almost as if Cyber Legacy get a bit of a free ban there, and they have 2 maps that they don't play removed in the first stage, which is very, very nice.
What is a little bit interesting about this one is that we get the pick of Train. That's fairly common. Train pick from Cyber Legacy makes pretty good sense. But Overpass getting picked from Espada, I expected them to go for something like Dust 2, considering that they currently have 100% win rate on it with 10 times played. But they saw that Overpass was open, another map that Cyber Legacy don't really have any record on, at least in official matches, and Espada still have a pretty good win percentage on it. I get the information that we're going to be heading into the game in just a few moments, so we just want to run this one through real quick. Dust 2 gets banned by Cyber Legacy, makes pretty good sense. They don't want to see that as a third map. Espada banning Inferno, and then we come down to Nuke. So Nuke is going to be the third and final map if we get to it. Real quick, Dan, this veto between these 2 teams, who do you think it favors, and do you have a prediction for this matchup?
I think it probably favors Cyber Legacy a little bit in being able to ban out quite a few maps that they don't play. They've whittled Espada down. I still think Espada are probably going to take this map or take this game on just the sort of skill sort of ceiling. And I think that it's not heavily favouring Cyber Legacy in terms of maps. I think it's pretty even, but they'll be happy they got rid of both Mirage and Mirage and Vertigo in the first pick.
Seems like we are going to be heading into game here, but yes, indeed. Espada versus Cyber Legacy, going to be battling it out, excuse me, in a best of 3 here. We saw the veto. It's going to be Train first, chosen by Cyber Legacy. Second map will be Overpass, chosen by Espada. Third and final map, if we get that far, will be Nuke. On Train, a map that Cyber Legacy are pretty strong on. And their players in the past on different lineups have been pretty strong on it. Let's see if they can take a victory on their own map pick here.
Certainly a good start. Rolling with that P250, they get a quick opening kill from Seized, and there's the odds, as you mentioned before the game. It is favouring Espada a little bit, 1.7 to 2.1, as we head into the first map. We've already Dima dead, Espada. They need to try and find something of their own here, Toxic. Just look away from the decoy, expecting it to be a flash, but you'll decide, you know what? I'm actually going to walk away anyway. I'm going to take position behind that A-bomb train, and that actually goes all the way to Old Bomb. Looking to try and eliminate any threat of a flank, but the real hit is going to be coming in towards this B site, Cyber Legacy. They have 5 players alive still, and Patsy, that is a lot of intel. He's just going to back away, doesn't want anything to do with that fight, wants to pull back to a different position where he can try and get support from his teammates, but with Finnegan smoked off, Patsy now has to start laying down some shots, laying down some bodies, and he can't do it. Glowing will take him down quickly, but Dexter, this is an AWP's paradise, this map, unfortunately just on the USPs for now, still has been able to connect a first shot. Glowing is pushed forward, and he can just control so much space here for the Cyber Legacy side. As the bomb is sticking down, his teammates are starting to fall down, but Glowing, there's a nice shot. Sophic has already nailed 2 though, and Cyber Legacy leave it all up to Clax and Tricky, a 2v2, as they're starting to push closer and closer to the A side of Sparta. Finnegan, he's going to nail one. He's been able to push forward, has Sophic going to cover him, and well, there's the kills coming through. And Sparta, I'll be able to get this defuse through, and a great retake there towards that B site from the Espada side.
Quite interesting positioning here from Espada, actually. So what we saw here was Seized actually found the first frag for the round very, very early on. Saw a little bit of aggression from one of the Espada players up towards Upper on B, pushing a little bit too far, I guess, and taking a duel that he doesn't need to take. He just needs to get the information and then fall back. He lost his life very early. And then quickly, Espada realized that this is probably going to be a B hit. So they have pretty good control of the B bomb site initially. A player on like the opposite side of default, basically, in that summit hole, whatever people want to call it nowadays.
Yeah.
So yeah, good positioning there from Espada, and great retake of the bomb site.
They've just dived in towards this B site. A few weapons in their hands, but Sparta trying to take them away. Black has an AK, sees with just a deagle. As a bomb is planted in Black, 30 points of health, just trying to stay alive, but as he tries to take the fight, Demon will shut him down for another kill for the Sparta side, and now it's a 1 versus 4 for Seized, and 4 players alive. No chance of him getting back in towards this site. Good round. Sparta, they minimize the sort of potential damage that Cyber Legacy could cause to them there.
What is a little bit interesting in this round, Cyber Legacy decided to go for a force buy and then a bomb rush on B. So typically the play that Cyber Legacy went for in this round is typically known as a bomb rush. It's something you do if you're on a bit of a limited buy and you just want to make sure you get the bomb down, try and see if you can get a bit of extra money. But Cyber Legacy decided to force up behind it. And the reason why that's not necessarily the best idea on a bomb rush like that is because you don't, like, you're rushing in towards the bomb side without clearing too many angles. So there's so much potential for the CTs to hide around the bomb side and make it incredibly difficult to actually win the round. But you do make it easy for you on the T side to get the bomb down at least.
Yeah, but obviously in that situation, if you're going all in with the weapon, it's not a bomb you want, it's the round you want. So it's sort of, as you say, it's a bit weird, obviously, having that sort of bomb rush and the sort of attempt at a round. But because also it hands over a couple AKs to the CT side early on, and that's dangerous. You can see Patsy already with one and Dean with the other, so Espada, they'll be gracious, they'll take the gifts. And Cyber Legacy now, I mean, just with pistols this time, they've kept their economy around that 2k mark. They've got not much to work with, and already with Glowing Dead, Clax on 2 HP. It's going to be a push towards Ivy to try and find some space, but players here for Espada already ready to receive. As Dean takes first contact, that nade should finish up at least Clax. It will. Good work. Patsy, he's going to start holding down that one. He'll actually get taken down by CIS, but he's the only death for the Espada side, and it's a clean 3-0.
As a CIS at the very least dealing a tiny amount of economic damage, but barely any. He did once again, Patsy plays with control here, having a few issues with CIS towards the end, and CIS eventually shuts him down, but still a fairly clean round for Espada, and we can see the fruit of that already on the left-hand side of your screen. You'll see a decent amount of money on most of the players. Dexter is the only one who's a bit limited due to him buying that AWP for this round, so already a pretty good start here for Espada, and this is typically considered a fairly heavy CT-sided map. It's going to be tough already for Cyber Legacy to find their footing here on the T side.
Good opening kill for Dexter. As I mentioned, Train, a very good map for the AWPs. Especially on that CT side, lots of different ways to play it, and Dexter's gotten himself the opening kill onto Seized. However, Tricky does have one on that Cyber Legacy side as well to try and find space. Dima might take it out of action. There goes Clapped, and there goes Tricky. They just walk into his crosshair, and he has a bit of a shooting gallery at his feet. Patsy gets another, and it's all up towards Foster. The CT side, straight on, and the Prada, they're just going to build up their cash. Look at it all building up in reserve deep.
Cash definitely flowing in the favor of Espada here. Dima, beautiful double headshot. Very, very precise on the angle. Great start to the game here for Espada, all things considered. Like,
yeah.
So in the pistol, it was actually Cyber Legacy who found the first kill. It was Seized, and it's more or less, well, Seized is on 2 kills, Glowing is on 2, Clax is on 1. So it's not like we have any of the Cyber Legacy players stepping up massively just yet. Quite the contrary, actually. Look at this. Dima again, so precise. He swings out, he finds beautiful double headshot action. Deals a good amount of damage with the nade as well. Espada, they're up 5-0. Early days here on Train.
Yeah, but they're building the momentum. And on the CT side, that can be quite hard to break. As you can see, like, I mean, 10k for Patsy, 9k for Finnegan and Sotfik. There's quite a few rounds of cash for them on this Espada side, and already a 5-0 lead. Obviously, it is a CT-sided map quite heavily. But I mean, this is Cyber Legacy's map pick, and if they're not able to pick up many rounds on this T side, it's going to make their CT very, very difficult. It'll put a lot of pressure on the pistol round, that's for sure. As you can see, Espada still have a couple AKs, the AWP, a couple M4s. They are pretty comfortable right now. Cyber Legacy, they're going to try and work their way back into at least one round. I mean, they've got the weapons to do so. They just need to try and find an opening kill. But Espada, they've pushed forward. They've taken control of Main, and Foster will collect the bomb, regroup with a couple teammates out towards Long. As a nade goes in towards the top of Pop Dog. Not going to connect onto anybody. Looks like Cyber Legacy... What are they thinking of doing here? Do they wrap in towards the A site? Are they going to go through Ivy all the way to CT and into B? What's the play here? Are they just going to set up a bit of a distraction towards B and then head through Pop Dog to A to rejoin with teammates Ivy? Probably the more likely option. I think just trying to divert attention from these Espada players towards that B side is certainly working out. Glowing is going to commit in towards B to try and sell it, and a great kill on Stop will ensure that that's the case, as he has two players at his fingertips here. But Foster, he'll clear out the A side. There goes Dexter. Finnegan has to find damage, and he will. He takes down Glowing. That's the flank gone. But look at the positioning for Cyber Legacy. Dima's trying to push forward to still going either way, but the player up towards Heaven is going to make his mark. That is Foster, and it leaves it all up towards Finnegan. A 1 versus 3 in Cyber Legacy. That is a great round to come through with here. Excellent work to divide the Espada side.
Yeah, they had a real good game plan for this one. As you pointed out, 3 players down towards the Ivy position. They got the bomb in that place. That means that they can... Well, when you see the bomb in that position, it typically means that they're going to be moving towards the A-bomb side, because you don't want to lose the bomb in CT or somewhere. So that would suggest that they always had a plan to go towards the A-bomb side. But with 2 players sitting up at B-prep, brown holes, whatever you want to call them, setting up there for the utility and towards the B-bomb side, 1 player pushing through and getting a frag early on, actually, it gives them so many opportunities for mid-round calls, basically, to like sort of change up their play in the midst of it. They could have gone CT to B. They could have pulled all their players away from the B-bomb side after that initial kill and pushed towards the A-bomb side. So very good thinking here from Cyber Legacy, and I think we need to see... Well, we're probably not going to see the same exact round anymore, because it's like one and done play. But yeah, we could see something similar and then push in towards B from CT, for instance. And I think that's kind of what we need to see here for Cyber Legacy to pick up a good amount of rounds on the board.
Yeah, they're going to have to figure something out here, because 1 round isn't enough. Espada, they have plenty of cash for this buy and the round after, so... Yes, Cyber Legacy going to have to secure as well as they do. Just go for a straight towards B side, but it's really not working out for them. A couple quick kills, a little bit of an awkward fight. Dexter gets a second chance, and with a little bit of a jump and a spin, he will secure it. On to Foster, but for Cyber Legacy, it's a 2-on-4, and CIS needs his teammate to get here quickly. Tricky is on a very, very long flank. CIS is a 1-4 right now, and there he goes. It's all over. Tricky, he can't stop the defuse. It's planted default. There's just no way of him doing anything from that position. He needed to be quicker. He needed to try and pick someone off on the rotations. Just anything to give the Cyber Legacy players on that site just a more even playing field. Because, I mean, they went into that essentially in somewhat of a sort of 4v5, but obviously 2 players go down initially for Cyber Legacy, and that just makes it impossible.
Yeah, you make a pretty good point there. In that scenario, if you want Tricky to be on the flank from Ivy, you need to make sure you plant the bomb somewhat open to allow Tricky to push in on that flank and potentially find a frag from it, right? We see the odds swaying even more in favor of Espada now. It was not necessarily a 50-50, but somewhat close to it initially. Good, nice little boost coming through, and Tricky, I guess, making up for lost ground in the previous round.
Definitely. A cheeky little shot there, and an opening for Cyber Legacy, but Espada, they kept playing players alive last round as well. So that's the cash starting to build up once again. Cyber Legacy have a lot of work to do to try and remove it. As Espada, they'll push in towards main. Bit of utility to allow Pat to see forward and take control of that position. But in response, Cyber Legacy, they're working in towards his B site. Dexter is playing this B site mostly solo, and he's just going to pull back, allow the Cyber Legacy side to get that bomb planted, allow them to take very forward positions. With that orb, he's not been able to pick off anybody trying to push forwards. Obviously, Climax has got himself tucked in towards this red train, close to connect with Dexter. He's going to work down oil, but a nice kill from Finnegan. Clax can't find anything in the position, and now it's 4-on-4. The kills are being traded out either way. It's a 3-on-2 still for Cyber Legacy as they managed to get 1 more from the site. That is CIS, but he's only on 9 HP. He's not going to be long for this wheel much longer. It looks like Finnegan's already saving. It's up to Sophic to try and find damage as he tries to work his way forward. He's just, I assume, trying to get a kill or 2. he may get caught by C's actually. Okay, never mind. C decides to run away. I think he was going to die to the bomb, so tries to get out of there, but Sophic saving the AWP is able to pick him off, and it means only 2 players alive for Cyber Legacy.
Again, we see the nice little flick here from Tricky. Good reaction on that. But yeah, you're right. Like, Cease was probably going to die to the bomb, and that's... I don't think he would, actually, because the bomb was trying to default again. He should have hurt his opponent regardless over by Oil Train. So in that scenario, even if you're just trying to survive due to the bomb going down, you know that your opponent is going to be hot on your heels, and you pretty much have to try and take the duel. Seized finds the opening frag this time around, takes care of Patsy, and that's a pretty important kill. Patsy has got a thorn in the side of Cyber Legacy thus far, sitting on 9 and 5, doing pretty good already. For Seized to shut him down early is definitely going to be helping Cyber Legacy in this round. Furthermore, they got the numbers advantage now.
Numbers advantage helps out a lot. Gives you a lot of space to work with. It forces the CT defense to spread out a little bit more. And they've actually got 2 players towards this B site, Sparta. It's actually Sophic and Finnegan. Dexter's going to be playing out towards Ivy with the AWP rather than towards that B site. Maybe not feeling comfortable and able to take the fights down those lanes. Or perhaps just feeling more effective over on that site. It's a bit of utility going to get laid down towards the A site, but it's really the B site that is going to be under attack. And look at these players so close towards the A ramp for a Sparta. Inside of Smoke Seas could have himself a double. He gets the second kill, but it's Finnegan who trades him out. But it's the kills for a Sparta that need to come through, and Dima is going to collect a 2 for 2. He goes and secures a 2-on-2. And as Dexter pushes forward, it's all up towards Tricky, and Dexter is going to close things down with the AWP. Cyber Legacy can't catch a break at this point.
That retake from Dexter and Dima is textbook. So Dima is holding the headshot angle down towards the, I guess the innermost part of the bomb site, just watching for any heads to peek through. He finds that headshot, pushes forward alongside with Dexter, helps each other out to find the player on the bomb side, and then Dexter, full focus on high ground, shuts down the final player. 2 players surviving here for Espada, making it their 7th on the board. And again, the economy is still pretty solid for some of these players. Granted, the economy has suffered a little bit, but they still got money.
That is a pivotal kill for Dima there, trading out C's through the smoke. I mean, Dexter's gone down. It was the opening kill from C's, but that trade, it secures outside for Sparta. It removes that little threat that would have been lurking around there for the rest of the round, because you can hide quite well on that A site as a T. You can get around the back lines and you can cause a lot of problems for the CTs, but look at Clax. He's trying to do more of the same here. He pushes through a smoke from behind. He will catch Patsy over by that sandwich position. Now he's a bit of a menace to deal with as a Sparta. They need to find these kills now, as these Cyber Legacy players are going to be pushing in towards the A site, but look at the positioning from Foster as well. He's worked his way all the way through heaven towards that B site, and with 2 kills coming through on towards A, Espada, they shut down any presence there. It's now up towards his B site to be the point of contact, and Tricky pushing his way forward. He will be able to get in towards that bomb site with a bomb, and Foster, this is going to be a huge position. He needs at least 1 kill here, but will he expect the player from behind? I think he heard the steps, and now he's seeing the barrel. He has so much space here. This is absolutely phenomenal. Almost a second. It will get finished off. Huge frags from Foster. He's brought it into a 1v0. Unfortunately, his teammate is dead. And, you know, try as he might. The position was good, but not good enough.
The trigger discipline there is out of this world. To see 3 different players at 3 different times and not shoot at any of them, the patience is absolutely insane. But Dima, He's unstoppable currently. He's sitting on 15 kills after 10 rounds. We said that we expected Patsy and maybe Dexter to come out on top here. We didn't really expect Dima, neither of us, at least in the pre-game. But he has been fairly consistent throughout. He's not been a horrible player at all. He's done his work, and he's definitely doing his job in this one.
Yeah, that's a tough kill to swallow for Espada. Finnegan trying to just jiggle Pete towards the B holes from that ramp, and now that gives Cyber Legacy a lot of potential to work with. As smoke towards connector. They do look like they want to hit towards this B site, but look at Espada, they're reading this one. With another kill and a second. He is just racking up 17-4, make it 18-4, as there's a triple for him already, and it leaves just 2 alive. They're trying to find him, and Glowing eventually will. Sophic is there to try and handle things a little bit faster. Seized will go down, now it's just Glowing, spotted out, tagged down. We'll find another kill, but they need to be careful. Starter, they close things down. Dexter's AWP will be the finishing touch.
Yeah, looks like Espada in general are trying to put the finishing touches on this first map. 9-2. I mean, it is a CT-sided map. I mentioned it earlier. It is a fairly strong CT-sided map, actually.
Yeah.
That being said, it is the map choice of Cyber Legacy. And you expect, if you go for a map choice like this, so just to put it in perspective, they had different opportunities here. They could have gone for I guess Inferno would not have been a bad beat for them. It is a map that Espada play quite a bit, but it's a map they don't have a high win percentage on, where Espada, they've played it 5 times, and they have a 60% win rate on it, so that's not bad at all. I think all in all here for Cyber Legacy, it just comes down to like experience. So we have experienced players on the team, don't get me wrong, but I mean experience together. These guys have not been playing together for years and years and years, and they have a couple of fairly young guys on the lineup, so give them a bit of time, and I think we're gonna see something great from Cyber Legacy, but we're not seeing anything great for them thus far here on Train.
Bit of a conundrum for Cyber Legacy. As they're down 2 players already in this round, and there goes the AK as well on Thieves, and 1 by 1. They are falling. Just Foster and Tricky remaining. Foster's going to try and give that AK a new home. But as in a 1 versus 5, he's probably going to play on site, and he will. Clean from Espada against the low econ round from the Cyber Legacy side, as they find double digits, and this is looking quite scary. 10-2. If there's many more rounds found for Espada in this first half, this CT side for Cyber Legacy in the second half is going to be a tough one to watch.
Yeah, you said it pretty well. It's looking pretty dire here for Cyber Legacy. We mentioned it a couple of times already. Espada, they have 10 rounds on the board. Not only that, a lot of the rounds have been fairly clean. And again, we continue to see that even after they lose a round here or there, they still keep a lot of money on most of their players. And they're always going to have like one player who's swimming in money. Doing like, is it... I was about to say Daffy Duck. That's not right. Scrooge
Donald
McDuck?
Duck.
Is that his name? The guy who's rich. I think
no idea.
His name is Scrooge, if I'm not completely mistaken. One of them is definitely cosplaying Scrooge right now. That's Dexter, who's sitting on 10,000. I love it when I try to go for an analogy and I forget completely the name of that fictional character.
It happens to the best of us. Sometimes it happens to the worst of us as well, but
Wow,
basically happens to all of us. Happens to all of us. And Tricky with this AWP, hoping that he's going to find the best for his team. As he's having a peek in from this Ivy position, not able to collect kills, and that nade. That does so much damage for a start, and there's another one as well. Tricky has found himself on only 25 HP now. That's not fun at all, and Dexter is looking for the shot. He spots the arm, and Tag sees down to 3 points of health. Must have clipped the corner as his teammates start to step up and finish up these kills. It goes 2 for 1. Tricky's just going to, you know, yeet out of there. Collect the bomb. He's only got 25 HP. Doesn't fancy taking that fight. And he's going to try and rejoin with his teammates, but with only 25 seconds on the clock, it's a long old rotation. He should have enough time, but he's going to have to go in pretty quickly as his teammates start to push. And that Molotov may put a spanner in the works. It's glowing. We'll find one. They'll smoke off that fire and be able to push in towards the site with about 10 seconds on the clock. Oh dear. That is a huge nade from Finnegan. They are going to be able to replan. No, they're not, because pushing forward, Finnegan pulls them off, and Toptic just needs to stay alive. And he will. And it will be 11 for Sparta. So Cyber Legacy, even as they secure the site, Sparta, the time is so low. They just pull them off it time and time again.
That's so unfortunate here for Cyber Legacy. They had the right idea, I think, on that mid-round call. Obviously, they had to try something different because Ivy got shut down completely. Nice double nade action, dealt a lot of damage. And then they had to try something different. They decided to regroup and go for the fight. We'll back to that in a bit here, because Foster just straightforward, fully blinded, still finds the crack. He straights them out, though.
Dexter has an auto sniper.
I mean, why not? He's got so much money. Nothing to lose at this point. They already got 11 at the... Yeah, true. Doesn't have a whole lot of money any longer, but they don't really have a whole lot to lose for this one. They're already on 11. That's already a good scoreline here for Espada. If they can find another round, they'll be happy with that. If they find the final 2, Cyber Legacy are gonna be down and out pretty much.
Yeah, and I mean, with only one more round to play for after this, there's not too much worry in terms of the economy. Obviously, they should have enough for a rebuy. And look at this from Cyber Legacy. They're going to push through A, through Connector, and Dexter, he has no idea. And with that kill, that's just going to back up in towards the A site. That is super cheeky from Cyber Legacy. But do they expect the cheekiness from Sparta as well? Going down the pop-up position, or can it catch out the open will? Glowing gets taken down. It's back into a 3-on-3. Sparta, they still have chance to pull themselves back into this round. And maybe the auto was probably the best kill for Sparta to receive there. The worst gun on a retake out of the ones that they have. These M4s much more capable as they try pushing forward into the site. A little tap on the bomb, but Tricky will reveal his position. From the heavens, he'll take down Demon. That leaves just 2 of them. And as Tricky and CIS, they take the peaks. Cyber Legacy pick up a 3rd round.
Quite a weird round there for Espada, though. I like to see, I think it was Dima who went for a bit of a hunt down towards, he pushed Ivy and then pushed all the way behind him in towards the T-Connector. I like to see that from him, or in towards Whitehall, rather, and down in Pop Dog. But other than that, they didn't have anyone holding the A-bomb site at all. Dima pushed out of the A-bomb site. The rest of the players just sat on B. Kind of a weird play, in my opinion.
1 for 1 early on. Cyber Legacy, though, this is all just a big ruse. As they do get taken down, Espada are going to realize, oh, damn. They're headed in towards the A site, and everybody's on B. As it is a 4-on-3 at least, so they have the manpower advantage, but a couple of FAMASs for Sophic and Dima. Cyber Legacy, they've pushed Espada to the brink of their economy. Unfortunately, it's at the wrong time because it is the last round of the half, so it's not going to matter. And as Dima pushes forward, he might be able to find a kill here. He at least spots out one. Crumbling not really going to affect him. As he's going to try switching fire modes. The kills are coming through for Cyber Legacy. Eventually, Sotfik will bring it back into an even advantage, or an even keel. As forward, trying to find his kill, gets one more, leaves it all up towards Glowing as he gets traded out. And a 1v1. Dexter just doesn't have the time. He tries to fake the bomb, but after time, he gets the kill. And the bomb will explode. Cyber Legacy will pick up 4 at the halftime bell.
Leader, I got my team up. I've been a dreamer. I switched the scene up. I done got that green up. It don't make me fiend up, but they know I'm being with the rats. Call me the fiend up. Every word, smoke up, no lean up in my soda. Fresh and clean, got no hold up. I've been an outcast, me and scared, we told ya. Been in that backseat, facts speak. Move that word, but it ain't no D-R-U-G. M-B-M-U-S-I-C. I'm only human. If you cut the skin, I bet I bleed. And when my back against the ropes, put in that work, I lead. I see the vision clear, seeing things that y'all don't see. 2 dubs on the vision, call it 2020.
I got my team up, hit it off from rapping, we stacking, getting my green up. We all leaned up, took in a while, trucking a minute a mile, fucking up every style. You in it now, telling my family is proud. One in a fight and we proud, bitch, I don't wanna talk. I just walk up, 100 bands cash, trying to get on my stock. Love all my fans, fuck on my ops, we just make jams, all I make pops. Girls gon' dance, homies I'll rock. Came too far and we ain't gon' stop. Gave my life and I took my shot, yeah, rose up top and I took my spot. Yeah. If it's a problem, then we really ready. Yeah, hunted with me and we for the war. My heart is formed and my vision deadly. I've been dialing in my sights, see it 2020.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second half between Espada and Cyber Legacy. This time around, Espada got to be on the T side, and Cyber Legacy, they have a hill to climb. Especially now with Dexter finding 2. Okay. That's one way of doing it.
Calm it, please. Won't be having any of these shenanigans, as it's only Foster and Tricky remaining already. It's a dismal start to the CT side, Cyber Legacy. Unless there's some heroics from these 2 players, Espada should be able to secure themselves 12, and at least a little bit of utility for Foster Hughes. Will tag up both Patsy and Sotfik, both down low, and they're going to try and rotate over towards the ace out of the back of that, and that catches out Tricky, who was trying to find the flank. And guess what? That leaves Foster all on his lonesome. As he will get 1 kill, trying to rotate over. but his position known and the bomb being planted in a 1 versus 4. And he's only from his spotted out top of Pop Dog. He needs to find a kill pretty quickly here to even have a chance of getting back into this round, as he's trying to take down the player, and Pop Dog will actually collect onto Patsy, but he's lost half of his own HP as well, and with Dexter coming round the back lines to flank Foster, probably all going to be over here, and it will be 12-4 early on.
That's rough, man. That's so rough. It's Dexter on his lonesome. He only had to try sell a fake towards the A bomb side, and he catches 2 players like it was nothing. 2 quick headshots there from Dexter, shutting it down. And at that point, like, there's not much left to do for Cyber Legacy. It's just trying to deal a bit of economic damage. Sparta picking up the pistol makes this, not gonna say impossible. We've seen bigger comebacks in the past, but makes it very, very difficult, to say the least.
Difficult's a bit of an understatement. Yeah, I mean, a scout, 2 scouts actually, for Cyber Legacy, a few deagles. Should be 13 for a Sparta, but they're going to try and block that smoke. Seized walks in front of that to try and give him a bit of space to work with behind that smoke, and Patsy's going to take an early tag. These scouts actually doing quite a bit of damage early on, but it's Dexter with the kill, and the kills are what matters. His team is just pushing forward, clears out the site. It's all said and done. Just Foster and Seized. Nice nade and spray from the Glail that does find a 4th. Dexter's on 1 HP, Team is on 4 HP. Patsy and Sophic are both at about 30, so a lot of damage done for Cyber Legacy, but not resulting in any kills, which is pretty unfortunate.
We got to keep in mind as well that Foster obviously does not have the information that we do. I don't think he would have gone for it even if he had the information, but he would have probably tried to find a kill or 2 if he knew that all the players were this low, because as you pointed out, they are incredibly low. All in all, just above 60 on 4 of the players, like combined.
Yeah.
Even less now. Pretty ridiculous stuff here from Espada. Espada taking full control of this game is something that we spoke about, not in the pre-show actually, but before the pre-show, when the guys on the stream couldn't hear us, when all the viewers were in the dark. You and I had a bit of a chat about our sort of prediction for this one, whether it was going to be 2-1 for Espada or 2-0. And I think we both agreed that it pretty much came down to the veto, and currently the veto looks like it's heavily favoring Espada. Not exactly what we thought going into this one.
Yeah, and it's like to be 14. It's like to be a very, very big hill to climb for Cyber Legacy. As Dexter's going to catch C's trying to run away. He's just going to basically catch everybody here as the kills all come through. Foster is the last player alive, a deagle in hand, hoping that somebody will rear their head to him and give him at least a chance at a shot. But right now, it's just a load of bullets flying through his smoke towards him as he does round his way towards Old Bomb, trying to spot towards the bomb site. I think he's just hoping a player will come his way and he can maybe pick up a cheeky little kill. There's one. Finnegan has fallen. The Steagle collects onto his head, but I mean, now that they know where he is, it's a lot harder to take those peeks as there's a hail of gunfire every time he does peek out. So he will just seclude himself over towards the T spawn. Bomb blocks out or knocks out all of those glass windows. Bit of a danger that. Don't want to get glass shards everywhere.
Would be kind of worrisome if the glass just left over to the next round and you could walk on it and make sound. I don't know, man. I'm just making stuff up at this point. I'm wondering, Dan, could this be considered cyberbullying?
No. Moving on. Oh, I've said some some corny lines in the past. That
I
one
knew
possibly
it was
takes
like
the
a
cake,
dad
though.
joke, but I mean, I had to go for it. I'm sorry. Yeah. I apologize
It's
to everyone
alright.
who's watching.
Yeah, I don't necessarily mind it. I like it, but I'm worried that that there's plenty of people who won't.
Probably right in that.
I mean, yeah. Nice, a couple killed for Cyber Legacy. Make it a triple kills, because Tricky's found himself another. Flash banged off the angles. He tried to push forward. He's tagged down to 16 HP, but he's going to keep pushing forward, and that will be to his demise. Luckily, the rest of his team are ready to trade him out, and that leaves just Sotfik. Position known, player behind him. Long ass spray for CIS there, but he gets it done.
Yeah, not the prettiest spray down I've ever seen, but as you pointed out, he does manage to get the job done eventually. Tricky. Highest impact for this round. We need to see more rounds like that from Tricky. We need to see more rounds like that from every single player on the Cyber Legacy side. Currently, it's only Foster who's actually pulling his own weight. He's sitting at a what's it called? Like a clean
Neutral.
KD. Neutral. That's the word I was looking for. There you have it. English is a tough language, apparently.
It can be, yeah. You know, like the same word meaning different things depending on the context. Different syllables sounding differently depending on the word it's in. You know, pretty standard stuff. As Rumboos generally pretty standard stuff. It looked like Sparta having a bit of difficulty with there out towards long, but it's Pat C. He will secure an opening kill. The Sparta look to try and find 15. We've seized already dead. It's I mean, it's a long road for Cyber Legacy. If they can pull this one back in this round, it has certainly served them well. They don't really have much cash in their back pockets, so a loss here is not going to be an enjoyable one. It'll be a lot of bad weapons. It'll be a very rugged buy. Finnegan is even going to find another kill, which just makes things even worse for the Cyber Legacy side. Clax actually getting a benefit there from a team flash for onto Dima. He's able to double himself up, triple himself up. As towards this held position, he's finding kill after kill, keeping strong with only 20 seconds on the clock. Tricky's going to swing in and find another, and it's all falling apart for Sparta. It's only Dexter remaining who will finally rid this A-site of the scourge that is Clax, but with only 10 seconds left, he's got so little time. It may not even matter, and that looked on him. That looked on Tricky, but unfortunately, the shot doesn't connect, and Tricky will reply back one better, and there we go. 2 kills for him, 3 for Clax. I do love the Cyber Legacy jersey, actually. It is a very nice jersey.
I have to agree. It's very esport-esque, if you know what I mean. Like, this is the sort of shirts that when I used to go to LAN events, this is the type of shirt that you would see everywhere on every player. Yeah. And I love that. There's no reason for us to try and become like a traditional sport or anything like that. We got our own style of jerseys, and we should stick to it, in my opinion. And yeah, both of these teams are actually doing well in that regard, in my opinion.
We do have some very good e-gaming athletes. Esports with a capital S and a dash.
Oh, stop it. Stop it.
All of those things.
Well, hardcore trigger me, man.
Oh, dear. This should be a 7th Cyber Legacy. I mean, there's little to do. Sotfik does have a bit of a hero AK. Missed shot from Tricky. Won't result in a death, but it's a bit of intel for Sparta. Up towards that B site, but what we don't know is probably the fact that there's a second up, and Clax now reveals that fact, that he trades out his teammate, but they are gonna not be doing too well in regards to the manpower here. Cyber Legacy, as a couple kills come through for a Sparta, weapons can be collected. And Cyber Legacy now in a man's advantage. Need to try and retake this A site. Clax on the AWP. He's now in a 2-on-4 as Dexter finds another. And things really starting to fall apart for Cyber Legacy now. Are they just going to have to save this one? Tricky spots one on the site. Can't find the shot off in time. Now they're just trying to save weapons. Oh dear, oh dear. That has not gone the way Cyber Legacy hoped, and Espada with just pistols primarily. Sotfik does find one in the AK that they had up, but it was Dexter and Patsy, I think, who were the ones that secured those advantageous kills. Passes by Ema in that smoke. He will spot him out. Here's all those steps, the stompy stomp, and does collect the kill, so at least a bit more damage done towards Espada, but it's 15-6.
Yeah, you said it was probably going to be 7 for Cyber Legacy. I'm not sure if that classifies as a caster's curse, but that's a rough round to lose. It's a hero AK buy. You know my meaning about the hero AK buy. I don't like it, personally. But hey, if it works, man. But statistically speaking, it's a bad idea to go for it. That being said, it worked here for Espada, so who am I to judge? They find their 15th. They're now just 1 round away from shutting it down on the map choice of Cyber Legacy. Keep that in mind.
2 opening kills for Dexter. At least one replied back by glowing, as Espada will keep themselves in the advantage. That is until Clax finds himself a couple quick shots. And with the AWP, oh, he hit that as well onto Sotfik, but through the edge of the train. It's only down to 60, so Espada 2v2. And Clax is showing prowess on that big green cannon. Is it actually green? What skin does he have? Didn't have a chance to see. He's in Cyclops mode. And things just slowing down with 50 seconds on the clock. Espada hoping that maybe Cyber Legacy will have a bit of a peak in a different sort of position. Clax is doing that said thing as he works his way down long, and Dexter did just check that a moment ago. Didn't spot anything out. Clax gets the perfect timing for this flank on the AWP. Maybe not the best weapon, but peeking out from main, there's some long angles he might be able to get a cheeky shot through, and Espada, they're taking their time here. They're now going to Molotov off connector. That forces Foster back. He's going to smoke it off, and now look at Clax. You can spot out the gun barrel of the AWPer. This is an easy kill as he takes down Dexter. That brings it all up to Sotfigure 1 versus 2 with only 50 points of health. But do they know what position he's moved himself to? Clax has switched himself into that M4, a better weapon for the retake. And he's holding this angle, watching for Clax, and he spots him out. Is he gonna... There we go. Just having a bit of a blank moment for a second. He gets the kill, but with the Molotov down, Clax is just gonna stick it. He knows Sotfik can't take the fight. He knows he's already a little bit low. And Espada, they can't find 16 just yet.
I love this from Clax. So Clax was sitting close to where the rest of his teammates are, except for Foster. Mentioned it a couple of rounds ago, Foster the only one who's really pulling his own weight. Now Clax is stepping up, but you gotta be wondering, is it a bit too little, a bit too late? And I think the very obvious answer to that is yes, absolutely. It's way too little, way too late. Again, one more round in the favor of Espada, and they'll shut this one down, and they continue to find the opening frags round after round. It's Dexter with that AWP, connecting once more. Tricky, dealing a good chunk of damage with the scouts. Not finding a frag just yet.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
Seized with the auto shotgun in Pot Dog, collects a kill, even does a bit more damage with that Molotov he chucks up there. Finnegan left on 23 points of health, but would you look at this? Dima, backstab, let's go. 1.55k, not needed. It's the kill that matters. No. And he's going to do it with style, and all the kills start rolling in for Espada. It falls into absolute chaos with that one little backstab. It's all up towards Clax. He's had himself a nice strong few rounds here. Multi-kills galore, but can he find another one here in a 1 versus 3 and save his team in this opening map? It is a map pick as well. And 3 AKs to find. Finnegan is low. He has a kit. But, well, that's unfortunate. Espada, they take the double peak. And it is absolutely perfect.
Sparta with a very clean victory on this one. Much cleaner than we expected. We pointed out that we had terrain as the first map, a bit of a weird map because none of the two teams have a lot of times played on record. Obviously, Cyber Legacy don't play a ton of officials, but with a team like Espada who plays a lot of officials, they've only played it 4 times. They had, well, now 5 times. They had a 50% win rate. It's going to be a little bit better now. And obviously, Cyber Legacy. Oh, that's a big blunder, Dan. Their own map choice, and they lose it massively.
Yeah, and Overpass, that's not going to be a fun time either. Unless there's something magical coming their way. It's... Ooh. I hate to think what's gonna happen. It's gonna be not safe for work at the best, I think, as Overpass is a highly dominant map for Espada. But yeah, just not showing up to the races there in that first half, Cyber Legacy, and they didn't leave themselves much room on that second half. Obviously, it is a CT-sided map, so there's always chances. But when you're down, what was it, 11-4? There's not many of those chances.
Absolutely. It's always going to be tough to bring it back after that first half. And regardless, tough one here. Very tough one for Cyber Legacy. Real quick, before we head to a break here, Dan, who do you appreciate stepping up from the Espada side, and who do you hope steps up in the next one for Cyber Legacy?
I mean, Espada, you just have to say Dima. He was an absolute top-notch player in that CT half, finding just so many kills. Dexter as well in the AWP. It is a bit of an AWPers map. I said that it suits AWPs well, and he showed that why. For Cyber Legacy, Seized, he had a tough one. Yeah. So did Tricky. I mean, both of those have been so strong for Cyber Legacy so far in the tournament, and now it feels like when they needed those two players, they just weren't at the game. They didn't show really any sort of form. Seized, I mean, that first half to open things up, he was getting quite a lot of actual opening frags, but never really materialized. And after that, it sort of just dropped off the cliff for him. So hopefully he can pick himself up for map 2.
And with that, I think it's a good time to send us to a quick break. We'll be back shortly. We'll see you guys in a bit.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
Ring ring! The IEM New York Experience Box is here. Hot, fresh, and delivered straight to your door. Tasty ingredients make this box a must-have. Claim yours quick at the ESL shop before they sell out. Oh, and there's no real pizza. Get your taste of New York while it's hot.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
You feel the earth move to the drum of steel boots. Banish the fear inside. You're strong. strong enough with your battle cry. Brings you to your knees.
Breathing in, breathing out. There's no more room for any doubt. Empty mind, steady hands. Just stay close, stick to the plan. I hear them coming, I hear them coming, and I'm ready as I'll ever be. I hear them coming, I hear them coming down, and I'm ready as I'll ever be. Don't give up, don't give in. Don't let me down. Be the one to wipe their grin when they hear this sound. Don't give up, don't give in before they catch a glimpse. I know you'll find the strength within. This is your last chance. This is it, this is not a drill. Hold nothing back, it's sure to kill. In this leap of faith that you're in between, you stand alone, but I'll watch over you. The clock is ticking, the clock is ticking. A single second could mean everything. Time is running, the time is running out. Don't give up, don't give in. Don't let me down. Be the one to wipe their grin when they hear this sound. Don't give up, don't give in before they catch a glimpse. I know you'll find the strength within. This is your last chance. Now's your time to shine. Make it count. Honor our sacrifice. And now this is your last chance.
Rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Oh, never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running Burn through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I'm the Messiah, the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. 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 Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster. Making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder. Because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting
Intel Extreme Masters New York Online is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, AT&T, U.S. Air Force, and GG Bet.
Welcome back, everyone. We are just about to head into the second map in this best of 3 series. Very quickly, first map didn't look that great, Dan, but let's forget about that for a hot moment and think of what can Cyber Legacy potentially do on the map choice of Espada. Do you see any possibility here for Cyber Legacy to bring this one back?
No.
That was quick.
No. I mean, I think with the next map being Overpass, it's going to be very hard for them. I think obviously the starting CT side. Let me just double check I'm right in that. Yeah, the starting CT side. So if they're able to sort of play a bit more aggressive on their sort of CT side, maybe force a Sparta out of the sort of force Sparta out of what they're trying to do, sort of dictate the pace and don't let a Sparta just sort of run their game. That's going to be the chance they have here, I think. If they have a very strong CT side, so I think Espada will probably shut them down quite a lot on their own CT side. So I think they're going to need to try and make sure Espada aren't able to run their own game because things will get very difficult. And Overpass is a map where you can sort of play more aggressive as a CT side and sort of go for those plays to try and throw a T side off its course.
Absolutely. What is a little bit interesting about this one is that Cyber Legacy, we don't really have a whole lot to go off of when talking about
No.
Cyber Legacy here on Overpass. On record, in the last 3 months, they've played it once. That was against Hard Legion, and that was an overtime victory, 19-16. So it's not looking fantastic here for Cyber Legacy. On the other side of it, Espada, they've played it quite a bit. They played it 11 times in the last 3 months. They have a 73% win rate with victories over Windstrike, Dignitas Apex, Crazy, Galaxy Racer, losses to Godsend, Nemiga, and Mad Lions. What sort of plays towards Cyber Legacy here, though, is that those losses are fairly recent. So it could be that Espada have been working so much on other maps that they haven't kept focus on this map, potentially. But I don't know. Maybe that's just me trying to sugarcoat it. It's not looking great for Cyber Legacy, is what I'm trying to say. You mentioned earlier before, or in the post game, you mentioned that Seized and Tricky. We need to see those players step up. Do you think that they have any chance if Tricky doesn't step up with the AWP here?
Oh, it's going to be very difficult because Tricky, he's been one of those players who's just been sort of fragging out for them so far this event, and just sort of in recent times as well, just outside of the event, he's been a very strong player. So to see him so absent in a map that is so highly sort of devoted to the AWP, it's worrying. And we saw like Climax picking the AWP up towards the end of things and getting like triple kills and stuff. So they need him here. They need him really badly. I mean, obviously, Overpass isn't as much of an AWP's map, but it's still great for getting those opening picks. It's still a great weapon.
So real quick, I hear that we're gonna be sending the game live in just a moment, actually right now. So let's get to it. But real quick, Dan, do you expect a 2-0, or is there any chance for Cyber Legacy?
I think it'll be a 2-0 here at this point. I think going into a Sparta's map, Cyber Legacy are there's a lot of ifs and buts for them to a lot of conditions to try and pick up the win here, and fulfilling them all is just going to be too tall of a task, I feel. So I think it's most likely going to be a Sparta. I don't think Cyber Legacy will be able to sneak this one away.
It is Sparta versus Cyber Legacy now on Overpass. Sparta leading 1-0 as they took the map choice of Cyber Legacy in strong fashion. And Sparta trying to go for something rather quick here. It's Tricky who finds the first shot. 15 match trade coming through, glowing. Oh no, that's a blunder.
That's not good.
Nah, it certainly isn't.
Use it all up towards Clax and Foster. A 2v4. CT retake required. And the time's starting to dwindle. I mean, 4 HP for Clax. Not all. Much to work with. I mean, a gust of wind and he'll be over. But Foster, if he can find an opening here, I don't know if there's a kit anywhere that he can pick up. I didn't see personally. And with Clax going down, it is now just Foster. He gets one onto Finnegan at least. But 3 more to find is going to be a very difficult task. And in a bit of an exchange here with Patsy, lots of damage going either way. He will be able to win it out just about, but no time on the clock and only 7 HP. There was a kit on the side, but it mattered for little as he gets a lot of airtime there. He is he's a spaceman now.
That's one way of putting it. The Sparta picking up the pistol is gonna just, I mean, to make this so much tougher. You pointed out we need to see some aggression coming through here from Cyber Legacy. They tried a bit of aggression actually in that pistol round. They had glowing down towards Connector very early on. They had Tricky up at the sort of the picnic area, a little bit forward stance at the picnic area. He did manage to find the initial frag, but then Startfix shot him down immediately after. Now obviously with a bit of weapon in his hand, but it's far. Ooh, it's a bit of a lucky shot there from Patsy, taking care of Clax. Poor situation. Foster gonna get pushed from multiple angles. Not a whole lot left for him to do. All on Glowing and Tricky to try and see if they can pull this one back.
Oh. That was awkward. He does get the kill. But it wasn't clean, and the 2v3 he's just gonna back away with that Galil. We'll live to fight another day alongside Tricky as a couple kills found at least for the Cyber Legacy side here. Do at least, I mean, stop the Sparta building up too much early on, but I'm sure they would have, maybe an extra kill would have just been the icing on the cake for them.
I'm a little bit upset that he didn't go for the knife kill there, I must admit. It's like when you're in a round like this where you're probably you're probably gonna lose the round regardless. He managed to deal some damage, which is nice, but the chances of you winning that round are slim to none. In that scenario, it would make sense to go for a knife kill, because if you manage to connect the knife kill, it gives you a lot of money for the upcoming rounds. At the very least, Cyber Legacy managed to pull some weapons into this one. See Glowing, the Galil, Scout on Tricky, but that's really it.
Yeah, and with the opening kill going the way of the Sparta, make it the 2 opening kills going the way of the Sparta. There's a little opening for Cyber Legacy to try and work their way into as the bomb gets planted. Molotovs blocking their advance forward. And the Sparta, they'll probably just focus now on ensuring find players stay alive, maybe build up a bit of cash on that Mac 10 for Sotfik. That's a nice shot. Sotfik does take down one with the Mach 10 and builds up a bit of extra cash. Obviously, $600 per kill on that weapon. But Climax and Tricky trying to find players. Unfortunately for them, there's nobody to find unless they're able to catch these players who are actually going to be hunting for them towards this A site. But I don't think they'll meet in time. So the Galil, the scout, they'll be going in towards this next round.
The question is, do you actually want that? Like, wouldn't it be better to try and deal a bit of extra economic damage towards the opposition and then upgrade for better weapons? Because Scout and Galil, not necessarily good weapons to push through, obviously, when it comes to the first gun round. You want to have as much firepower as possible to try and deal with the aggression from Espada. Because the aggression, we saw it already on Train. Espada are very aggressive and they're very good. Something I've mentioned before, last time we saw them actually, that Espada are very good at the body system. Like they push in a couple of players together. If the first player fall, the second player will get a double kill and make up for it. Like that's just how Espada are playing. A very cohesive unit here. And I feel like Cyber Legacy, they need the AWP in a round like this. They need the firepower of the M4s rather than the Galil. So I'm not entirely sure if that's necessarily the right decision. But at the same time, if they deal damage towards Espada, they allow those players to upgrade as well. So it's sort of like a lose-lose situation right now for Cyber Legacy, I feel like.
Yeah, it looks like, well, obviously we've lost a player, so there is currently 2 Trickies in the scoreboard down the right. I believe it's one of the Sparta players we're just waiting for to get back as things do sort themselves out. They'll reload, start this round, and Cyber Legacy, they'll go for the AWP on Tricky. A few M4s board up. Clax looks like he's going to continue with that Galil. So they'll get rid of the Scout. I think that is, out of the 2 weapons, probably the one you'd want to upgrade more here.
Yeah.
I think the Galil can still be a viable weapon. Still pretty decent. And Max will be wielding it and just keep himself a bit of cash reserve. I'm surprised he didn't buy up more nades, though. He only had a single HE. And it's going to be aggression through the CT Monster Tunnel with Glowing picking up an opening kill. That is very nice. And maybe that's why Clax only brought a HE up, because he'll go in aggressive into that position. He's able to upgrade to the AK-47 as well off the back of that.
Correct there from Glowing, as you pointed out. Yeah, Demon down and out. A good positioning here from Cyber Legacy early on, though. Ooh, I like this boost as well. Such an interesting boost. It's not something you see all that often, but when you do and when it works, it's brilliant. It's one of those small things. The smoke there actually wasn't perfect. Allowed Sutfik to peek the player who was sitting at the bottom. A bit of an interesting play, but they managed to make it work. 3-on-5 situation. This is going to be tough for Espada in this round.
Yeah, and I mentioned, obviously, we saw that aggression through the Monster Tunnel, but as they try and go aggressive again, CIS is just going to hold down. Mouse 1 find himself 2 kills, and it leaves it all up towards Patsy at 1 versus 5. Probably, you know, maybe tries to find a bit of damage here. I'm not sure if he'll commit to the fights or just try and save this AK-47. Kill attention on the cards. You won't be able to get anything as Clax quickly shuts him down. AK bullet straight through the head. That's a quick way to end the round.
And that's exactly what they need. They needed to find this first rifle round. If they lost this one, it would have been very difficult for them. This actually gives them a real good opportunity to bring this one back. The problem is Espada, the first 3 rounds were fairly clean for them. That means that obviously they have a good amount of money left over, as you can see. And with that, they'll get a solid full buy. AWP and Dexter again. East and Glowing finding openings here down towards the area. Ugh, that's a rough one for Dima.
Cyber Legacy just finding everything here, because it was originally just a spray through that wall in towards the sort of the tunnel coming in towards short, and that picks off an opening kill, leaving just Finnegan now as the kills all tumbling afterwards. You will be able to collect at least another second play down in connector. Can't find the trade, and now Finnegan a 1v2. Bomb is over towards T-spawn. And Clax is pushing closer to that location, so there may be a bit of a fight for this bomb in a moment as Finnegan's going to head up the connector ladder, look to try and go and collect that bomb. I'm not sure if Clax has actually spotted it. So I think it's around the corner. So I don't think he will have had vision. He's just pushed forward to try and eliminate the access towards this B site. And Finnegan's actually going to go for it. Does he check the angle, though, as he works his way forward? He looks like he's going to, and this could be Clax dead. Oh no, Finnegan, he looks away just as he gets to the position to clear it. And Cyber Legacy, they'll pick up a second. I mean, a few kills found in the round. Finnegan makes it a bit more costly, but it is a second on the board.
An important second as well. As pointed out, there was a lot of money in the hands for Espada going into that round, thus leaving them or giving them the opportunity to go for yet another full buy, but now they don't have any money left over. So they're deciding to go for a bit of a min buy, as I like to call it. Just some upgraded pistols, that's about it. Should be fairly easy pickings in this round here for Cyber Legacy. Tricky, he's starting off strong with the AWP. A good kill onto Finnegan.
Yeah, this should just be routine for Cyber Legacy now. I don't see much chance of them getting anything really out of this apart from maybe a kill. But unarmored pistols are a weird one. It can surprise you at the best of times, and they're going to look to try and create an access point towards this A site. Tricky posted up with this AWP though, watching towards Banana, has glowing for support, doesn't want to leave his AWP buddy in a difficult position. And together, they're actually going to back away from that angle. And this is just as Espada start to work their way forwards. But there's 3 players towards this A site for the Cyber Legacy side, and that surely is going to be enough to deal with these 4 Espada players as they start to look in. 35 seconds on the clock, seized with the M4, glowing over towards the Optimus position. Careful not to have a nade in his hand, does get thrown out just in time. As they start to push forward, those 2 players go down relatively easily. He's going to start to try and mop them up. Dexter does get one. He lands a second. Careful, Cyber Legacy, don't give up too much, but it will just stop at those 2 kills. So at least a little bit of damage done there, and pistols are dangerous.
It's something that we've echoed time and time again. Pretty much every single best of 3 that we're covering. Pistols can certainly be very, very dangerous and deal a good amount of damage. Dexter does manage to find some at the very least. Yeah, Cyber Legacy picking up their 3rd, tying it up now. We gotta remember that this map, statistically speaking, is a T-sided map. So if Cyber Legacy can get to 7, actually anything above 6 is magical for Cyber Legacy. CT side can be very tough here on Overpass. I'm looking forward to seeing whether or not they can bring it back, bring it to fruition. Either way, Espada now pushing in towards the B site.
Bomb has been planted.
4-on-4 bomb planted. Hits galore for Cyber Legacy, but that's not going to matter if they can't get closer towards this site. Dexter will be able to pick up one on the AWP, giving the Espada side that 4-on-3, looking for a little bit more. Misses a chance at another player, and he'll just have to make sure that he's not going to get close to the monster. Has a teammate in that one, and as they push forward, Patsy and Dima set themselves up for the kills, and it's Dima who will start to rejuvenate that form from Train as he gets himself a double, gets Espada the 4th, and denies Cyber Legacy the lead here.
This positioning here from Dima is brilliant. It's something that we see every once in a while, that they'll sit right below the sniper's nest. But for him to sit in sort of an open spot, but not entirely, means it's kind of an off angle and makes it very difficult for his last opponent to do anything about it. Yeah, as you pointed out, Cyber Legacy, their lead has been denied. Ooh, loving this though. The boost down towards connector, potentially allowing them to peek in towards the B short pipe. Patsy is in a good position though, and he'll bully them out of that position. They don't want to overstep their welcome, deciding to just fall off instead. Good shout here on Espada as well, not pushing forward too fast. Typically you want to see, or you want to try and get a bit of map control, but you got to remember you got 2 minutes to work with, so you don't necessarily have to rush to find map control. You can slow and methodically move your way towards it.
Yeah, certainly, and they are looking to try and work slow and methodically, but look towards the B site, look on the radar. The player's already pushing in towards that site, and Clax will find one of them, but look at Dima's position. Clax is looking for him, he's heavy trying to search for him, but Dima still finds the kill. It's a 4-on-3, and there was a player killed towards Long as well. And they've been catching that flank, and this puts Cyber Legacy in a difficult position where, again, a retake required. Seized has a kit. But there's not really many access points. Tricky has a bit of space towards Heaven that he can work with. A nice kill from Foster removes Patsy from the equation, but Finnegan's going to be in position to secure that monster approach, so his teammates don't have to worry about that angle. They only have to worry about short Seas. He gets dinked down through the corner of the wall there, and that's enough to force Cyber Legacy backwards. Away from the site rather than into it. And Espada, they're going to secure themselves 5 as Cyber Legacy need to keep these guns up. They don't have any cash in reserve.
That's an important point to touch on. So what we saw initially was 3 very one-sided rounds going in the favor of Espada, allowing them to work on their economy. And now we see 2 rounds again going in the favor of Espada. And again, they managed to work on that economy. We see a decent amount of money left over on most of the players, actually. Sudfig is very low, of course. Patsy is down to 1,400, but the rest of them sitting above 2,000. That's a fairly healthy amount here for the Espada side. On the opposite side of it, Cyber Legacy, as you pointed out, don't really have any money to work with. They decide to go for an eco. Obviously, they have the weapons saved over from the previous round, so not necessarily going to call it a complete eco, but they don't reinvest anything into the round as well, I'm trying to say.
Can we get Dexter's POV here? Because they're going for this boost. There we go. He's posted up a second too late to spot it. I'm not sure with Clax jumping if he was actually spotted out the boost, but either way, nobody's going to be peeking that. And then we'll break it up. I think Dexter probably calling. I think they spotted the boost, so no point staying it longer than possible. We'll find a different way to take down Tricky through Monster Tunnel. And now, Sparta is going to push in. Clax not even paying attention towards Monster. That B site is overrun within a moment. Very effective stuff from Espada. Not a single point of damage done.
Yeah, again, Espada very good on that aggression. I mentioned it earlier, it's something that we saw on Train very quick on their feet. They might use a lot of time initially just to methodically get a bit of map control, but as soon as they get that map control and they have a game plan for what exactly they want to do in the round, they set up for the execute and they just rush towards the bomb site, all guns blazing and shutting down anyone who's trying to hold them off, I suppose. Seized, last man standing. He's going to be able to hold on to his weapon. Yeah, he will. For a moment there, I saw Patsy was moving a little bit closer, but he took another route.
It's not massively important to save the weapon. It's, they get a full buy either way, I think. It just allows a bit more utility for the CT side here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Just holding on to the weapon gives them a bit more utility to work with, but they're still hurting in terms of their money. timing there is a little bit off. Finnegan actually had a weapon out, or out, nade out as well, but beautiful pop flash from his teammate. Sutphic helps him out massively, and he gets the double opener towards the A-bomb site.
Yeah, and he's going to go forward as well. He's used his utility to seal off the site before he's even there, denying Cyber Legacy any route back in. Sees couldn't push forward. He's just having to stay underground. I think Cyber Legacy, this round's already over. This is surely going to be 7 for Espada here. The bomb is a long way away from that A site. Doesn't really matter too much. They've got the all the angles covered off Espada. Nobody's going to be peeking through connector. It's a straight run to that A bomb site and get the bomb planted. I don't know if Cyber Legacy are going to attempt this one. Again, it's low economy for them.
Yeah, the problem here for Cyber Legacy, again, it's a lose-lose situation pretty much, because if they decide to go for it, which they probably should, because they need rounds on the board, if they decide to go for it and they lose, they don't have any money to work with in the next round, and it's going to be another round on the board for Espada regardless. If they don't, they're still going to be a little bit limited on Tricky at the very least. And then, again, they need those rounds on the board. Still going to lose their players. Oh, no. That's the worst outcome possible. They tried to hold on to their weapons. They got denied. They didn't deal all that much economic damage towards the opposition. Ugh. I don't know, Dan. This is... I feel so bad for Cyber Legacy, because we saw them against RV, where Seized actually played out of his mind. But he hasn't showed up at all on Train, and currently he's not doing much better on this one.
Yeah, it's, as I said, it's a lot of factors for Cyber Legacy to try and pick this one up, and so far they're not meeting many of them. It goes from bad to worse. Finnegan's watching the booze. Demon will double entry in towards the B site, and I mean, a minute 30 on the clock as the round is already over. So only Tricky remaining with a P250. A dream, no armor. 5 players to find. Just sidearm. He gets one. But Finnegan will double himself up for the round to trade that kill.
So, as I said here for Cyber Legacy, this is so rough, man. Going for the jump technique and then just getting annihilated.
Yeah, he cracked his neck on the fall as well. Landed head first.
Yeah, as I pointed out, like, if Cyber Legacy, if they can get 6 rounds or more than that here on their CT side, I actually don't think it's that bad for them. We need to see them get 6 rounds on the board, though. If they don't, I think it's going to be close to impossible for them to bring this one back. It's already a very tough situation for them, obviously, and with Foster going down early in this round, doesn't make it any easier.
Not sure exactly how Foster died to a Molotov either.
He ran through it, or tried to.
Yeah, it's just all going wrong, isn't it? This is all going wrong with Cyber Legacy. Demon's just having an absolute blind of a series right now. 2 kills again in this round, and he's might be on for a little bit more, as well as Tricky does actually take him down. So to get that 2v3, Cyber Legacy, they have a kit to work with. Glowing has that in his back pocket, and Finnegan's on the flank looking for these kills, looking for the saving plays, but right now they're pushing their way towards a B site. There's 2 players to try and stop them. Sophic is on the site himself, got cover from Dexter to make sure he won't go down, but Glowing is able to elude Dexter's gaze. He will get peeked into it and will go down in the end, but his teammate's already fallen, and now it's just Finnegan and Dexter to try and stop this. Tricky's just holding it inside of the smoke. Finnegan will find the kill. We're a little bit close for comfort there for Espada. Heart rate's elevated.
But are they, though? Because, like, again, look at the money on Espada. They're swimming in it at this point. Again, a good, like, Max Scrooge reference Scrooge McDuck. I keep forgetting what his name is. I'll look it up eventually, okay? But yeah, the money is still so fantastic here for that's what I'm trying to say, yeah. Money's still so fantastic here for Espada, so sure, heart rate's going up for the end of the round, but at the end of the day, they have so much money that even if they lose that round, they're still sitting pretty. And they end up winning rounds, that makes it even better for them. They're pushing double digits now, and Cyber Legacy only sitting on 3. They don't really have any money or anything to work with in this round. We mentioned in the pregame, Tricky and CIS need to step up. And they need to play better as a team, more of a cohesive unit, if you will. That's not what we're seeing here for Cyber Legacy.
No, and the score reflects that. 9-3. It's difficult. They've got a scout for Foster. The rest of the players is wielding deagles. It's not really anything that's gonna inspire, you know, like, right, this is the round we win. This is a throwaway for Cyber Legacy. They're just saving for the next round as the Espada is going to be coming in towards his B site yet again. An early tag for Tricky does put Demo low, and he's actually going to collect one, collects another, but Espada do begin to trade things out. They bring things back into the Espada advantage, a 3v2. And a couple of kills found there for the Cyber Legacy side, but with just glowing and now just glowing, he's finding kill after kill here. One with a nade, one with a deagle, and one more play to find. Can he get it? No. Dexter, the AK wins it out as it should do, and he will be able to pick up the AWP as well. Keep himself in a good position.
Oh my god. 26.32 for Cyber Legacy. That's absolutely insane. I mean, it makes sense. It makes perfect sense. Because Espada, they took the map off of Cyber Legacy. Now it's Espada's map, and they're leading heavy, and they're looking unstoppable at this point. You and I spoke about whether this was going to be a 2-0 or a 2-1, but we both had a feeling that Espada should be able to take a victory on this one. And I guess we didn't give them as much credit as they deserve, because they're running through Cyber Legacy like it was nothing.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I was going to say disappointing. Obviously, not seeing Cyber Legacy sort of perhaps show what they're capable of, because I feel like they are able to do more. I feel like they've shown a lot of good stuff so far, and as Tricky does pick up an opening kill, he'll find his 7th of the game. But he looks like he's ready to trade that out. And Inside gets one, almost a second, but Sophic swings in to make sure that the trades are there. But eventually, Cyber Legacy, they have CIS still around B site, and it's a 3-on-2. The bomb dropped. Espada are gonna have to commit to this B site, and CIS knows that. He's just sticking around behind the site, not giving up too much space. And as Dexter rears his head, CIS will take him down, leaving just Finnegan a 1 versus 3. And Cyber Legacy to find more, but a quick shot onto Tricky. Can't follow up onto Seized. Finally, a 4th comes their way.
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier. I think Cyber Legacy needs 6, and that's impossible at this point. They can only hope for 5, and even with 5, it's still going to be incredibly difficult for them. We've seen they haven't had a whole lot of success in the pistols. Pistols have been kind of favoring Espada. So with that, that would suggest that this next pistol on Espada's CT side for the second half it's going to be a tough one for Cyber Legacy as well. And they need that pistol, regardless of this round going in their favor or not. And it seems like it might not even. Seized does answer back with 1 onto Patsy, but it's 2 in the favor of Espada, and the B bomb side right for the taking.
Again. This time he has been able to find a kill. He's just loving it, isn't he? Only glowing and Seas remain. A 2 versus 4 retake needed. This auto is probably going to mince them up, but Stopfit will get them both, in fact. As it will be an 11-4 half for Espada. A bit of a shutdown once again. We'll be just be heading to a short break for this halftime.
but they follow me. Will you follow me under when I'm crumbling? Every night I wonder, will it ever end? Sometimes I can barely breathe, dear. Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Will you follow me under? Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Sometimes I don't wanna be here.
I've been working part-time jobs, chasing all my dreams now lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side, I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different.
Gentlemen, back for second half, Espada versus Cyber Legacy. The question now is, I look to you once again, Dan. Is there any chance at all at this point for Cyber Legacy? We saw the odds not really favoring them at all. Quite the contrary. Do you think there's any opportunity for them to bring this one back?
I mean, there's always a chance. I just don't think we have much of one. I mean, obviously the first two kills are going Espada's way as well, and it's all just coming up blue right now for the Espada side. Glowing has found himself a few here. Okay, be careful. Dexter has had enough as he swings through, finds the final two. There you go, pistol round for Espada. 12-4. A big score on the door.
Did you become what's it called, like a bingo announcer all of a sudden? Isn't that what they do? Like whenever they say a number. Bit of a pause coming through here, and that gives us an opportunity to talk about what actually went wrong here for Cyber Legacy. And I think we mentioned it already, so individual play is definitely up there as one of the things not really working for them. Like, no one's really showing up. They're losing pretty much every single aim duel. And furthermore, like, they get out-positioned time and time again from or by Espada, rather. Like, was there ever any chance here, Dan? Is basically what I'm trying to get at.
No. I mean, Cyber Legacy, they've gone for a bit of a hero wake for CIS here. This is a last-ditch effort, and I feel like even if this one goes their way, there's just so long in this game they need to pull back, and These does find an opening, to be fair, and a lot of damage done towards Dexter, so they may be hoping this round, but hoping the game, there is little. It's going to be about, I think, for Cyber Legacy, just trying to save a bit of face here. Maybe pick up a few extra rounds just to make the score look a little more friendly. Anything other than that is a bit of a pipe dream, I'm afraid.
Maybe a fever dream.
Yeah.
One of those, or a nightmare, something that keeps you up at night. I don't know.
Well, I think they're in a nightmare already.
True.
Look at Sophic. He's gotten bored of this round. He's now just pressing W. As he pushes his way all the way through T-Spawn, he's going to be behind the Cyber Legacy players in a short moment as they start to work forward. If he can get on the back of them as they're heading towards this site, it's going to make a lot of... put a lot of pressure on them. And does Tricky actually check towards his right? No, he doesn't. Doesn't matter because Sophic was mostly obscured, and now Sophic has such a load of information. Espada, they're stacking towards this site. Sophic's going to be coming in a decent moment. Not even needed, really. And the rest of his team just mop everything up. Dexter will secure himself an ace. Not even needed, Sophic.
There you have it. An ace in the match as well. We've seen knife kills. We've seen a lot of nade damage, utility damage in general. Seen at least one execution by fire, if you will. One player burning in a molly. Seen a couple of nade kills here and there. So, yeah, now an ace as well. This is not boding well. Well, it wasn't boding well on Train, and this is just Espada looking to put the final nail in the coffin at this point. Espada on the least favorite side here on Overpass, but it doesn't seem like that matters at all. They have pretty good control of it at this point. Cyber Legacy, last-ditch effort.
Really is last ditch, and jumping forwards, they are able to find a couple kills glowing with that Mac 10. With just 3 points of health remaining, bomb planted. A 2-on-3 for Espada to try and work back into, but Patsy on the flank, that is a huge kill to find. Tricky falls. Now a 2-on-2, and Patsy looking for even more. He gets a second there, goes seized, and now things are just slipping out of Cyber Legacy's reach. It's 3 HP, a 1 versus 2 for Glowing. He already has 2 kills in a round, needs to secure himself a 4K. And that flashbang is going to completely blind him up. He's been found. And the defuse will come through. Patsy, he has himself a kill, and it is 14-4. This is over.
It's overpassed, and soon it will be passed and over.
Okay. I see what you're trying to do there.
I'll continue with the dad jokes throughout. Don't worry about it. I'll keep them coming. I'm not very funny, but I'm really good at not being funny, so I guess that counts for something.
It certainly does. It certainly does count for something. Not much, but something. And this may count for nothing, Cyber Legacy. If this just straight ball in towards the B site doesn't really work out, it's going to be a tough old game. And I mean, they've been able to find a couple openers. A 4-on-3. Cyber Legacy are going to be able to get that bomb planted. Foster the one to do the deed. But they lost themselves in the man advantage last time. It was Patsy on the flank who was able to find a couple quick kills, and this time no flank for Espada. It's going to be a full frontal. Tricky is going to be trying to receive the brunt of this. And goes into a position. Patsy's actually lining up his teammate Stoppick. He will trade out, but with Claxon Foster still alive, there is plenty of players alive, and Cyber Legacy just rushing towards the B site, and they will be able to pick up a 5th, so something working for them at least.
Yeah, a bit troublesome here for Cyber Legacy, though. Like, yeah, sure, they managed to get the round, but they're still so far behind. And I'm just right now having a quick look on the match stats for the first map. And on that, we only had one player going above a 1.0 rating. That was Foster, landing on 1.06. The closest to him was seized on 0.67. So, all in all, the rating here for the Cyber Legacy side has been absolutely horrid. They've not pulled their own weight, and when one player has pulled his own weight, it's like barely, like just scraping by, and the rest of the team not really doing what they're supposed to. So very, very tough showing here from Cyber Legacy, especially in contrast to what we saw them do against Na'Vi.
Yeah. Espada. They've got a couple rifles here. They've fully invested into this one. A couple cheeky little boosts coming through for them to try and find an opening. But for now, nothing has been found. With Cyber Legacy, they're working towards this A site. They've got quite a few players in position to push forward from these bathrooms. And Dima, he has a deagle, has a little bit of utility, flashes his teammate Dexter forwards. That nade actually does quite a bit of damage to a couple players pushing forward. Dima finding even more with a deagle. Can he find the kills? Patsy with 3 hits for 1. Now Dima, he got a lot of damage, but no kills. Foster and C's, they're down to just very low HP. Dexter will be able to take down Tricky, and a 3-on-3 ensues, but the bomb will be planted with about 20 seconds on the clock. Cyber Legacy, they're not in a good position. They're all hemmed in towards the site. It's like shooting fish in a barrel until Seized and Foster, the fish, fight back. Dexter's all on his lonesome. It's a combined 20 HP for him to find. He's got armor, he's got an AK, he's got a smoke and a flashbang. He's going to deploy the smoke to allow him to cross towards that Optimus position. He's trying to bait out a peek from these Cyber Legacy players. Seized isn't going to fall for it. He's still over towards the stairs. Has Foster for support, and the time is running thin. Dexter has no kit, and the time is just not with him. And things almost go very far south for the Cyber Legacy side. But they're able to pull it out the hat.
Oh,
Both do die, though, to the bomb. With that low on HP.
Yeah, that's going to be rough for the economy here. So you can see on the right-hand side that obviously they will have enough money to reinvest due to securing the victory in the round. The problem is that they don't have any money left over, and they don't have the AWP. Seized is on an SMG. We have 2 Galils in play just to make sure that they get the full utility set. Considering that they managed to secure the victory in the round, this is not a massive buy here for Cyber Legacy.
No, I mean, you never want to be having an SMG after a round you've just won. Seized will be wielding that, and a little boost up for Dexter here with that AK saved across. He has a position to look towards Party. With an SMG and a FAMAS as well within the ranks of Espada, alongside 2 Deagles, but really it's going to be mostly down to this AK to try and find the damage, and Tricky maybe pushing in towards this angle in just a short moment. We Seized down towards the bottom of Connector. Hopefully, if he can find a kill here, that'll allow Tricky a lot of space towards the upper side. As Patsy does fall, you can see how Dexter has to shift his angle as he finds her first. Now drops off it because that surprise is gone. And Dexter is actually going to double it up, takes down Foster, and secures his Connector position. A 4-on-3 goes the way of Espada, but the weapons not with them. Still just got that AK, the FAMAS, and with Finnegan going down towards the A site. Glowing worked his way in through long. Should be Cyber Legacy still able to close this one out.
At least, again, like sort of last-ditch effort here for Cyber Legacy. Trying their absolute greatest to pull something back. But again, it's I made the cycling reference the other day. I'm gonna keep away from that because I'm not a cycling master. Don't have the knowledge of someone like Pimp or OG Bird. Ooh.
Well, this is interesting now. Dima, he's just going to try and stick the bomb inside the smoke. Tricky spamming through and will take him down. So, crisis averted for Cyber Legacy. But it got a little bit interesting there.
Crisis indeed. Like, it looked for a hot moment there like that was just going to be it. Either way, Cyber Legacy do manage to find their 7th. At the end of the day, it's at this point for Cyber Legacy, it's about sort of, I guess, boosting the morale on the players, something like that. They probably already know that they've lost this game, because the chances of them bringing it back are slim to none, as pointed out multiple times already. And furthermore, if they manage to do so, we're gonna head to a third and final map. I don't see it happening, them pulling this one back. But if they manage to do so, Nuke could actually be very, very interesting. And they could potentially bring it back on Nuke if they manage to pull this comeback through. But we need to see something. Yeah, we need to see something absolutely insane from them for that to happen.
Yeah, they should be able to find an 8th here. Just pistols for the Espada side, keeping their economy strong for the next round. It's going to be a push out towards long with 4 members of the Espada side. That flashbang does absolutely nothing to help seize there if he gets one, but a quick refrag from the hail of USPs on the other side will take him down, and that's an AK recovered as well into Dima's hands. Glowing is going to try and pick them off one by one as he deals with Sopfix. So Cyber Legacy, I mean, gun going down early, not ideal. They should still be able to close the one down without really much fuss. Dima, I mean, I said he has the AK, doesn't have any armor to go with it, so aim punch will be a factor. And Espada, they're just trying to work as a group, try and find any sort of Cyber Legacy players maybe caught out alone. Dima is leading the pack with that AK-47, and hopefully, if he goes down, Espada will be able to collect it, because it's going to be a very nice weapon to take into the next round. Obviously, they will have a full buy, but an AK is a nice little humdinger.
And AK is definitely a little bit better than the M4. We've mentioned it before. Gives you that one-shot potential. Where the M4, you need to hit a body shot and a headshot for you to be able to kill off your opponents. Or at least they need to be weak before you deal any damage to them with the M4. Yeah, the AK gives them that potential for the one shot. Throwing it over to Dima, excuse me, Diva. Wow, makes pretty good sense as well.
Mecha activated.
I mean, it did look like he was in like a mecha suit of some sort on terrain. I'll give him that.
True. Patsy, probably wishing he had a mecha suit that would have been able to withstand that AUG bullet, because he's been taken down right at the start of the round for Espada. It is not what they wanted. They were hoping for, you know, maybe a kill there from Patsy. Unfortunately, he can't deliver. It is Dexter who will be able to find that opening for the Espada side. It's brought it into a 4-on-4. And he just pulls back after the initial kill. No reason to really look for so much more when you have Dima in a position like he is, all the way pushed through connector. Could be able to find a cheeky frag onto someone if he gets the timing right, but I'm not sure what's going to happen if he's going to go up the ladder. I think he tried to, but somebody was watching it, and somebody was tricky. And decides, you know what? I value my life. I'll back away. You can have that position. I don't want it. Cyber Legacy. They're going to try and commit towards B now, but this position from Stockfig. No! Why does he move there? Trying to move over to the site to support his teammate, but Foster comes through the tunnel as he starts moving and knife out. He is an open ball game. It's all up towards this A site instead, and there's nobody there to try and defend it for Espada. We're all committed towards B, and as the utility rains down, Espada will know their mistake. This should be over. Big nade as well. Seized will finish off the kill. It's just Finnegan and Dexter who remain.
Finnegan and Dexter doing the right thing here. Just holding back, trying to hold on to their weapons makes pretty good sense for them. All in all, at this point, actually doesn't look horrible for Cyber Legacy any longer.
No.
It still doesn't look great. I'll say that much, but they've managed to string 5 rounds together in a row to try and make this comeback a reality. As you can see, money shifted over towards Cyber Legacy. The problem here for them is that they don't really have any room for mistakes. If they lose another round, that puts Espada on map and match point. Cyber Legacy, really no room for mistakes.
Yeah. Although, Espada, that Molotov towards the park didn't actually land. The one closer to on the T side of the wall did. So it still still holds back the Cyber Legacy players. And in the end, doesn't really matter all too much. But just a little note there. Don't want to be missing that Molotov all too much because it's designed to try and sort of hem those Cyber Legacy players in. And if they do try and run through the Molotov, they've got a long old run to go through. Go through the fire and flames. As CIS is in position over towards the outside of the bathrooms, towards this banana position. Might need to be careful about Dexter, though, as he sets up nades. Dexter's going to push forward, spots out the arm. I think CIS may have spotted in return, but Dexter's still going to take him down. That is a huge opening kill to find for Espada as they look to set themselves up for 15. Glowing out towards long. The smoke blocks his path for the time being, and Cyber Legacy aren't going to commit towards A. The bomb is still down towards the top of Connector, towards the T side, up the top of that ladder, and I mean, nobody's close to try and pick it up. So a nice shot from Glowing takes down Sophic and gives a bit of an opening towards this A site. Patsy in an awkward position. Needs to take down this player on short. Will do so, and that's a huge frag to find. Now need to focus on this site, but he switches his vision just a moment too late. Glowing is able to trade it back again, and into a 3-on-3 we go. The bomb is making its way forward. Dexter deals with Glowing, and now they can push back in towards the site before the bomb gets there. But Clax and Tricky, they'll find one apiece. Finnegan pushes forward, puts them low, but Tricky's Deagle, a huge shot to find, will secure Cyber Legacy 10 and Espada. They can't quite get themselves over the finish line yet. It's going to have to go on a little bit longer this game.
All aboard the struggle bus. First, it was Cyber Legacy in a bit of a struggle. Espada, they're struggling to find the last couple of rounds at this point. Cyber Legacy, they've already mustered up a fairly strong comeback, I'll give them that much. And they're looking to make it even stronger. They're trying to pull this one all the way back. Still not going to be an easy task. This round, give them good amount of hope considering the buy on Espada, but that negates a bit of the hope. As Patsy finds the opening back onto Clax.
Sophics hearing all these steps as well. He can get at least one, and he will get at least one. Patsy gets the other, and Cyber Legacy, they find themselves in a 2-on-4 against what was just a single M4 for Patsy, an MP9 for Finnegan, and a few deagles. Espada, they found themselves the biggest advantage they've had for a while. Foster and Tricky, now the last two alive, looking to try and find any sort of opening. Patsy may give one up, but he's holding a very tight angle. Cyber Legacy is going to be difficult to check this one unless Tricky peeks it and commits to it with the AWP. And as they push around the corner, he will reveal himself. Not able to do much damage though, Patsy. Now he's in a difficult position where he can't get out. He needs to fight one way or another, and he does fight towards Tricky. That's the kill found. He's going to look for even more, but Foster will eventually take him down. 35 seconds on the clock as Foster's going to try and make his way in towards Optimus, but the player's there. That's a nice shot though. He gets down Dima quickly and efficiently, but does he expect Dexter in the same angle? No, he doesn't. Dexter deals the killing blow, and Espada will find 15 off the back of a single M4, a few deals, and an MP9.
That's absolutely insane. I pointed out that Cyber Legacy had pretty good chances in that round, considering the firepower on the Espada side of it, but beautiful stuff there from Patsy, finding the opening frag very early on from that boost down towards connector angle. In towards the short pipe, and then falling back and supporting Sutfig out towards the long position. Great stuff, great movement there from Patsy. And Espada picking up their 15th. One round away from shutting it down here on Overpass and taking that 2-0 victory. Adding insult to injury, making this one very, very unlikely for Cyber Legacy. I love to see them pull a couple more rounds, but I don't think they're going to be able to bring this one all the way back at this point.
No. I mean, they've got decent weapons, a few AKs at Galil the Orc, but Sparta, it's only a matter of time, and as Dima lines himself up too, and he's going to put a bit of a nail in the coffin. He'll get a third. Sophic chimes in with one. It's only Tricky left, and 1 versus 4. He does bring it into a 1 versus 3, but with that Orc, not the most wieldy weapon to have in this situation. He does have a minute on the clock to work with, but spotted out by Dima and Dexter. We'll finish it off. It will be 16-10 for the Espada side.
Yeah. I'll do the trick. Espada shutting it down in strong fashion. 2-0 in this matchup against Cyber Legacy. Very, very strong victory here for Espada. We look towards Espada going into this one to see if could they potentially find another victory and push themselves up like above that playoff line, basically, and giving them the opportunity to go to playoffs. They have a pretty good opportunity to do so now, but I mean, it's not over yet, Dan. What do you think about this matchup? Do you think it looked good for Cyber Legacy at any point?
I mean, that T side of overpass, it was getting there. It was getting there, but Sparta, it was sort of inevitable that they would be able to take it at one point or another. Obviously, getting into double digits for Cyber Legacy, it makes the game look a bit more lively. But when you take into consideration that first map as well of Train, it was Espada's sort of every single day of the week. This one, I was surprised. Cyber Legacy didn't put up as much of a fight as I thought they would, or as I hoped they would. A lot of players struggling in terms of their just individual performances, whereas Espada, it just feels like everybody was able to step up. Just in general, just in every game we've seen, it feels like someone different's fragging out.
True that. On Overpass, we saw Dexter sitting at the top of the scoreboard and fragging out as we expected him to do. Also a pretty good map for the Orber, as you pointed out in the pregame. Makes pretty good sense for him that he managed to pull one through. Over on Train, however, it was all Dima, or at least mostly Dima. And to help us break down this matchup, we got Dima with us, I believe. We don't have Dima just yet. I get information, so sorry about that. We'll find him eventually. He'll get here. Need to figure out exactly where he's at. I actually just got told that we get Sotfik instead of Dima, so we'll figure it out eventually. Don't worry about it. Online Counter-Strike, it happens. Okay. Regardless, did this one go exactly how we expected it to go, Dan? Did you expect this one to go differently, or did we always think that Espada was just going to shut them down?
I mean, I always thought it was going to be Espada's victory. I mean, Train. I was hoping Cyber Legacy would pick it up as I sort of mentioned, but it's Espada. They ended things pretty quickly. 2-1 would have been nice. Obviously, I do love a bit of a good best of 3 series, but for Espada, they obviously prefer a 2-0. It's a much easier game when it's a 2-0, and when you sort of just sort of balling it the entire way through. But I think if Espada can keep this sort of system where it feels like everybody's able to play well, it's going to be very dangerous going forward for other teams. Dima had a great game. Dexter's been playing great the entire time. So there's a lot for other teams to consider here.
Absolutely, it's not going to be easy for any of the teams at this point in time, because at the top of Group A, we got VP, Navi, and now Espada. Forces up there as well. Cyber Legacy and K23, the two only team who haven't won any games just yet. But now we got confirmed that Sotfik is here, ready to break this one down for us. Thank you for joining us, Sotfik, and congratulations on the victory.
Thank you.
So first of all, how did you prep for this specific game? How did you prep going into this one? Did you look at demos before going into this game, or were you pretty comfortable from the get-go?
Yeah, we looked a lot of demos before match. We know that we have some good tactics because we won some maps against good teams. Like, did we play Navi and one more team? I don't remember. Force.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we know that we should prepare like against the rounds. Yeah, and do some stuff. So to open frag against them, yeah, and after that we can't do way rounds because we don't have like player who will do smoke or something.
Awesome. Just going back to the veto right at the start. Obviously, I think Vertigo was a pretty expected map to get banned at the start. How did you feel about the rest of the maps that came through? Obviously, you seem pretty comfortable on train. Was that a map you expected to come through?
Yeah, we expected it. We were confident that we were gonna win every map because we prepared very well against them. Like I said before, we know a lot of rounds, what we're gonna do. We're a little bit mixed up with their stuff. We did a lot of fakes and caught us with that fakes. Yeah. But in the end, we managed to win. So I'm very glad of my team.
Speaking of that victory, you're currently sitting on 6 points here for this Group A at IEM New York. Are you comfortable you'll reach playoff at this point? Because you're like your next matchups, you should be breezing through those, right?
Yeah, but I'm not confident. Not confident. Our work is not done before
Sure.
we need to win one more game. To reach playoffs, yes. But yeah. I think we can win both. And after that, we will see what will happen.
Awesome. So, obviously, we've talked quite a lot about the sort of tactical side of for you guys prepping for these games, but it seems like for you guys, everybody's sort of able to have these really big games. Obviously, Dima today on train, Dexter's been playing great. There's been so many players stepping up for you guys. Is there been a lot of work on sort of individuals as well as the sort of tactical side?
Yeah, of course, we are playing a lot of deathmatch, a lot of mix games. We always know that we have good individuals, individual players. We always expect to win some clutches and some crazy stuff from my players, yeah, like aces and stuff like that.
That's good to hear, awesome. And you certainly did look comfortable in this matchup. Do you feel comfortable about the next matchup you have? So that's going to be on Sunday against K23. Have you already started looking into them, or are you going to be prepping over the weekend?
We're gonna prep after the game, after that interview finished. Our trainer will go. We'll watch some demos, yeah, and before the game we will discuss what we're gonna do against them. Yeah, like we did before against any team. Things are working. So gonna see what's gonna happen tomorrow.
Things are certainly working for you, Suffolk. Thank you so much for joining us for this interview, and we won't take any more of your time. You need to prep for that K23 match. So thank you once again, and congratulations. Bye-bye.
Take care.
So with that, Dan, that's going to be conclusion of the first best of 3 for today. Real quick, before we shut this one down and get ready for the next best of 3, just want to remind you guys that we have another stream going on at the same time. That's over on the A channel, the main channel, if you will, with all the familiar faces that you know and love. You can watch all the action at live.intelextrememasters.com. Follow along with all the matches going on at the same time. That was Force versus K23, and Force managed to take a 2-0 victory. Very quick before we shut this one down, Dan. What do you expect for this next best of 3 coming up?
I'm expecting a banger because, I mean, it looked promising on paper. Nemiga, ETHEREAL, 2 teams that are having a bit of a struggle. Well, mixed results so far. ETHEREAL really are struggling, but it's still anybody's game. Nobody's out yet, so I expect ETHEREAL to be playing like their lives are on the line, and that should be an entertaining one.
And that is going to be the next one coming up, the next best of 3 coming your way right here on the B channel. Myself and Dan will be joining you guys right after the break.
My name is Trace Saranthus. I am building a PC for Jordan Gilbert.
My goal was really to get something that was no compromise, super powerful, and ideally not built by Trace.
Yes, thank you so much, Jordan Gilbert. You know, we don't make mistakes around here. We made happy accidents.
I get a booster seat here. Enter now for a chance to win one of 3 PCs built by me, Jason, or Trace.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Show me an opening in the clouds, and I'll take it. Yeah, reminding myself to just let go. Don't wonder how far I can fall. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out.
In paradise, the sun never goes, it's a feeling. We watch the waves wash over the shore, the horizon was blinding. This could be the end of the world as we know it. Or this could be the end of the world as we know it. And we never thought we'd get this far. I'm gonna stay true. These songs I wrote for you, oh, they make me blue. They make me blue. What did you say to me? You wanted to be free. Do you believe? I want you to believe. I want you to believe. I want you to believe. In paradise we burn through the night, getting brighter. And the sun never goes, and the sun never goes, and the sun never goes, and the sun. This could be the end of the world as we know it. Or this could be the end of the world as we know it. And we never thought we'd get this far. I'm gonna stay true. These songs I wrote for you, oh, they make me blue. They make me blue. What did you say to me? You wanted to be free. Do you believe? I want you to believe. I want you to believe. I want you to believe. I'm gonna stay true. These songs I wrote for you, oh, they make me blue. They make me blue. What did you say to me? You wanted to be free. Do you believe? I want you to believe. I want you to believe. I want you to believe.
Out of the shadows, I've come to make a name. Ready for battle, 'cause I got a thing to claim. Think that I'll crumble, I'll show you your mistake. Where you see me coming, better run for cover, 'cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster I came to conquer. When all the smoke clears, I'll still be on my feet. Forget all of my fears, 'cause I know my destiny. I feel a champion waking inside of me. It's set in motion, the legend's spoken. This is my moment. Can't break my focus, know where I'm going. This is my moment. Where you see me coming, better run for cover, 'cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster I came to conquer. When you see me coming, better run for cover. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. filled with desire. Head down, but I know I can't deny it. Life is fun when you're a liar. That I've been told I'm gonna paint a new reality. It doesn't take a lot to turn a person into gold. Yeah, I've been getting good at alchemy. And you can stay inside in the dark, but without it you never let go. And when you're done with hiding and you wanna have control, you and I can find a perfect fantasy. Stepped out looking like a small fire, half glass that filled with desire. Head down, but I know I can't deny it. Life is fun when you're a liar.
We're living for the moment now, we're one with the world. I can't lose this feeling I get. My heart's in the right place, and so is my soul, yeah. I won't take no excuses for it. Love it, need it, live it. I feel like something's missing when I do not have it. I feel it in my bones, gotta find my space. These emotions on my face, taking a toll, I gotta pay it forward. I'll give it all that I can. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. I won't, baby. Just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the key. Lifting me, lifting you. Can't go alone, let's do by two. Doing this together, it's me by you. All through the night, all through the night. This is me, this is you. When we get together, we can all pull through. I don't ever wanna stop this groove. Let's get it right. Take it to the Lord, then take it to the grave. Listen to the wise man, tell me what to say. Listen to your heartbeat like it still bleed. A little bit of hope, yeah, it's what we still need. Say a little prayer for the moment. Give what you got, just go in. Can't hold you back if you own it. Live your life like you're chosen. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. I won't, baby. Just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the keys.
Been a while, yeah. Safe to say over a year. Still it feels like I saw you every day. Tired of hanging around the ones that always need an explanation. I don't need to every day. Explain myself, don't hold it against me if I'm somewhere else. Put all the masks that I had on the shelf. Wish I could stay, but it's bad for my head. Something's coming. I wanna be everything I thought that I can never be. Build me up, piece by piece. Figured out all the parts that made me. Used to feel like I belonged to a certain place or a town. Feeling safe, feeling sound when I'm still around. But there's something in the distance. I wanna know what it's like. Don't worry, I'm still with you all the time. Explain myself, don't hold it against me if I'm somewhere else. Put all the masks that I had on the shelf. Wish I could stay, but it's bad for my head. Something's coming. I wanna be everything I thought that I could never be. Build me up, piece by piece. Figured out all the parts that made me. Something's coming. I wanna be everything I thought that I could never be. Build me up, piece by piece. Figured out all the parts that made me. Something's coming. I wanna be. Build me up, piece by piece.
Glasses on, my hoodie's right. Break the door, give me side eyes. Are you feeling yours? Cause I'm feeling mine. Slide back to the future, got my own time. It's sniffing dope to feel right. Got my own high, don't need no lines. Sneaky bitches never ever acting so nice. Alright. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up, man. Take a seat in the back, yeah. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up, man. Take a seat in the back, yeah. Alright, hot damn. Not worrying about man's got a plan. It's not really about the dough, got a time frame. Matter of fact, about to blow up the Hall of Fame. So good, hell I'm all fine. Got a sweet little ooh, and it's all mine. My shoe games, class high, hear it all the time. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up, man. I'ma go get 'em. No time looking back, every day gotta do better. I'ma go get 'em. Blow the roof off for I really want to see, now go tell 'em. About to touch the sky, no helmet. Preparing myself up top, no weapons. On my own, I stop caring. Cause they keep telling me I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
Yeah. And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fierce, cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. And we are never feeling cold again. And we are never feeling cold again. But I can't act like it's easy. It's hard to preach. Cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure. Fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. Cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. Been around the globe, looked around and fitted, seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, not been fitted, seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road. I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. Yes, I was running. I know. I know. Will you follow me under when I'm crumbling? Every night I wonder, will it ever end? Sometimes I can barely breathe, dear. Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Sometimes I don't wanna be here.
Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Will you follow me under? Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Sometimes I don't wanna be here.
I've been working part-time jobs, chasing all my dreams out lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side, I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different.
leader. I got my team up. I've been a dreamer. I switched the scene up. I done got that green up. It don't make me fiend up, but they know I'm being with the rats. Call me the fiend up. Every word. Smoke up, no lean up in my soda. Fresh and clean, got no hold up. I been an outcast, me and scared we told ya. Been in that backseat, facts speak. Move that word, but it ain't no D-R-U-G. M-B-M-U-S-I-C. I'm only human, if you cut the skin, I bet I bleed. And when my back against the walls, put in that work, I leave. I see the vision clear, seeing things that y'all don't see. 2 dubs on the vision, call it 2020. I got my team up, hit it off from rapping, we stacking, getting my green up. Where y'all leaned up, took in a while, trucking a minute a mile, fucking up every style. You in it now, told her my family is proud. Willing to fight and we proud, bitch, I don't wanna talk, I just walk up. 100 bands cash, trying to get on my stock. Love all my fans, fuck on my ops. We just make jams, all I make pops. Girls gon' dance, homies I'll rock. Came too far, and we ain't gon' stop. Gave my life and I took my shot. Yeah, rose up top and I took my spot. Yeah. If it's a problem, then we really ready. Yeah, hunted with me and we for the war. My heart is formed and my vision deadly. I've been dialing in my sights, see it 2020.
I don't want your empathy, I just want another enemy. I'm not gonna change a thing for you. I'm over middle ground, and I really wanna burn it down. I'm not your friend, and I won't pretend I am. So don't reach out, and I mean that. I'm under siege and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a fever pitch, you're at a leisurely pace. I'm unscathed, I'm unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game.
Welcome to the war game.
You're no ally of mine. Your life is a kind of lie, and I know that I won't change your mind. We have no common ground, and we're never gonna figure it out. So don't get friendly, get angry. I'll bury you down by the bar. So don't reach out, and I mean that. I'm under siege and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a fever pitch, you're at a leisurely pace. Unscathed, I'm unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game.
Seeing the stars reminds me of you. You left me with scars, but I know that one day you'll see it through. You give me air to breathe, you give me light to see. When things are out of reach, you bring them back to me, back to me. You see it through, you see it through, you see it through, you see it through. Talking to myself and I can't focus. Yeah, I'm broken. The door is closing. Wanna be a part of something more than this. I've lost control of it. I've lost control. You give me air to breathe. You give me light to see. When things are out of reach, you bring them back to me, back to me. You see it through, you see it through, you see it through, you see it through.
I don't wanna fight it. It's time to let it go. It's time to lose your inhibition. Developing a blind ambition. If you got a match, just go ahead and light it. I wanna see where this is going. We're done with playing games now, knowing, yeah. We've nothing to lose. We lost it that night. We're feeling alright. There's no need to choose. Don't make up your mind. We're feeling alright. 1, 2, 3, 4. Gonna do it like this. Gonna do it like that. Everybody's on that. Gonna do it like this. Yeah, we never look back. Oh, got the parties on tap. Getting rowdy on it. Getting cloudy on it. Got me on the right track. Yeah, you got me on it. Gonna do it like this, cause that's the way we want it. Gonna do it like this. Gonna do it like that. Gonna do it like this. Yeah, we never look back. The shots on my tap. Everybody's on that. Getting cloudy on it. Yeah, we do it like this, cause I like it like that. Yeah. We're going through the motions, in super slow motion. It's time to lose your inhibition. Developing a blind ambition. Fire it up, ignite it. I don't wanna fight it no more. I wanna see where this can go. I'm done with playing around, not knowing, yeah. We've nothing to lose. We lost it that night. We're feeling alright. My eyes are on you, and yours are on mine. We're feeling just fine. Just let it go. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Everybody's on that, gonna do it like this.
we've been friends for a long time now. Always have a good time whenever we go out. But you've been calling me up all the time and sending me signs and giving me them eyes. And you've been saying that you found the one, texting me junk and you wanna talk, but you can't say why. I can't get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why. Feeling lost like I just want a time back time. I'm choked up, tell me how do I say this right? Cause you've been calling me up all the time and sending me signs and giving me them eyes. And you've been saying that you found the one, texting me drunk and you wanna talk, but you can't say why. I can't get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why. But I can't say why. Can't get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why.
I might be tired like the stones they throw, picking up scars and I hold them close. They shot me down, but I got this far. Shine a light on me when my heart goes dark. Cause I never lose faith now. I'm in the flames of an angel flame.
I'm so sorry that I wasn't really there for me. Cause nobody else is showing any empathy. Rudely awake and quiet undertaking. Did I do something wrong? Life isn't easy. Why did you leave me here with my thoughts alone? I don't wanna wake up messed up, cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I need you now, cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. I'm so sorry that I didn't go to therapy. Thinking everybody, even you's an enemy. Brutally awake and quiet undertaking. Did not do nothing wrong. Life isn't easy. Why did you leave me here to get drunk alone? And I don't wanna wake up messed up, cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I need you now, cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. If I am so wrong and so gone, miserable, won't you stick around just for some be visible? But you don't know, you don't care. Leave me to suffer, erase all the doubt. Pouring Jack in my mouth, in a love with enough of the pain and the drugs to be present for now. All I'm right now, I don't wanna wake up messed up, cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I need you now, cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this.
Leave it all in the past, 'cause the war isn't over yet. You lost one fight, but it's not the end. So get back up and fight again. Take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. is your head, but you have to fight again. So take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. With your battle cry. You feel the earth move to the drum of steel boots. Banish the fear inside. You're strong enough that you don't have to hide. No, you don't have to hide. You're strong enough with your battle cry. Brings you to your knees.
Breathing in, breathing out. There's no more room for any doubt. Empty mind, steady hands. Just stay close, stick to the plan. I hear them coming, I hear them coming, and I'm ready as I'll ever be. I hear them coming, I hear them coming down. I'm ready as I'll ever be. Don't give up, don't give in. Don't let me down. Be the one to wipe their grin when they hear this sound. Don't give up, don't give in before they catch a glimpse. I know you'll find the strength within. This is your last chance. This is it, this is not a drill. Hold nothing back, it's sure to kill. In this leap of faith that you're in me too. You stand alone, but I'll watch over you. The clock is ticking, the clock is ticking. A single second could mean everything. Time is running, the time is running out. Don't give up, don't give in. Don't let me down. Be the one to wipe their grin when they hear this sound. Don't give up, don't give in before they catch a glimpse. I know you'll find the strength within. This is your last chance. Now
rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I'm the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Gonna let it burn. Gonna let it burn.
Intel Extreme Masters New York Online is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, AT&T, U.S. Air Force, and GG Bet.
Good afternoon or good evening, depending on where you are in the world. Welcome to yet another game of Counter-Strike. Welcome back to myself and Dan and IEM New York 2020 CIS region. A different beast this time around, Dan. We got Nemiga versus ETHEREAL coming up in a best of 3. Real quick initial thoughts on this one.
It's going to be a difficult game for ETHEREAL. Those are my initial thoughts.
Yeah, I think we can agree on that one. Before we get too far into this this pregame, I just want to quickly remind you guys that we do have more games going on at the same time. Over on the main channel, we have Navi versus Virtus Pro, so definitely keep an extra eye on that as well. Obviously, you can follow along with all the action over at live.intelextrememasters.com. But yeah, as you pointed out, Dan, Nemiga versus ETHEREAL, it's not going to be easy here for ETHEREAL. They've not really had a fun walk thus far. They did take the first map against Winstrike last time we saw them. That was on Nuke, their own map choice, and they won pretty hefty on that one, 16-2. But it looked like Winstrike just forgot to warm up for that game and used Nuke as a warm-up, and then absolutely destroyed them on the next two. So do you think there's much of a chance between these two? Like, do you think there's much of a chance for ETHEREAL to get much done in this one?
No, I think they'll be able to give us a good first map. I think on Nuke. Sorry, I'm getting a bit ahead into the maps there. Spoiler: first map's Nuke. But yeah, I think it should be a relatively simple game for Nemiga. I think Nemiga are a higher caliber team than Winstrike, so that isn't a good look for them, and especially yesterday against Gambit, that was a depressing sight. 16-4 and then 16-0 for Gambit to close that one down. But which is sad, because I do like the ETHEREAL side. It's obviously a lot of sort of long term players on there, so it sucks to not see them doing as well as I'm sure they'd hope to be doing.
Yeah, what is a little bit interesting about this one here for the Group B, here for the CIS region, is that Nemiga are currently sitting right above. Wait, are they actually? Yeah, right above the playoff line, or the playoff divider, if you will. Right below them they have Winstrike, but both of them like on the same record right now, 1-1. I don't think they haven't gone head to head yet. No, they haven't. So we got to see how
Hellraiser, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So we got to see how Nemiga and Winstrike plays out. I believe tomorrow or the next day, soon. Either way, yeah, tomorrow. I see here. No, that's not true. I'm lying again. Later.
You can't
Tuesday.
stop, can you?
I just can't contain myself, man. I'm sorry. But yeah, a bit interesting because Nemiga is one of those teams that we could potentially see towards the top here in Group B. But I would probably put Windstrike there as well. Like Group B is so tough to figure out who's going to be at the top, who's going to be at the bottom. Well, the very bottom I think is pretty clear, at least currently. Ethereal not doing so well, 0-2, and obviously 0 points for that one. Furthermore, minus 35 round difference. That's pretty rough. And the only thing that actually helps them in that one is their first map against Windstrike, where they went 16-2. But with all that, let's talk about the lineups real quick, because as you pointed out, we do have some not necessarily old players, but someone who's been in the game for quite some time. Can you take us through the Nemiga lineup and who you think will step up on this one?
Yeah, for Nemiga, a lot sort of is going to be on speed. Actually, I think he's a pretty consistent performer for them. However, one person I wanted to point out was MDS, because in their opening game against, I think it was Hellraisers, he had such an exceptional performance. He was just light years ahead of everybody in that 2-0 game, and Nemiga took that one pretty handily. MDS, I think he was on a 2.0 KD or something at the end of things. I think it was like 45 kills, and like only 20 deaths. So that was mental. However, against Spirit, he dropped off quite a bit. So it'll be interesting to see if he can pull it back or get back into the groove of things, or whether it was sort of a flash in the pan for him, which I hope it won't be, because I mean, generally he's been an okay performer for the Nemiga side. He's not exceptional. He's not a low liar. So hopefully he's not going to be one of these players who's just up and down constantly throughout the tournament.
What is a little bit interesting about these two teams is that we actually have a head-to-head between these two. Obviously not the exact same team, but Ethereal, the majority of their players used to play under the Unique banner. And if we take a quick look at that, they've played each other, 14 times in the last year, roughly, when Ethereal was known as Unique. And out of those 14 times, Nemiga, is that right? Yeah, Nemiga, they won 10 of them, and Ethereal with only 4 victories. And the 4 victories that they did have were incredibly close and could have gone the way of Nemiga as well. So I think it bodes in the favor of Nemiga here. But before we get too far into it, Ethereal, let us talk a bit about those players, because you mentioned we do have some players who've been in the game for quite some time. Can you take us through like which player do you think is going to be stepping up here for Ethereal for this one?
Zorte, most likely. He's sort of been the player who's had a lot of weight on his back, so to speak. He's been delivering pretty consistently for the team. It'll be nice to see somebody else join him on that sort of level, but it's going to be difficult against Nemiga. It certainly is, and Zorte is going to have to unleash a beast we've never seen before if they want to have a chance in this. But having that is very unlikely.
Yeah, I'll have to agree with that one. I'm hoping that we get to see someone like Belchinok step up. Passionoi is another player that I quite enjoy watching. So I hope we get to see either Passionoi or Belchinok, or hopefully both of them, step up in this game and go head to head with Nemiga. But I have to agree with you. Like even the bookmakers agree with us. GGBet don't think there's much of a chance either. But we are going to be heading into the games shortly. So before we do that, real quick, run us through the veto here, Dan, because you mentioned Nuke already. You had a bit of a bit of a teaser there.
Freudian slip. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, Nuke is going to be the first map, and obviously you mentioned as well 16-2 against Windstrike on that map. Is that them playing just exceptionally, or is that Windstrike having a bit of a rough start, as you say? Because Ethereal, they play Nuke quite a lot. They have very good results on it, especially in like the ESEA leagues that they're banging people out on Nuke. So It's not to the extent of the sort of a 16-2 over win streak, especially not in a series where you end up losing 2-1. So it may be a bit of an outlier, that result, and I think Nemiga are probably going to show that they are likely to take it. I reckon. I think it's going to be a tough map either way, tough series in general. But yeah, hopefully ETHEREAL can at least make the first map interesting. That's what I'm hoping for, and then second coming up, it's going to be Inferno, and it's quite similar to Overpass. It's not a map they really play, ETHEREAL. So I don't even know if there's any point really talking about Mirage at this point, which will be the decider.
I'll have to agree with you on that one. I also think that Nuke was a bit of a blunder when ETHEREAL won over Winstrike with that 16-2. As I pointed out, I think it was Winstrike not... I don't want to say they didn't warm up for the game, but it felt like they didn't show up on the server until that game was over, until that map was over. And then they took over completely from there on out. So I think, as you said, I think Nemiga is going to be a different beast on Nuke, and I think Nemiga are more than ready for this matchup. And then Inferno, as you pointed out, should go in the favor of Nemiga. There's no if, buts, or maybes about that, in my opinion. Mirage, I don't think we'll need it either. You're probably right on that, Dan. Do you have any... Oh, excuse me.
So I was just going to say, especially considering ETHEREAL actually played Gambit, the sort of ex-Gambit youngsters now, on Mirage yesterday, and they lost that 16-0, I believe, or 16-4, sorry, and that was their map pick in the series. So, yeah, it's gonna if it did go to Mirage, it'd be a tough time either way. But I think it'll be a pretty quick 2-0 here from Nemiga.
Now, before we go into the game, I have information we should be heading into it in just a few moments. But before we do so, Dan, quick prediction for this one. Do you think it's going to be that clean 2-0? And do you think there's any chance of ETHEREAL picking up too many rounds here?
I think Nuke, they can pick up some rounds. They can make things interesting, but I think Nemiga are probably going to take the map either way. And oh dear, look at those odds. Before you even get into the pistol round, you're facing down those odds.
Yeah, as pointed out, heavy underdogs here, ETHEREAL, but who doesn't love a good underdog story?
Everybody loves it. And, well, getting to the pistol, a couple kills down for ETHEREAL, but Nemiga, they're going to try and fight back. And I say try as the operative word, as Speedak finds one, but is quickly taken down himself, leaving his teammates Box and Lollipop in a 2-on-4. USP's armor for both of them and ETHEREAL. They've slowed things down. They've taken control of the ramp room. They're just waiting now to see if Nemiga try and push forward, try and find some intel of their own. Because they still have a minute on the clock. There's no rush here. Have a bit of a leisurely pace, see if something's gifted here. And I mean, with Lollipop pushed in through Squeaky, Box is over in main. ETHEREAL now start to look towards this B site. There's nobody down there for Nemiga. They were hoping they might backtrack through the lobby towards the A site, but that gamble hasn't paid off for them. This B site is completely open for ETHEREAL, and now they are just edging the way slowly but surely in towards the site. 25 seconds on the clock. Time is getting a little thin, but they're not going to have any issues getting the plant down. But Nemiga, they'll hear these steps, they'll hear the bomb being planted, and they'll try their best to get something out this round. But a 2v4, it's going to be a difficult one. Box does spot out Robin, take him down. He's going to find a second as well. Now things are interested. Now things start to fall apart. But Kenzie will pick up the pieces and give ETHEREAL that first. That was very, very close.
You can say that again. A bit too close for comfort, perhaps, considering it's a 2-on-4 situation. Look at this here from Box. That's a brilliant shot. Finds the second as well. Lollipop helping out, but Kenzie, definitely the man of that round. He got the opening frag, and then he finds the final two. Big plays there from Kenzie to help them secure the round. But yeah, definitely a bit too dicey here for Ethereal, considering how the round started. I'm not wasting any time though. They go quick for ramp aggression once again.
MDS just chilling behind the smoke. Here's the players around him. Deagle in hand has a couple plays for support, and he might try and strike, and MDS certainly does with the Deagle. This is delightful. Big double for him on that pistol. Box will chime in with another, and it's all falling apart for Ethereal. It's only Passionoi who remains, and with a Galil in hand, he has to find 4. First one comes through, but as he pushes through the smoke, he may get found on the other side. Never mind. Takes down Box, and that is a low HP player. But MDS, he's watching this gap in the smoke. He's got the AK in his hands. And Passionoi may just walk into him, but Passionoi's ready for it himself. Can't quite get the shots. Puts MDS down low. But Nemiga, a huge fight there in ramp room to win.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from Nemiga. And we already see how their individual players are working to try and make this an easy victory for them. We saw them in the pistol round, even though it was a 2-on-4 situation, they still managed to deal a good amount of damage and almost win it out. And here we see MDS landing some beautiful shots with the Desert Eagle and the rest of Nemiga chiming in to make sure that they get that force by victory. Beautiful stuff here from Nemiga early on. Ethereal did manage to secure the pistol, but Nemiga fighting back the earliest chance they get.
I mentioned MDS in the pre-show and whether he can sort of stand up here tall for Nemiga, and a beautiful round comes through, and well, that certainly looks like he'll be able to stand up. See if he continues it though, because I mean they're only 2 rounds in, and Deagle's scout for Belchonok. Ethereal already down a man. Kenzie's Deagle. It shows it's no slouch either. Gets one on towards Box. Bit of panic there for Belchonok, but Kenzie's Deagle is finding kill after kill. That's free for him now. Looking for a lot. And actually taking a lot as well. Speedak takes the peek forwards, but with only 12 points of health, can't really commit to a fight. Needs to be careful of that Molotov near his feet. Kenzie's going to push forward, try and find another shot, but Belchonok will take the kill, and that leaves it all up towards MDS. A 1 versus 2. A Deagle, and now a Galil for Belchonok as he trades out his weapon. 25 seconds on the clock, though. These teams need to get moving. And MDS will get the first and the second. Another multi-kill for him, and this time he clutches out the round for his team.
That's absolutely brilliant here from MDS. High impact player in that round. The most impact in the round came from Kenzie. Makes good sense, seeing as he was wielding the Desert Eagle and hit some gnarly shots with it. But MDS holds his ground in towards Mini, shuts down 1 and 2 to finish off the round and secure another round on the board here for Nemiga. But again, a very close round, and honestly could have gone either way. All thanks to Kenzie, who landed some gnarly shots early on.
This should be a much more sedate round. Just unarmored pistols for the Ethereal side, and they are starting to get picked apart one by one. The Orc Speedak trying to tap away at heads. There goes Passionoi. And that leaves just 2, but the Orc doesn't have infinite ammo. It will run out at one point, and Speedak realizes that as he goes for the shots and runs out of that ammunition. But Belchonok is the last player alive, just 6 points of health, will get finished off in a pretty clean round there. Just one player going down, Jayo. For surviving for Nemiga is a nice little bit of a boost to their economy.
Definitely going to help them out to build up that economy. And they need that, because the last couple of rounds have been very close. At least the previous round, only 1 player surviving. So they needed to get a pretty clean one here to be able to build up that economy for them. Ethereal now with full AK buy. They are lacking a bit of utility though. Don't have full utility, and that could potentially be an issue. Obviously that must be their smokes, right? There are 4 smokes Well, one of them for sure is Nemiga's, but the smokes didn't land what they were supposed to here for Ethereal.
Yeah, a little bit weird towards outside, but hopefully it won't matter too much. The only issue is if they were trying to run a play off the back of that, off the sort of denial of info towards outside that the Nemiga would have to deal with. This time, though, obviously there's huge gaps in those smokes, so quite a lot of information given Nemiga's way. They know that nobody's really pushed towards that yard or towards secret, so they're going to be able to focus on this upper site. And Speedak, he does connect an opening shot towards ramp, but not the kill found. Passionoi is down low. Robin, he's been able to find another kill for this Ethereal side as well, taking down a second player. That leaves Nemiga in a 3-on-5. And look at Passionoi and Robin's HP. They don't have much of it, but it's enough for the time being. As the Ethereal side with 20 seconds on the clock, they need to be careful. Another kill comes through for Belchonok. This time it's Lollipop who falls, and now it's all up to Ajayo. A 1 versus 5, and Belchonok, 4 kills in the round. He's gotten bored of this game already.
Yeah, that's how you're supposed to rock it. Belchonok just checking every single angle. Even though he already cleared 2 players on the A-bomb side, he still checks the close box towards the squeaky door there. Checks every single angle. Just make sure that he doesn't leave anything up to chance. Shuts down the opposition in a strong fashion. Nice little quad kill. The Ethereal, I mean, we mentioned it prior to heading into this one. It is a good match for them. They are already looking pretty savvy on it. They're not looking bad on it, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Pretty even so far. Obviously, Ethereal are on the sort of slightly less favoured T side. Nemiga will be hoping they can get a good assortment of rounds up on the defense. And into this one, pistols only for Nemiga, not really any armor either. But they've been able to go 1-for-1 with a push towards the radio room. Jayo does get traded out by his teammate Speedak. Passionoi could only find the 1, and MDS now with that AK-47 going to commit even more damage as he takes down 1. Speedak's there to help him out with another. And Nemiga, they've secured themselves a 3-on-2, but they've lost the weapon that was in MDS's hands. It's going to be up to these pistols to try and close things down as Box has a bit of a look towards the yard, not going to find anything, as Zorte and Kensi, they're in towards Hell. Box has now spotted them out, but can't find the shot. It is a quick kill for Kensi. 30 seconds on the clock. What do they decide to do? Is it A or is it B? The player's back in towards the ramp. That is Speedak, and he's collected that AK-47. Lollipop is in towards the A site. Needs to be careful. Doesn't want to go down early here. He's spotting intel. He's actually tagged down Zorte, and now he's tagged down himself, looking for the shots. Kensi will finish him off, and it's Speedak 1 versus 2. AK to use, but this Molotov is going to make things very difficult for him, unless, you know, it doesn't even pop. That means that he's very exposed on the side. Provide cover for his teammate. And Ethereal, they make it work in the end. A little bit dicey as Nemiga on just pistols get a few kills.
That's so interesting, though. I think the molly actually landed right above, like, in the opening of the ladder there, which is why it didn't set fire to the floor. I don't think I've seen that before. Maybe I have, and it just wasn't that pretty. I don't know. It could have helped him out massively in that situation, though. Like, in a 1-on-2, you have an AK. If he got a little bit lucky with the first frag there, he might have had the confidence to swing out wide and find the other guy as well. So, very, very close scenario in that round. And especially considering that Nemiga, as you pointed out, didn't really invest heavy into the round. They didn't even have Kevlar.
No. Now they have a lot of Kevlar and a lot of guns. Lollipop is just left with an MP9, but the rest of the team with an assortment of weaponry. Passionoi and Jayo trade damage early on. 2 players towards the garage, an interesting angle that Box will be able to find a kill from. Speedak with 1 as well towards a ramp, trying to back away towards safety. Careful of a player dropping down on his right, and that is Zorte, who will do exactly that. Nemiga, they still hold themselves a man advantage, but they need to be careful they don't give up too much here. Lollipop with the M4 is absolutely stunning. 2 quick kills, and MDS will close out the round. Guns out, Nemiga put another round on the board.
Odds still heavily favoring Nemiga for this one. It makes sense. They were favoring Nemiga going into this one, and seeing as it's not currently 7-0 in the favor of Ethereal, I think the odds are just going to continue to sway in the favor of Nemiga here. Something crazy needs to happen for those odds to shift, even just a little bit, honestly. Like, even if this map goes in the favor of Ethereal, those odds, I don't think they're going to be shifting that much.
No, but it'll provide a bit of comfort.
A little bit of a pat on the shoulder, perhaps.
Yeah, Jayo hasn't found a kill yet. He's 0-3-7. Hopefully that doesn't go on for much longer. Maybe if he just shoots through the smoke here, would find one, but he won't. And instead, it's Ethereal who will pick up a couple kills. Only one of them traded out as they take control of that yard position. Jayo now goes aggressive in towards Squeak. He looks for kills towards the main lobby. Passionoid is positioned a little further in just to make sure that no one of these Nemiga players go for too much intel. Obviously, they've just cleared out the lobby, so that's pretty much all the intel they need, Nemiga. You know that they're not setting up for something towards the A site. At least not from this location, but Passionoid now makes his presence known as Lollipop does have a look for that extra intel, and now it's just up towards MDS and Jayo. With MDS already down on the lower site, Ethereal are going to head up towards A. And I think, if it gets planned today, it may just be Nemiga trying to save these two rifles. I doubt they'll go for much more.
That is sort of the play that makes the most sense currently. Jayo, if he is lucky to find a fracture, they might go for it, but he doesn't. And with that, it's going to be all on MDS. He is, you pointed out, he like, whenever he shows up massively. So there is always that chance, but even so, even if he was feeling the best he's ever felt, you shouldn't go for this. There's just no reason to.
No, they know his position now. He is going to be hunted. Or maybe not, actually. Ethereal. They value their own economy, which is smart. You know that, don't need to throw all our guns at this one player. They can have that AK for next round. Not going to have much around it. MBS could drop a rifle, keep the AK for himself, and they could get a few pistols, maybe one SMG for Speedak. They actually get an SMG on Jayo.
A bit of an interesting buy here for Nemiga. I'm not entirely sure if I necessarily agree with it, but obviously one thing that speaks in their favor here is that they are the favorites for this one, and they should, on all parameters, be better than Ethereal, and due to that, it sort of makes sense anyway. See how I just backtracked my own statement there? In a
Yeah,
simple sentence?
you did it pretty slick. Wouldn't have noticed if you didn't mention it.
Sometimes you just gotta, like, cover all ground, right? So, just make sure that you cover all angles as an analyst.
Got both in and out of the game.
Yeah. That too.
Do you reckon they pick this round up, Nemiga?
There's obviously the chance. Like, Speedak, we've seen him already, how impactful he can be, and he's in a real good position here. The smoke's coming out indicates that they'll push down towards Speedak.
Ooh, that gas.
Gas the smoke here as well. Box finds one sortie completely through the smoke. He lands a sick headshot onto Box. Now they're going to be moving their way back into the A-bomb site. Lollipop finds one of his own. Quick trade coming his way. Now all on MDS and Speedak.
They could attempt this one. Unless they want to carry the AK into the next round as well, but a nice kill from MDS helps to cement the chance as Speedak comes pushing forward as well. Deals with Zorte, now 2-on-1, and Speedak's just going to close it down himself for the Deagle. They actually close the round out.
That's ridiculous,
A
man.
little buy works. Very ridiculous. They'll carry a couple AKs forward as well.
So how that round set up is Ethereal was setting up for the smokes towards the outside, and they had all players there. They wanted to move down towards secret area. Then Bucks finds that one kill, he gets traded off, and due to them finding that trade, they know, okay, Mini is open. That means that we do have potential entry towards the A bomb side. They take that and run with it. And they do manage to find those entries. But yeah. Quick trades coming their way. And eventually Nemiga still managed to secure the victory in the round somehow. Ooh.
Volcanic, calm down, my son. Rampage, 2 quick kills there towards the yard. There is a couple in return from Lollipop, but Ethereal position themselves into a 3-on-2 here, back and forth round, unless these Nemiga players, MDS and Jayo, and get themselves a couple frags here, and I feel like most of it's going to be up to MDS. Jayo yet to find a frag this game, 0, 3, and 9, I believe it was. Not having a fun time so far. MDS definitely is. He's 8 and 3. So if you can find a couple kills, make things interesting. If Jayo just finds 1, there we go. That's exactly what they need. It gets himself on the board, builds maybe a bit of confidence for him, and leaves MDS with a much easier time. But no, MDS can't find the shot. Zorte is quick on the trigger, and careful with his aim as he takes the head off of MDS, and now just Jayo, 13 HP, a 1v2. And I mean, a dream, I guess, but down towards a lower sight. He needs to be careful he doesn't die to the bomb here, because I think if he stays where he is, he will die. But if he goes a bit further out, he should be all right.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird thing here on Nuke, because they changed the bomb radius. You all obviously all know that. It's quite some while ago, but in my honest opinion, I know it doesn't mean that much, but it is my opinion. They overdid it a little bit. So now you can actually, I think he would be fine. Like if he was just sitting on the ramp area, you can stay relatively close to the bomb without taking any damage, which is kind of ridiculous if you ask me. You can sit on the same bomb site as the bomb and barely take any damage at all, even if there's nothing between you and the bomb. So yeah, I don't know. In my opinion, they overdid it a little bit. You can easily hide down towards the B bomb site now, and I think the initial intent on this map was that if the bomb gets planted, both bomb sites are unsafe. Like you can't hide on either of the bomb sites and save your weapon. That is actually possible now, though. I think it's fun. Like, if they did something in between the two, I think that would have been perfect. Because it used to be that you could only really hold on to your weapon in T-spawn or CT spawn. That was a little bit ridiculous as well, because you always knew that your opponents were hiding in CT or T-spawn.
Yeah, because sort of, especially if the bomb's sort of B site, the only way you'd be able to escape would be to run, like, for example, if you're trying to push in from ramp, you'd have to go all the way through ramp and then out through either radio to lobby or hell to sort of CT spawn and try and save that way. So it was a very long run and made saving very difficult. But yeah, as you say, maybe a little bit overdone. Speedak finding one on the scout as Jayo starts to pick up a bit more confidence. A quick double for him as he goes on the flank, and he's aware of that play, or aware of the possibility, and he's going to find the kill as well. That's the first for him. He's looking for the 4th. We'll tag down Zorte low. And he's left in a 1 versus 3 now. Tries to drop down. MDS is ready for him. And a great round from Jayo there towards outside.
Yeah, that's absolutely brilliant. So we have that smoke up close, which allows him to sneak his way forward. And as soon as he hears the player whose job it actually is to watch for that push, as soon as he hears that player making a move over towards the the red container, jumping down actually over towards the red container, he pounces. Like, he moves in behind them, so calm and collected on those kills as well, not going for the wild spray down as we see some players do. Very calm and collected burst action to find both of the kills. Ends up with a nice little array of frags. Belchenok!
Nice attempt. He gets the dink, but it is a kill that went the way of Box. Unfortunately for the Nemiga side, it's been followed up by a few kills from ETHEREAL, and they sit themselves in a 3-on-2. And Robin and Zorte are very low on HP. It's up to MDS and Jayo to try and close out the round for Nemiga. And with a nice goal from Jayo looking for more. He's just been unleashed, hasn't he? Robin. It's now all that remains for ETHEREAL. It was a nice situation for them, but not anymore. MDS will close it down. Great work for Nemiga as they start to produce a bit of a lead now on the CT side.
I just want to preface this by saying it's a joke, but it kind of feels like Jayo, it kind of feels like he hurt you or something. Because you mentioned he hasn't gotten a kill yet, and then all of a sudden he just steps up massively. Like in 2-3 rounds. Pretty sick stuff from Jayo.
Yeah.
And the rest of the team are playing great Counter-Strike as well.
Yeah. Yeah, ever since Jayo started getting kills, they've been fighting rounds. Perfect. I think that's 5 kills in 2 rounds now for him, so good work. And Speedak in position with the AWP from heaven, looking down towards the yard, looking to find any miscreants moving in that direction, and he will indeed get said miscreant. Robin to fall early. It is just pistols for ETHEREAL, but a bit of damage done towards MDS. He needs to try and stand his ground towards a ramp. He needs support from his teammate. That is Speedak who comes in to help. That has allowed a little bit of space towards outside, but Box is finding kills, and it's just Belchonok who remains a 1 versus 5 with a Glock. The default Glock as well. No skin for him, no wins for him. It's 8 on the board.
I hear that I'm not the only one who can do bad puns and dad jokes and all that.
It's a sacred art.
Sure is. Either way, Nemiga. Well, ETHEREAL actually, first of all, they managed to make this an interesting first half. It was incredibly neck and neck the entire way through the first 10 rounds. Now Nemiga, they've sort of pushed their way forward, like with elbows out and all that good stuff, making sure that they take the lead here at halftime. Now the question is, will ETHEREAL be able to find another round? Maybe 2? If they manage to find another round, I think they can be happy with that. If they manage to find 2, I think they can be almost ecstatic with that. 8-7 is a real good halftime score for the T side.
Whether they can find a round relies a lot on this next round. If they can pick up this one, they have a good... Well, obviously they'll have 6, but they'll then actually have a pretty decent chance for 7. Nemiga's economy isn't in the best of states, so they'll have a pretty decent buy through, maybe a couple FAMASs in there to get a bit of extra utility for Nemiga, but... yeah, if ETHEREAL don't actually pick up this one, it's unlikely they find a 6th at the end. It'll probably be a 10-5 half.
I think you're right. If this one goes in the favor of Nemiga, I don't think there's much of a chance for ETHEREAL to bring this one back and find any more rounds for this half. Real quick, I just want to point out that Kenzie and Sorta, they've both been key players for ETHEREAL's 5 rounds on the ball. Belchenok had a few really strong rounds as well, but I think both of those actually went in the favor of Nemiga regardless.
Nice opening. Bashnoy is able to spray down Jayo through the smoke, and the player who's been starting to step up for Nemiga in these past couple of rounds is now out of action. And ETHEREAL, they hold themselves a man advantage. A good start to the round, 1:10 still on the clock to play with as well, so they've got plenty of time to dwindle down and sort of deliberate the plan of action for this round, but maybe a little bit less now as MDS has secured himself a quick kill towards the radio room, trying to halt their advance in that direction, and is able to get out of there as live as well as Passionoi. Look at this position over towards a ramp. He snuck his way through the B bomb site. Is anybody going to be watching for him? MDS certainly isn't, and he takes him down. Passionoi trying to find a little bit more, trying to dance with death towards a player over on that hell position. And look at Robin as well. He's got himself down the secret there. Almost catches Box trying to go down there, but Zorte will find him instead. And now it's up towards Lollipop and Speedak. And as Lollipop tries to drop down, he drops down into the crosshairs of Robin, and Speedak's the only player alive. Oh, he just saves this AWP and to give them a decent buy for this next round. Nice kill to find as well.
What is a little bit interesting about this round is that the round victory actually comes mostly from positioning here from Ethereal. Had a player pushing down through the B bomb fight, moving up on ramp and finding that frag helps them out massively, allows them to push down towards the B bomb site. Then another player, Robin, his positioning was really good as well. Right hot on the heels on his opponent, and giving that information over to his teammates while just holding the drop down and vents portion. Very strong round here for Ethereal, picking up those 6. And Nemiga, they still have the money to potentially make this a 9th for them. But regardless, I think this is a really good half for Ethereal. Excuse me, Ethereal.
Yeah. Especially taking away that gun at the end of the last round, that the AWP, that's had to be rebought by Nemiga. Box had quite a bit of cash and did drop it over towards Speedak, but it limits a lot of the utility that they can bring into this round, both for Speedak and for Box, as they're both left with pretty much nothing. Box as a smoke, Speedak has absolutely no utility. So Nemiga, very light. Robin will, in the last round of the half, purchase himself some dual Berettas up to go alongside his AK-47. It's the full buy versus full buy, but with an early kill going the way of Belchonic. Ethereal. They need to close this one down, give themselves a 7th, and as you say, it looks like a pretty decent half for Ethereal, whether they get this one or not.
Yeah, in my honest opinion, not bad at all.
Yeah, they could actually have a chance of picking up the map if they can continue this, because Passionoi, he's found himself another kill. Things looking grim for Nemiga in this round, with Jayo and Box both gone. It's going to need individuals to step up for Nemiga to find some multi-kills, and with 2 of them down towards the B site, ensuring that that location is secure. It leaves Lollipop up towards the A site, and he's going to be under a lot of threat in a moment. He's going to be under a lot of pressure. He has 11 kills to his name, needs to rack up a couple more here as they push forward. He can certainly get 1. There goes Beltronic. Can he find a 2nd? Yes, that is exactly what Nemiga needed. He even gets a 3rd, and now Speedak comes in for support. Huge frags from Lollipop, and it's all over in the round. Speedak will close it down. 9th at the final whistle there for Nemiga. We'll be going to a very short break now.
If it's a problem, then we really ready. Yeah, honey with me and we for the war. My heart is formed and my vision deadly. I've been dialing in my sights, see it 2020.
I don't want your empathy, I just want another enemy. I'm not gonna change a thing for you. I'm over middle ground, and I really wanna burn it down. I'm not your friend, and I won't pretend I am. So don't reach out, and I mean that. I'm under siege, and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a favorite pitch, you're at a leisurely pace. I'm unscathed, I'm unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game.
Welcome to the war game.
Welcome back, everyone, to the second half between Nemiga and ETHEREAL here at the first map in their best of 3. It's new, it's chosen by ETHEREAL. They played pretty well for the first half, but the odds are still ever in the favor of Nemiga. Makes sense, they are the favorites for this one. But can they show it here on their T-side? Robin! Oh my god! P2K
Blinky, you miss it.
Out in full force. That's insane.
Yeah, this replay is needed because I feel like not many people will have seen it. Oh, it was gone before you even knew, and great work. That'll help ETHEREAL close in a little bit further to this Nemiga side. 9-7 still with Nemiga in the lead, but they need to get this T side going pretty shortly for fear of ETHEREAL really racking up too many rounds and building up a decent economy behind them. As if this round goes cleanly for ETHEREAL, they'll have themselves a nice old economy. And then they can run a bit of a bonus round, you know, try and put up as much as they can. These couple MP9s, if they're ever able to find multi-kills, that's going to be quite a lot of cash coming in towards the ETHEREAL bank accounts. It's $600 per kill. So what's a not going to be able to spot Box, who's able to sneak his way around the corner, keeping his head down. He's all the way to decon now, and the only issue is that means the door needs to be opened. Is there going to be any sneaky business from Nemiga to try and time it with the squeaky door? Looks like they are getting Lollipop into position to do that. There we go. Yeah, I've seen it before, but I feel like ETHEREAL are still aware of the situation and aware of the possibility. Is yeah, there we go. Zorte finds him. And I mean, an attempt. But this should just be ETHEREAL closing down now. Robin will get himself a triple. As ETHEREAL find 8.
Yeah, as you pointed out, like the squeaky timing with decontamination is not something new. It's something we've seen many times before, in fact. But it's not a smart play, in my opinion. And
yeah,
I always get happy when I see it done, because it really gives you a real good opportunity of having that lurk player from the B bomb side causing havoc in the round. So good on them for going for it at least, and it shows that they know what they're doing here on the map. So that's a good sign.
Lollipop. He's already down on 20 HP. That's not good. And it's not good at all for the Nemiga side. Ethereal, they're running their weapons from the previous round still. Well, they've been able to switch out one of those SMGs, get an extra rifle up, and I mean, Beltronic's still going to roll with his MP9. As Nemiga, they have 5 AK-47s and the smoke wall to land outside. Start pushing forward. Kenzie is trying to view up on top of the smoke. He does drop down and trying to find the angle. He gets one, but Box is quick on the trade. Has been able to push past that angle already. And now, a 4-on-4, Beltronic has to drop himself down from that ramp to try and consolidate this B site. I'm not sure if he was spotted there as he opened the doors. I'm not sure if he was able to get round the corner in time. Either way, he's not to find a kill. So MDS will trade him out. Speedak has fallen. And Lollipop, MDS are just finding everything here. Huge kills to come through, and it leaves it all up towards Robin, who's been able to find multi-kills galore so far on this CT side. This one may be a stretch too far for him, though. A 1 versus 3. Probably just saves the rifle here.
Go for another triple kill, please. 9 kills in 3 rounds. Do it. Nah, you're absolutely right, Dan. There's no reason to go for it in a situation like this, because as you can see on the right-hand side, Salty is very limited in his economy. Holding onto this weapon allows Salty to get a weapon for the next round as well, so makes perfect sense that he just backs off. It is the exact right thing to do in a situation like this. You don't even want to sit too close and try and hold off for exit frags. You just want to get out of there and make sure you hold onto your weapon. So good on Robin on that at least.
Hooray for Robin.
Hooray for the double digits here for Nemiga. 10-8. Still a lot closer than I thought it was going to be going into this one. Honestly, like Ethereal, they're already pushing double digits, and I wasn't expecting them to get double digits here on Nuke. I must admit, maybe I gave them a bit too little credit on this map.
Certainly no slouches, as they're proving here. Well, that's unfortunate. I'll say that. It's a quick triplet, quadruplet of kills. And Nemiga, they find 11 before you can even start play-by-play. Oh dear, just Zortate, who's trying to hold on to an AUG, an AUG. Hoping that they don't find him, but as they smoke closer and closer, it's like a creeping barrage. And there's the nade that comes in as well. He hasn't spotted out. He's trying to stay alive, but it's a clean round for Nemiga. 11 on the board and no saving for Ethereal at all.
Very good teamwork on that chase as well. So first they throw that smoke down very, very deep, which denies him vision of anyone. Then they throw a nade towards the position where he could be sitting. Turns out he was sitting exactly there, so he's forced to back off. Then the flashbang, good timing on that as well. And 3 players pushing in at the exact same time. Nemiga, they're done. They're done playing games. They want to get this done and dusted and send us over to map 2, it seems.
Go on, Robin. Get a kill with the Zeus. Do it! No! So little... Or so much anticipation for so little reward. The Nemiga, they're just going to clean up this one against the unarmored pistols. Should be a 12th. And I was going to mention last round, Jayo, after having those couple multi-kill rounds, has dropped off towards the end again and into the start of the second half. He does find another kill last round. We'll be hoping he can find some more before the game is out. I think he's on 7 at the moment, so... I mean, he's not needing to find lots of kills at the moment. His team are doing plenty. As Box finds another. And another. These are just Zortate, all in his lonesome, USP in hand, and 1 versus 5.
He's super far away as well, out towards the big garage. Creeping his way a little bit forward towards the end there to try and see if he could get lucky, but obviously didn't want to overextend. There was no reason to hold on to the USP here, but at the other, on the other hand, there's no reason to give that kill away to your opponent. If you're losing your life to someone on an AK, it doesn't matter all that much. It's not like they get a massive economic advantage from killing you, but it's also about the morale and the... I guess if you die to someone who's already having a good game, his confidence is just going to get boosted more and more, and he's going to be feeling it completely. Loving this molly.
Loving all the utility towards A. Looking pretty good. There is a bit of a gap in that smoke, though, for the smoke wall. I mean, lucky there's nobody watching it, because as it fades, are still creeping across. So, I mean, ETHEREAL could have had a chance for a kill or two there if they were holding that cross, but instead they'll leave Zorte over down towards the B site. He does open the double doors to fake that he's moved in towards the site rather than to the other side as that Molotov comes through. They're going to flash it anyway to clear the angle, which is good, but they actually aren't going to peek along with that flash, surprisingly. I think maybe they're trying to bait out some shots, try and find intel, but nothing will be given up by Zorte as now they start to push around the corner. He gets one, and now he has support from his teammate Belchonok, who will find a second. They both take a lot of damage, but it's the kills that matter, and Kenzie will find another. Leaving it all up for Jayo and Boxes. Trying to find the shot. Jayo does get it, but a dink in return leaves him feeling a little unwell. But with Box for support, they have been able to at least bring it into just a one-man disadvantage, so they found a couple kills. Even if they don't win out the round here, which it doesn't look likely with only 13 seconds on the clock and the bomb needing to be recovered as they start to progress in towards this B site. They need to get that bomb planted, and, well, they're not going to be able to. It's Belchonok. 3 kills for him in the round. He'll take them both down. Give ETHEREAL a 9th, but a couple kills found at least for Nemiga does ensure that the economy isn't able to skyrocket early on.
Yeah, good point, well made. A couple of frags going through for Nemiga is pretty much all they could hope for in that scenario. They managed to get those frags, and that's pretty important. But yeah, you pointed it out very well in that scenario as well, where they threw the molly, and he decides to open the door to try and bait that he's moved in towards the bomb site. They still check it though, so again, good on Nemiga for covering all the angles, but that was a smart play, trying to mind game his opponent.
Another note on that as well, sorry, is that it not only forces them to think he may have gone left, but it also forces them to have to watch that angle as well as they peek around the corner. They have to split their attention, whereas if the door was closed, it's basically like there's a wall there. They don't need to worry about somebody being in, like, don't need to worry about checking that left side angle, because there's nobody able to have a sight line from that angle if the door's closed. So if it was closed, they'd be able to double peek that angle, probably trade the kill at least. Whereas they have to sort of peek facing each other, the Nemiga players. So one player's looking towards the door, the other's looking towards the corridor, which is just a little interesting note on that. But into the next round was only 50 seconds of it. This has been a slow build up to this one. Nemiga taking a bit of control towards the yard. Kenzie is in towards lane. Is he going to get taken down? He will get traded at least, as the kills come through for the ETHEREAL side. They're finding almost everything. Lollipop, a huge 2k though. Maybe not the 21k as his name suggests, but Belchonok and Zorte, the last two alive. 25 seconds on the clock, and Lollipop will get that bomb down. And I said, maybe not the 21k. He's only a couple kills off that for the game as he dunks down Belchonok low. Down to 40 HP as he climbs his way up that ladder towards heaven, and now a 2v2. The position of Belchonok is known. Lollipop's going to be watching that to ensure that his teammate over towards the CT vent is safe, and the speed that's providing support for his teammate as well. York finds both of those kills. And Nemiga finds 13. Great stuff from Lollipop, though.
Yeah, I agree entirely. Lollipop, good control on the aggression there. Beautiful stuff once again. Nemiga just playing real well together. Making sure that they check the angles. This time around, I believe it was Kenzie who was sitting at CT vent. Actually gets a frag. No, it was Robin. Never mind. It was Robin. Actually managed to catch a frag and sit in a pretty good position to potentially find a little bit more. But he got traded out immediately. Nemiga picking up their 13th. sitting in a pretty comfortable spot right now, Nemiga.
Oof. Nice shot from Zorte. But with pistols, it's not really a round. It's the Ethereal we're hoping to win, just trying to find a little bit of damage. They do take down Jayo. And sit in a one-man disadvantage right now. It should be a 14th for Nemiga here. Unless something spectacular comes through from one or multiple of these Ethereal players. I mean, Kenzie with the Deagle has seen what he's capable of. Can certainly find multiple kills with that weapon, and Nemiga needs to be mindful of that fact. As Robin sits with a P250 on that A site. There's Kenzie right now. He's down towards B. Probably not going to get a chance to catch players on the entry in. Might have to make that Deagle work on a retake if the situation allows. But actually, they start to move towards a ramp, and Kenzie is in a perfect position. Crossfire with his teammate Belchonic. They can find kills. Kenzie gets one, looking for more. All of his teammates are dead. It's him against the world, and he's still trying to find damage. There's a second kill. They need to take him down, and finally, Box will deal with him. But 2 kills found. As I say, he's more than capable of multi-kills on that weapon.
Yeah, so again, Ethereal managed to deal some economic damage to Nemiga. The problem here is that Nemiga have had pretty good control of the economy on their T side the entire way through. So it's been tough for Ethereal to find much success here on their CT side. They've been closed down pretty much every single time that they've gotten close to finding something. I said they were pushing double digits. I said that quite a while ago when it was 10-8 in the favor of Nemiga, but they're still pushing double digits. And the question is, will they continue to push it, or will they eventually land on it? I don't know, man. Ooh. It's rough at this point for Ethereal. Again, the economy is... Yeah, exactly. The economy is so good for Nemiga. If they lose this round, Nemiga will still be able to buy up. Ethereal, if they lose this round, they'll probably be out of this map.
Yeah. And out of the game as well, most likely, with, isn't it? It's... Let me just double check.
Inferno.
It's Inferno. Yeah, that's the one. I was just making sure in my head it wasn't Overpass.
Yeah, it could have been, because Overpass is a really good map for Nemiga, so that would have made sense.
Yeah. Yeah. But if Ethereal don't pick up the round here, double digits will seem like a bit of a fantasy. They're just not going to have the cash to go for another big attempt around and spam from the vents to try and catch a player on the catwalk. A little booty sticking out the smoke there as well. MDS spots it, almost shoots it. Realizes it's his teammates, he can spot that ass from a mile away. See that? Box, they're finding kills, and the Ethereal side there finding defeat. Passionoid needs to try and push in, does find one, but Jayo is quick on the trade, and that was his second kill of the round, Passionoid, but his teammates just can't find anything themselves. Robin and Kenzie, the last two alive, are 2 versus 3. Kenzie's going to be working his way slowly in towards a ramp position, and he gets one on towards Box. That gives an access point, but Jayo will deny the other side as Robin falls. It's now a 1 versus 2, and Kenzie's time is running out. He has a kit, but just not enough time. He'll save the Org. It'll be 15 for Nemiga. This Org is going to come in use next round. This is difficult.
Kenzie realizes pretty quickly that a 1-on-2 situation is not favorable at all, ever. And obviously, as you pointed out, they need some sort of firepower in this round, because it is potential to be the final round here on Nuke. They need everything they got. They need to push it all forward. It's all in or bust at this point here for Ethereal. And it's
all it doesn't
the firepower
look too good.
Yeah, the firepower is barely there.
Ooh, okay. 2-man push towards Radio gets a 2-man kill. He's survived on 1 HP. Belchonic. Actually, Kenzie going down. As Nemiga at least find one in return. Jayo down on low HP as well. Needs to be careful. I think to try and even things up. Lollipop having the chance to have a little bit of a dice there, but Robin over the top of Hut will quickly eliminate that chance as the MP9 guns him down at close range. Speedak really needs to try and find an opening here if they want to close the game down here, but Ethereal, they're looking for 10. They might just do it here. They might just do it. And Jayo, he has the right idea. He actually takes down Robin through the fence. He gets the kill. Robin steps forward into the crosshairs of Jayo. Jayo was shooting a little bit too far forwards, and now Speedak trying to push out of the hut. He's going to drop a smoke towards main, a Molotov towards lobby to cover his back, and he's going to get that bomb planted. But with his teammate going down, he'll get off the bomb plant to take him in return. They tried to go for the peak on the last two players, but they're pushing forward together. And Ethereal, they do find a 10th. A little bit dicey, though.
That's a real nice shot there from Jayo, and then like to get off the bomb in that scenario and find the frag on the player who just killed your teammate is pretty good stuff as well. Very well played from the final couple of players there from Ethereal, though, that they stuck together. Had one player continue to push above and the other one on the opposite side above or even jump down. That would have given him 2 one-on-one situations and would have made it possible for him to clutch it out. Belginot using the edge of his screen there to see the gap, see when anyone was crossing. Something that we see all the time on Inferno, actually, over towards the archers.
I mean, you have a pretty decent buy here. We'll get the 4 AKs, the AWP for Speedak through. But it's Ethereal, who still maintain a lot of control right now. Smokes towards outside come through for Nemiga. It's interesting that their second smoke lands so late compared to the first. Or rather, I guess the first smoke lands so late compared to the second, technically.
I know what you're trying to say.
Because usually you'd want them either drop at the same time or even just the first one slightly before the second. So perhaps the first one's sort of fading as you're already sort of passing the second one. It's interesting though, but maybe just need to adjust their timings a little bit for that one, Nemiga. Robin is able to find one. A quick trade from the T side though, and Passionoid. Oh, this is exceptional. Gets one from the squeaky position, but he commits to the fight, and Lollipop, well, he will get traded out by his teammate Speedak. 7 seconds on the clock. They'll get the bomb planted. Belchonok's going to try and push in through the hut, and this is for Ethereal to try and stay alive. It's 3-on-3, and Speedak's going to leave it in a 3-on-2. The AWP is pretty proficient, you'd say. Definitely, he's used to that weapon. And Zorta's going to try and take him off it. A lovely shot, the one to Jayo, and with Speedak just on 2 HP, Kenzie will take him down. It's all up towards Box, who will take one of these last 2 Ethereal players, and it's going to be a stick. Kenzie's actually pulled off it by the spray, and Box commits to the fight. But Kenzie will get the defuse, as you say. He has a kit, he has the time, and Ethereal have 11. They'll just about stay alive. A 2v3. Just about for them.
I was sitting here getting all ready for camera and everything, and we have another round at the very least. Potentially even more than that, because the money is not great any longer here for Nemiga. Bit interesting is that Box, I think that was actually a misbuy from Box, because he had a good amount of money, so I think he forgot to check whether or not his teammates had a lot of money as well. You typically don't want to go for a hero by this late into the game.
No. Especially when he dies instantly. That's the AK gone in a very difficult to recover position. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Nemiga, what are you doing? This is not enjoyable to watch anymore. I don't like money misplays. do Nemiga buy up in the next round? Because, I mean, they've lost this round already, pretty much. I mean, it's just pistols now, but...
It depends entirely on how...
too soon yet again.
It might be.
This cannot be the way Nemiga wins. Please do not let this be the way Nemiga wins, Ethereal. I won't be able to deal with it. Jayo finds another. It's all up towards Robin. He's able to stay alive. He's taking a lot of damage, though, and it's Jayo 1 versus 1. He has an AWP. He has armor. He's going to head up towards that A site. Robin's going to try and race him there. He misses the jump into the vent, though, and actually isn't committing too quickly to the push. Jayo's going to go for a very risky plant, in fact. Robin doesn't quite tell which side it is for a moment. But as Jayo gets the plant, he's actually going to fall back to behind the silos. And Robin, why has he shot the gun? That gives his position up. Now Jayo knows exactly where he is. Robin's going to try and deploy a smoke. Jayo's going to push around the corner. Oh, he gets it through the smoke, and Jayo, he'll do it out with a pistol. And Nemiga, they win it off the back of a pistol by a hero AK round.
I certainly didn't think that was going to go the way that it did, Dan. First of all, I didn't expect for Ethereal to get that many rounds on the board. Second of all, I didn't expect for Nemiga to win that final round either. What a first map in this best of 3 series, Dan. Like, not at all what I expected for this one. Nuke, obviously chosen by Ethereal. We see why. They're pretty solid on it. I think the odds were 1 point something, 1.17 maybe, to 5 point something at the very start. And it just kept going in the favor of Nemiga there. But even with the vetoes coming through, the odds still were heavily in the favor of Nemiga. And rough one here for Ethereal. They fought well, but didn't manage to pull it through at the end. Can you tell us a little bit about what if it went as we expected for this one, or how do you feel about it then?
Yeah, sorry, I just got jump scared by something on my second monitor. Sorry, apologies. It probably looks like I had a panic attack or something there. That was super loud.
I hope
sorry
it wasn't
about
me.
That. But, no. You're on my main monitor. You always are. But yeah, I mean, Ethereal, they did pretty well. I sort of how I expected it. Maybe, I think, as you say, a little bit better. You mentioned a little bit better than you expected them to do. They could have pulled it a little bit closer, dropping the ball there against pistols. I mean, I'm not even going to include the AK as part of that round because it did absolutely nothing. It ran towards main and died instantly. So pretty solid there for Ethereal. But in the end, I mean, they've lost their map pick, and now it's going on to Inferno. It's going to be a 2-0.
Yeah, exactly as Dan said, Inferno is coming up next. We do believe it's going to be a 2-0, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't stay watching, because we'll be back very shortly after a quick break.
On Intel Extreme Master Certified PCs, you'll find a gold badge. It means you'll find brilliance inside, that you'll get high-grade components like Intel Core i7 and i9 processors that'll deliver the uncompromised performance you need to game like a pro. Not to mention, every purchase supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
If you want to know what you're good at and, well, also what you suck at, check out csgohub.com. Coming!
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names or I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down. Never fade out. Never fade out.
In paradise, the sun never goes, it's a feeling. We watch the waves wash over the shore, the horizon was blinding. This could be the end of the world as we know it. Or this could be the end of the world as we know it. And we never thought we'd get this far. I'm gonna stay true. These songs I wrote for you, oh, they make me blue. They make me blue. What did you say to me? You wanted to be free. Do you believe? I want you to believe. I want you to believe. I want you to believe. In paradise we burn through the night, getting brighter. And the sun never goes, and the sun never goes, and the sun never goes, and the sun. This could be the end of the world as we know it. Oh, this could be the end of the world as we know it. And we never thought we'd get this far. I'm gonna stay true. These songs I wrote for you, oh, they make me blue. They make me blue. What did you say to me? You wanted to be free. Do you believe? I want you to believe. I want you to believe. I want you to believe. I'm gonna stay true. These songs I wrote for you, oh, they make me blue. They make me blue. What did you say to me? You wanted to be free. Do you believe? I want you to believe. I want you to believe. I want you to believe.
Out of the shadows, I've come to make a name. Ready for battle, 'cause I got a throne to claim. Think that I'll crumble, I'll show you a mistake. Where you see me coming, better run for cover, 'cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster again. be on my feet, forget all of my fears, cause I know my destiny. I feel a champion waking inside of me. It's set in motion, the legend's spoken. This is my moment. Can't break my focus, know where I'm going. This is my moment. Where you see me coming, better run for cover, cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster I came to conquer. When you see me coming, better run for cover. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. I've been running over all the corners of my mind, trying to find a story to believe. And I've been getting sick of how I'm spending all my time, searching for a way to find relief. And I can stay inside, go to sleep, but I feel like I need to let go. And I can spin a web of any story that I like, but tonight I wanna make a masterpiece. Stepped out looking like a small fire, half glass and filled with desire. Head down, but I know I can't deny it. Life is fun when you're a liar. I'm just trying to learn from all the things that I've been told. I'm gonna paint a new reality. It doesn't take a lot to turn a person into gold. Yeah, I've been getting good at alchemy. And you can stay inside in the dark, but without it you never let go. And when you're done with hiding and you wanna have control, you and I can find a perfect fantasy. Stepped out looking like a small fire, half glass and filled with desire. Head down, but I know I can't deny it. Life is fun when you're a liar.
We're living for the moment now, we're one with the world. I can't lose this feeling I get. My heart's in the right place, and so is my soul, yeah. I won't take no excuses for it. Love it, need it, live it. I feel like something's missing.
Intel Extreme Masters New York Online is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, AT&T, U.S. Air Force, and GG Bet.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna break down real quick that first map. Well, there's not. We did kind of break it down. There's not a whole lot left to break down, honestly. It went better than expected for Ethereal. What I meant to say is we're gonna have a quick look on this second map coming up in just a few moments. Real fast for this one, Dan. Is there any chance at all?
No. No chance.
To be fair,
I'm sorry,
asked
Ethereal.
for,
I love you guys.
I asked for a real quick one, and you brought it. Okay, but
Yeah.
you're right. Last time Ethereal played this map was against Force, for the closed qualifier, and that was 16-10. So yeah, Nemiga, big favorite for this one, should be able to close it down very simply.
Well, Chonux is trying to do him dirty with an unsilenced USP. He gets what he deserves. A bullet through the brain. And now Passionoy is left 1 versus 4. If he does pick up 1 onto speed, but a quick refrag from Jayo is all that Nemiga needed. Very quick pistol round.
Yes, indeed. I thought for a hot moment there, I thought that Ethereal actually had the upper hand in that pistol, because it seemed like they were ready for what Nemiga had coming for them. They set up for a pretty good defense over towards top of middle, but the approach towards top of middle there from Nemiga was very clever. The first couple of players decided to hop in towards top of mid, which allows the rest of the players right behind to focus on the two defenders. And yeah, first frag went in the favor of Ethereal, but then all Nemiga from there on out. And I think that's going to be sort of an indication of what we have to come on this one.
Yeah. Just pistols for Ethereal. They have force for everything, and they're going for a gamble stack towards B as the utility starts raining towards A. They're just going to play for the safe here. They'll keep the weapons up for the next round. They're not going to attempt anything here. I think once they felt the ace pressure, they just thought, you know what, we're not going to be able to do anything. We may as well just save these pistols, maybe be able to find an opening and sort of roll with that in the next round. Allow Nemiga this second, because we're not going to be able to do anything here and try and dislodge them from this A site. You can see Nemiga just hunting for frags already. They're trying to take as much away from Ethereal going into that next round as possible. And yes, it's hunting. Mac 10 in hand. He's looking angry. He's looking ferocious as he's looking for kills. But Kenzie will at least take down Lollipop. The MPS close range just jumps around the corner. Gets one. Kenzie's Eagle, we said in the last map of Nuke that it's so deadly and can find multi-kills. It gets a couple there. A little bit of damage done towards the Nemiga side. And only 3 weapons carried forward for Ethereal in the end.
Ethereal down by 2, but definitely not down and out. We did mention it though, like this is not a good map for them. They don't have any maps on record under the Ethereal banner. They have played it in the past as unique, but it's been quite some time. And even back then they weren't great on Inferno, so I kind of have to reiterate that it's just not looking great here for Ethereal, and I think that's a bit of an understatement, actually.
Yeah, it'll be a tough map here. I mean, already it's not gone off to the best of starts for Ethereal. Already a map down after Nuke. And things looking like a quick 3-0 here, but Beltronic's Deagle has at least found one. Can they find any more? Through a smoke, not really going to connect anything. It's the bomb being planted. It's in a safe spot. And that Molotov will just force them back in towards a Ruins position. All 4 of these players for Ethereal sort of struggling to find any entrance towards this site with a smoke down towards the coffin. So wide open gap to try and cover if they want to push through CT, it's not going to be easy. MBS towards the back of sight with the AK. Actually going to get nailed by Belchonic. Jayo's AK looking pretty hot with kills as he does find himself a triple in the round. And Nemiga find a triplet on the board.
Third round in the favor of Nemiga as Ethereal now finally has enough money to buy up completely. You see a nice little headshot action coming through there from Belchonok with the Desert Eagle. I do want to point out though, Belchonok is one of those players that I mentioned in, like, last time we saw this team. I mentioned that he was probably going to be one of the players I look forward to watching, because I've seen him in pretty much every single qualifier for the last 7 years. And it's real good to see him at an actual event now. Granted, it's still online, but it's still, like, it's nice to see him on a solid team and trying to grind it out with a bunch of guys instead of always being on a mixed team. And they're actually getting places. Sure, they're not doing so hot and heavy for this event, but at least they made it to the event.
Yeah, and I mean, there's still obviously some good points to take from this. It's obviously a lot of experience for these guys. Obviously being able to play against the likes of sort of Nemiga, sort of the other teams as well, like Windstrike and Gambit as well as other teams in that group that are yet to come. So yeah, it's gonna be a lot to take away from this one. And Kenzie has been an absolute star for this Ethereal side, especially on pistols. But for now, find a little bit more pushing in towards this A site. Speed with one, and Robin, he can only manage one before he's taken it down. Kentsy's still in towards a pit looking for shots. M4 A1S, this sort of range isn't the best, but his teammates now coming in to provide assistance. Leave it all up towards box, hemmed in towards the site, needs to find a quick kill here. And can he find it? No, Belchonic will get himself a double and will secure a first for Ethereal. Nice work.
Pretty important gun round here for Ethereal as well. It's something that we mentioned on Nuke, that Nemiga had pretty good control of the economy pretty much the entire way through on their team side. So for Ethereal to be able to pick up the pistol here the gun round should help them avoid a similar situation on this map. I think this gives Ethereal a real good opportunity of not letting that economy run away from them and keeping sort of a damper on the Nemiga economy. That being said, we still have enough money for Nemiga to reinvest into this round. AKs on every single player. Good amount of utility on everyone except for Lollipop. Lollipop doesn't have any utility, so he decided to help out with the weapon situation. Good timing on that molly. Denies the peek. We saw the flashbang getting thrown over. That typically indicates that you want to go for a peek. But the molly obviously denies that completely, and they're forced to fall back.
Nemiga will turn their attention towards this A site. And the bomb looking towards top mid here. Lollipop's having a bit of a clear of the apartments, and together they'll push clear that brackets position, get control, and actually off the back of that they want to now divert back towards B. 3 players in that location for Ethereal. Jayo has been sticking around in Banana to make sure there's not too much control mustered, and Fashionoid, he gets one. Forte will eat a nade, and Bolshonic's Molotov will actually pick up another. So Ethereal, they've been able to find a lot of damage here with these 3 players towards the B side, but back of that Nemiga, they're going to try and barrel towards A, and Kentsy is ready and waiting. Lollipop trying to go through the smoke. Maybe not the best idea he's ever had, as he's greeted by Kentsy on the other side. He'll find himself a second, leaves it all up towards Speedak. A 1 versus 3. And the bomb on his back, but only 20 seconds to play with it. Robin's still in towards the site and spots him out. Speedak still finds the kill, and actually now, given the chance, but Sorte, great shot. I'm not sure if there's a gap in that smoke he used or if it was just a timing, a gut reaction for that one.
And no matter what it was a good round here for Ethereal. And we do see a tactical timeout getting called off the back of that from Nemiga. Again, makes pretty good sense. What doesn't make a whole lot of sense is the buy we see from Lollipop. I'm not sure if that was necessarily a misbuy, or if he was just quick on deciding that they wanted to force up in this round. They do decide to go for the force buy, and I can see it working out. One of the reasons why I can see it potentially working out is because they've managed to deal economic damage on Ethereal in that previous round, so they've managed to keep them somewhat low on their economy. Problem is that they give them a real good opportunity to take the lead here. And obviously you want to make sure that you take care of your own economy, your opponent's economy, and the amount of rounds on the board. Nemiga still in the lead, but that could change shortly. Seems like they might want to consider going for something rather explosive towards this B bomb plant though.
Yeah, held back by utility for the time being. There's a bit of a hole in that smoke that it's looking through, and up on the booze, Belchonok finds a shot, but not without consequences. He's down to 5 HP. That Tech 9 dinked him up immediately. Luckily, though, no follow-up tag, and he's able to back away towards a site, regroup with his teammates, but now these pistols pushing forward, and look at Chayo. He's just gone straight through the CT push. Gets one with the Mac 10. He's traded out by Belchonok. That low C still finding shots, and Passional, he can only manage one. Speedak will eventually deal with Belchonok. A 2v2 acquired, and Nemiga, they're going to be able to get the bomb planted here. A lot of damage done. Speedak picking up a rifle, but Lollipop's now left. CZ in hand. Does get the trade kill, but does he have much ammo in that weapon? You think he's trying to get towards the gun. Zorte's watching the cross, and pretty simple shot from down the AWP, but 4 kills found. The bomb planted for Nemiga. A pretty decent round overall there.
Yeah, the problem here for Nemiga, though, is that puts them sort of in no man's territory. Because they're more or less forced to force once again, because they managed to deal so much economic damage, and they get the bomb down. Had they not gotten the bomb down, they probably would have gone for a bit of a minimalistic buy here, but getting the bomb down and dealing so much damage towards your opponents, they pretty much have to force into this one, and that's exactly what they'll do. The question is, how much will they get out of it? Real quick, I want to point out that the patience there from Sorted, just watching one CT for so incredibly long, is big brain play. He knows that his opponent has to go for some sort of surprise play, and he just waits that one out. Good little Nate action coming through here, though. Pashanoi sending it down, taking care of Buck. Buck's found the first frack. Speedak, good one on to Robin.
Nemiga been able to give themselves a lot of space early in the round. Still a minute on the clock. Kenzie, though, still alive. He's able to equalize things, but only for a hot second, as it's now all up towards Zorte. A 1 versus 2, and with the bomb planted on that A site, MDS is going to be playing from the pit. He has his teammate in towards the site. That nade, not going to do too much to MDS. It's a little bit astray from him. And Zorte, I think, is he going to actually go for this one? Probably just saves it. Just trying to deny them an exit route from that site by the looks of things. Doesn't want to stick around for too long, though. Wants to give himself a bit of safety as he does spot one crossing, and as the up shot rings out, Nemiga will know now, you know what, let's not peek down mid. Oops there. Let's just take the safe route out, keep these both these guns alive, and head into the next round with that lead.
Yeah, as I pointed out, it put Nemiga in a weird situation where they had to force, but they managed to make it work as intended. They went for the force buy. They knew that their opponents were going to be limited on utility. They were lacking a bit of utility. They had a pretty solid buy, though, I will say. But Nemiga pushing in towards the A-bomb site. Sure, only 2 players survive here for Nemiga, but again, they managed to keep the economy tight, and they managed to find another round in the ball. 1.01 for Nemiga. That means that if you bet 1,000, you'll get $10. I don't think it's worth it anymore. Nemiga, obviously heavy favorites for this one. They were going into it, and that's just continued the entire way through.
mean, especially picking up the map of Ethereal, things started to spiral out of control, and they're starting to spiral out of control in this round. As Nemiga, they'll take pretty firm control of that A site. Going into a 4-on-2, box long range. We'll deal with that MP9, but Beltronic at least trades out that kill. A couple found for the Ethereal side in this round, but I mean, the round is going to be going Nemiga's way. It is going to be a 5th on the board, and Beltronic might not even be able to save this AWP because, I mean, look at the position from Speed. You will have heard that scope, and we'll take him down. Oh, recovered as well for the T side, so nothing saved for Ethereal. A better weapon given towards an Nemiga side that they're going to try and make use of. Good stuff.
Yeah, the question now, Dan, a question I posed to you. What do you think could be the winning condition here for Ethereal? Is there anything in particular you think they need to change up or something like that?
Well, I mean, in a perfect world, I'd be changing up the amount of frags they're getting on the Ethereal side to a higher number. But, I mean, I don't know, because for Ethereal, this isn't a map they really play, so there's a lot that could be done differently. As these pistols should just be wiped out pretty cleanly. Lollipop in a nice position, but yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not exactly a tactical mastermind, so it's hard for me to sort of pick out one detail or one thing that would help massively. I think probably just a combination of quite a few factors that are hurting the Ethereal side at this point. I think perhaps just maybe a bit of uncomfortableness on this map in general. I think just in terms of playing it at a top level, it's if you're not sort of ready for certain things, if you're not ready for sort of certain either angles, strats, it can throw you sort of off the entire game.
You see, when you said you weren't a tactical mastermind, I thought you were going to throw it to me there, because
Are you a tactical mastermind?
Never mind. I've actually I've done quite a bit in sorts, like in terms of coaching and helping out with strat books and all that stuff for teams of this caliber, actually. So I think one of the things that Ethereal needs to do is like delay their utility usage a little bit over towards the banana. I think that would help massively, because we haven't seen a lot of utility damage on banana, and that's mainly due to Nemiga holding back early and waiting for that utility. But if you hold on to it for a little bit, throw it with a slight delay, that can actually cause a lot of damage towards the opponents early on without you being in jeopardy of taking damage yourself. So I think that's one thing they could do. I would like to see a peek down middle as well. Maybe some aggression in apartments. So those are some things that could potentially work here for Ethereal. And they need to hit their spray downs.
Yeah. Zorte is able to find at least a couple as they tried and pushed forward. And actually, that puts Ethereal in a pretty decent spot to try and find a fourth here. But the bomb planted, it does make things difficult trying to retake that B site, even with the more advantageous numbers. It can be a bit of a fortress, and Lollipop towards the ruins is going to nail the first, gets a second as well. That's exactly what was needed. Speed, no! He had it in his hands, and he whiffs it. Kenty will be able to clutch out the round, catches him trying to run away. We'll even salvage the AWP. Shot through the corpse as well, just for good measure.
Such an important round here for Ethereal, though. You can see it on the left-hand side. Before going into this round, there was so much money in the hands of Nemiga. Had that round gone in the favor of Nemiga as well, this first half could easily run out of control. So very, very important stuff here for Ethereal to pick up that round. Now they need to string some rounds together. See, this timing is actually pretty good with that molly. the problem here is that they don't go for the peak because they actually box the player off from his teammate. Could have found something interesting there. Still managed to find a couple of frags. It's Passionoi and Belchonok finding one each.
Ooh. I was going to say, things looking actually pretty decent for the Ethereal side in this round until Vox finds one. He is caught by Kenzie over the top, though. And extends the Ethereal lead back out to a 2-man advantage. And with Forte posted up with the AWP, that was inevitable. Lollipop to 4, leads it all up towards Speed. A 1 versus 4. He's going to drop a smoke towards Long. 50 seconds on the clock to play with. What does he decide to do? Because Robin is now working his way through the apartments. Speed. Well, maybe not the best play. Jumping through a smoke and hoping the AWP on the other side doesn't hit you on the first shot.
Yeah, I don't think he got the memo that he's not Stewie 2K. And this is not 2017. I think he forgot to read that email. Yeah, as you pointed out, running through smokes. I mean, a smoke is not a wall, so you always got to be aware that there's potential of someone running through it. But not necessarily the smartest move, especially if you're wielding an AWP or any sniper for that matter. What is pretty smart in this round is that Speedag managed to get the opening frag for the scouts. Unfortunately for Gio, he takes a lot of damage from utility.
That's a big nade as well that can move them pushing towards the A site. Robin can't find any kills. It's up to Belchonok and Zorte to try and hold the line. And I mean, Belchonok's doing damage. Belchonok's doing a lot of damage. He's found himself free. He's kept things in an even keel, a 2v2. The bomb is planted. Gio and Box, they don't have all too much HP. So they're going to have to play this one smart. Smoke down from Box. Not the best smoke, but it allows him to get towards Boiler. And with his teammate falling, he's going to have to play this from the apartments now. The bomb is planted for him. There's a HE for Belchonok that could end this round if he's able to let it rip, but unfortunately, we won't be seeing any Beyblades. Belchonok will finish things off with a 4th kill for himself on that rifle. Good stuff.
Good stuff indeed. I mean, this is very similar to what we saw, to start off with on Nuke. Very back and forth, and it looked like Ethereal went toe-to-toe with an Nemiga on that map, at least for the first half. And fairly similar on this one for the first half thus far. Especially considering that it's Nemiga's map choice, and it's a map that Ethereal don't really play. Even back when the majority of the lineup were unique, they didn't play it that much. So, all things considered, this is looking pretty good and pretty strong here for Ethereal. Now the question is, can they keep it up? Can they keep up this momentum and push them to securing the victory here at halftime? And if they manage to do that, can they continue that strive in towards the second half? I would love to see a third map. We talk about it time and time again, Dan. We want as much Counter-Strike for our money as possible. But it's already looking great here for Ethereal, no matter how you look at it.
Certainly. Obviously, this is Nemiga's map pick. This T side not going the way they maybe envisioned and the way it was sort of looking a few rounds ago. Quick opening as well into this one as it's just Deagles at the moment falling on Nemiga's side, with Box getting taken down early. Spam through the smoke from Bachanoi, the one to clean up that kill. Speed find anything through the apartment, so as his teammates just getting plucked out one by one. It's a bit of a slaughter. Lollipop does get one with a Deagle before Bachanoi finishes him off, and quick as you like, the round comes after. 7 on the board for Ethereal. They will take the lead in this game. Oh, nice.
You don't sound super like convinced. It's like the most.
I love these Ethereal guys, but the way it feels to me at the moment is Nemiga, they should be winning this one. If Ethereal pick up this map, I'll be super, super impressed. But the way I'm feeling right now is it's not really gonna matter too much in the grand scheme of things. They are finding opening kills, and now, as you say, you said before, you like to see a bit of aggression down mid. There's like a bit of aggression. It works out wonderfully.
Maybe I am a tactical mastermind after all.
Maybe you are. Maybe you are, and maybe you should start applying for some coaching positions soon. You know.
That's not good for my ego, man. I won't be able to handle that.
Oh, I don't think MDS is going to be able to handle his flank from Belchonok. Although he is starting to push forward in towards Banana, so it might matter little here. Actually, it's going to matter a lot. Belchonok catches him as he exits. 8 on the board for Ethereal. They'll secure themselves a lead for half time. And, I mean, I may not have sounded enthralled last time. I'll put a bit more gusto into it this time as they do find 8. And that one was actually a very nice, convincing round from Ethereal. Nice to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I just love that's nice. So chill and like no convincement in the voice at all. Like, yeah, I don't know, man. Either way, Ethereal, good stuff from them. 8 rounds on the CC side is not bad on Inferno, even if you're pretty solid on the map. They don't play it that much, and they're still putting up work against Nemiga. This is also like, it's now or never for them. If they don't get any points, or if they don't get points today, any points as if there's multiple chances of getting points. If they don't take a victory today, they're pretty much down and out of the tournament. There's not much chance of them to bring it back into this one if they lose this one as well.
Yeah, kills across the map, though. Have instigated violence, and we'll see which team's going to be able to finish it off as the victor for this half, because, I mean, 3 players alive for Nemiga. Passionoi only has 1 HP. He needs a sole defender towards that B side. He could pick up another kill here. That would be huge, but I feel like, especially with that flashbang coming over, he goes for the spray. Nothing connects. And Speed's actually been able to find a kill towards A, and that's holding a lot of rotations over towards that A site. Still only Passionoi towards B, despite the bomb making its way in towards the site now. Speed has done a lot of distraction. He's been playing his Tom Clancy's, but Passionoi tries to push forward. Can't find the sprays. MDS will take it down. Speed has been eliminated, and that's the decoy, the diversion dealt with. A 2v2 retake required for these Ethereal players. It might be a 7th from MDS. Another huge kill to him, and it leaves it all up towards Robin. A 1 versus 2. That nade won't connect. And there's a 7th for the Nemiga side, just to end out the half.
Can't try to get on my spot. Love all my fans, fuck all my ops. We just make jams, all I make bots. Girls gon' dance, homies I'll rock. Came too far, then we ain't gon' stop. Gave my life and I took my shot. Yeah, I rose up top and I took my spot. Yeah. If it's a problem, then we really ready. Yeah, hunted with me and we for the war. My heart is formed and my vision deadly. I've been dialing in my sights, see it 2020.
I don't want your empathy, I just want another enemy. I'm not gonna change a thing for you. I'm over middle ground, and I really wanna burn it down. I'm not your friend, and I won't pretend I am. So don't reach out, and I mean that. I'm under siege and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a favorite pitch, you're at a leisurely pace. I'm unscathed, I'm unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game.
Welcome to the war game.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Nemiga versus ETHEREAL second half of that second map. Nemiga took the first, and odds still heavily in their favor, but ETHEREAL actually managed to push it to them securing the halftime lead. Question is, can they continue holding on to that lead or potentially build it to even more?
They have switched over towards the attacking side now, and it's the Nemiga side who will start the defense with a huge flurry of kills in this pistol round. Excuse me, I just had a very awkward gasp of that. But it was Pashanoy versus 4, and unfortunately you can't find really anything at all. It's Nemiga tying this game up pretty quickly there on the pistol.
That was really sick from Jayo. Really sick. He was sitting on the back of the side, just patiently waiting for that aggression to come his way. And as his teammate got pushed heavily in towards the church position, the construction, whatever people like to call it nowadays. Construction is almost done. Is it a church by this time? I think it is. As he saw his teammate getting... Yeah, ruins, whatever, man. It's under construction, okay? As you saw his teammate getting pushed is what I'm trying to say. He put up a fight and shut down 3 players in very, very quick succession. 1, 2, 3, shut them down easy as that, and that being Nemiga picking up that pistol and tying it up, giving them a brilliant opportunity of taking an early lead here on the CT side.
Yeah, I think this T side will be where ETHEREAL start to struggle a bit more. I think, obviously, Inferno's not a map they play all too much. I'm not sure they'll have much or many tactical advantages on this T side. I think when Nemiga, things should be pretty smooth sailing, and Jayo has the ace stolen away from him by the Molotov of Box there. As he nets himself 4, the assist on the 5th. It is Nemiga into the lead.
450 damage for the round, or 447 to be exact. Beautiful. A little bit of help here from Box, obviously, with the molly. Good timing on that as well. Managed to shut down any aggression very cleanly. Jayo off to a pretty good showing thus far. He's sitting on 17 kills. Right below him, we got Lollipop on 16.
Aggression from Nemiga down Banana this round. I mean, ETHEREAL, they bring the guns out this time. Nemiga are going to keep rolling with those 4 MP9s, a single M4 for Jayo. And they establish a lot of early control towards Banana, and they actually just back away Lollipop. He's not going to stick around in that aggressive position anymore. They were just trying to secure control, so for ETHEREAL, it's going to have to be a use of utility to try and get back up Banana, even though there's nobody there. If they can pull out maybe a Molotov into maybe the logs position or something, that'll be good going. For the Nemiga side, it'll be worth it. Even just flashbangs that might need to be used as well. As obviously Nemiga, 4 SMGs. If they can win this round out, it would be absolutely huge. It would really hurt the Ethereal side going into this, or going deeper into this second half, because, I mean, these are the AKs. These should be winning out against some SMGs here. But Nemiga taking the gamble, taking the chance that they'll be able to at least do damage with these weapons, and then rebuy up next is, oh, no damage straight away as well. Chonic and Bashnoy, they'll find a couple kill speeds. MP9 is at least good for one, but only one. There's, yes, popped up there, and he's looked away as it started rearing its head. And it's only Jayo remaining. A single kill found for Nemiga. Not what they hoped for. But they'll get the rebuy in the next round, and as the bomb starts to tick away, I think Jayo will just try and make sure maybe he catches a player or two.
Yeah, Jayo just patiently waiting, seeing if anyone decides to go for a bit of a chase. He probably also knows that the Ethereal players don't have a ton of money to work with. And due to that, there's not a massive incentive for them to go for the hunt here. They should also know that the rest of Nemiga will be able to invest into this round. Or reinvest, I should say. So going for a chase in that regard doesn't make a whole lot of sense either.
No.
I like the fact that Jayo holds on to his weapon, though. It allows them to get a bit of extra utility. And as you can see on the Nemiga side, they actually don't have a whole lot of money to work with. They do go for a tactical timeout, and I think that's due to them having a little bit less money than they might have wanted for this one.
Yeah, generally you see like a few kills coming out on SMGs and like that, and that provides a bit of extra economy to the buy. Jayo can drop one over probably towards box, a rifle if that is, and then keep one for himself. He'll be able to get some FAMASs perhaps around the rest of that, and yeah, it'd be a decent buy. Probably not the best buy, but it would be a decent buy.
Yeah, holding off for that buy for the next round makes pretty good sense here for Nemiga. They don't want to give too many rounds in the favor of Ethereal. Ooh.
Oh dear.
That's a missed molly.
Yeah. Yes, it's not meant to go into the back of your teammate, that one. Nemiga, they do just have a few pistols. Obviously, that saved M4 for Jayo. They'll go for a very, very nice buy in the next round to get everything they need, rather than a bit of a cobble together buy. That timing on the flashbang, MDS almost gets sort of a peak avoiding the flashbang, except unfortunately though he gets completely blinded up by it. The timing just not going his way as he sort of dual peaks the angle and jiggles as the flash pops. And lollipop into it. Position himself in a pretty decent way. That smoke, it obviously extinguishes the Molotov as it drops in towards the pit, so he's safe and sound in that position. Can play with a bit of an angle towards short, so he can see that way. But Ethereal, they're working their way through long, and they can wrap in towards this A site now. And Nemiga, there's a lot of pressure on MDS to try and get a kill here to save his teammate in towards the site, but with everybody going down, there's little to do. That was very quick.
Quick indeed. Ethereal picking up their 10th. Do have a technical timeout coming through. Have information it shouldn't take that long to get it resolved. That was a tough word. In the meantime, I can give you guys a bit of an update on what's going on over on the main channel. We haven't really given you guys updates on it throughout the day. I do want to apologize for that. First game that they had over on the main channel, that was Force versus K23. Force took the victory on that one, 16-11 on Train, and 16-6 on Inferno. Right now, over on the main channel, they're showcasing Na'Vi versus Virtus Pro. And Virtus Pro actually got a bit of an upset victory on the first map in that series. That was Inferno, chosen by Virtus.pro, so that definitely plays a little bit to their advantage. They're currently leading, actually, Virtus.pro 7-4 on the map choice of Na'Vi. That's Overpass. Make sure you follow along with all the action during these regional events for IEM New York 2020. You can do that by going to live.intelextrememasters.com. That filled the time pretty well.
Yeah, that was pretty well timed. I mean, almost as if it was planned. Almost.
Mate, you can be sure of this. I don't plan anything in my life, okay? Things just happen.
Nemiga. Double AWPs. Interesting on Inferno CT side. Not unheard of. Not exactly common either, I guess. We'll have a few rifles around it. But not much utility already at this point in the round. A minute 30 on the clock. They're missing quite a lot. They only have, I was going to say 4 smokes. Make that 3 smokes now. And ETHEREAL. 5 AKs for them. No AWP for them. They're happy just to roll with the rifles. Not exactly a great map for the AWP. And they're going to turn their attention towards his A site. Robin's going to have a little bit of a sniff in towards the apartment. Make sure that side of things is clear for his team, so they can just focus on the site and the pit as they push forward. MDS towards the pit will collect the first. That's Belchonic to fall. Beanak out toward long. He's going to get smoked up himself. Will try and drop a smoke to help out his teammate, but Lollipop will go down either way. MDS, he spots the nade coming from the balcony, looking to try and find the player. Speedax finding multiple kills, though, and he's found 3 now, looking for the 4th. It's only Kenzie. He tries to duel it with the USP. Not the best idea against an AK. It's Jayo on that second AWP that will finish off the job. 10 on the ball for Nemiga. They fight back. It's, you know, a pretty good round there for Nemiga. A few plays staying alive with that full buy. Good stuff.
And the thing is, ETHEREAL, they still got extra money to buy up. That's not going to be an issue for them. It's another full buy for them. Actually, they have enough money to get that AWP over on Salty. That was dropped by Belchonok. So, yeah, still a very solid buy here for ETHEREAL. It's still going to be a neck and neck battle, I think, pretty much the entire way out. Oh,
that's rough. Box up! Oh no! That was caught between a hot place and an even hotter place, I feel like. I mean, Nemiga, they're able to secure a couple kills. The jump spot from Box is really good. He deployed a nade, deployed the Molotov in towards that the behind the half wall position, and he's able to get them the molly kill, as well as Jayo finding one himself. So good stuff early on, but the timing, I was just about to say, if Jayo looks away, I bet Belchonic will take the peak, and he does, and he will. And that brings us into a 3-on-3. Robin can catch a rotation as well. Luckily, though, towards the B site, things looking strong as Lollipop will take down the opening player after the bomb dropped, and Kenzie's trying to escape, but no escape for him. He's a sacrifice instead as Nemiga look to take 11. And with only Robin alive, 35 points of health for him. Bedak is going to take the fight and win it out as well.
Dude, that was such a chaotic start to the round here. Look at it. Yeah. First, we see Jayo finding a frag, then Box, he burns one, and then there's just fire all around him. It's like being in hell for Box. There's no escaping.
Yeah.
He can only surrender to the dark side at that point. And that's what he does. Tries to jump his way through, but yeah, obviously, not much for him to do. Nemiga picking up their 11th. And now they've finally broken the economy for ETHEREAL, who decides to go for an Hero AK. You already know my mentality about the Hero AK buy. I sound like a broken record at this point.
Play cheat HeroAK.mp3. You just need a recording every time it comes out.
True.
Save your breath.
I just hit a button on my little stream deck or my keyboard or whatever.
Hero by Valorant. That's annoying. We will get the opening kill with that Hero AK. Unfortunately, MDS is quick on the trade and towards the pit. That's a clean shot. Looking good. I think Nemiga just need to make sure they close down the rest of this, because Kenzie now has the AK into his hands. Surprised that it's not Zorte with it, considering he has the armor, can deal with the aim punch that may come his way. I mean, it wouldn't have mattered either way, because the AWP took down Kenzie, no aim punch there when you just die instantly, and the round follows shortly after that. 12-10. Ooh, Nemiga are starting to put things in a good place for themselves, aren't they?
Yeah, I think we could say that one again. Like, Nemiga, they already took the victory on the map chosen by Ethereal, and that was sort of like... This is a little bit weird, because I expected Ethereal to be strong on Nuke, but I didn't expect them to get double digits, because I thought Nemiga was just that much stronger. Ethereal did manage to get a decent amount of rounds on Nuke, a little bit more than I expected, actually. But I certainly didn't expect them to get this many rounds here on Inferno.
No, I'm impressed by this Inferno showing so far. It was a pretty good CT side from them. But I think this should, well, I'm pretty sure this will be Nemiga closing things down relatively quickly. I mean, not much utility for Ethereal here. They have 2 smokes and a HE. 4 AKs and a MAC-10 to try and find a round with, and the only sort of control they have is some of apartments and the banana position. There's Belchonic. Okay, that's a pretty nice kill to find. Just put down Jayo, and Box at least finds one in return, but Belchonic's going to keep pushing forward and will secure the B site, and they don't need smokes if Belchonic's just going to do that. Fair enough. Okay, Ethereal may have an 11th here, but we'll wait and see what Nemiga are able to do. There's the man disadvantage, the bomb planted. I mean, the smoke towards CT is now fading, and they have one more to use. But that is in the hands of Robin, who's out towards long. So Nemiga would have actually had a chance. And they'll catch Robin on that rotation, and they're just saving their weapons here, Nemiga. I mean, 3v4, even without the utility, would have been difficult for Nemiga. That B site is super hard to get back into, especially when Ethereal have had time to set themselves up in more advanced positions towards Ruin. It's very, very difficult.
Yeah, another thing that favors them going for the save here is obviously it's 12, well now 12-11. It was 12-10, and that means it's very late game. So you don't want to take any unnecessary risks. You don't want to take any unnecessary chances. You want to make sure that you work on your own economy. Make sure that you give yourself the best opportunity to close this one out. And that's exactly what they'll do for this one. How? He's midair.
Really good shot. I know. That is so outrageous. And Nemiga, they've used the last of their timeouts here as well.
I would have.
So let's hope it can go to
I
OT.
would be tilted entirely. If someone did that to me,
tell
I was scoped in with an AWP. No, I would rage quit.
Monitor through the wall.
I don't hit my monitor because I need it, but I would rage quit.
And they cost money.
True.
Yeah. God. Nemiga, they're able to cobble a bit of a bite together. I mean, a couple AKs obviously saved the AWP as well. They'll accompany it with an MP9 and an M4 for Jayo. A nice little Molotov in towards the log position. Unfortunately, nobody's there to receive it. As careful, Lollipop, as you're down to 17 points of health already. That is a lot less than you want, especially with an MP9 where you're likely to take those sort of longer duration fights. So Ethereal, they have a chance to find 12. I mean, they've got the weaponry to do so. They've got the utility to do so. Lollipop is actually going to be wielding that up now with the low HP, you know. Makes sense. He's able to find a quick one-shot with that weapon. If the chance arises. He actually moved over towards the A site to use that as well. Playing over by that Moto position, and it leaves now Box and Jayo towards this B site, and Box is going aggressive, looking for shots. He needs to be careful, he doesn't give up the kill, and he will. Passionoi takes him down. And that leaves a difficult situation now for Jayo on the site. He does have speed, who's rotated over with that MP9 to try and provide a bit of support, but with the MP9 and with a smoke in his way, he really can't achieve much, and he's actually going to get taken down. His Passionoi just finding all of the kills here. Jayo towards the site. He can get himself 2, but it's just not enough. He needs to find at least 3 and stay alive, I think, for MDS to even consider rotating over, as he is now in a 1 versus 3, AK in hand. It is going to be Ethereal to find a 12.
This is, again, surprising, but not only that, this is very, very well played by Ethereal. They brought the fight on Nuke. They had issues in a couple of rounds, and they couldn't quite manage to find the victory on their own map choice, but they still put up a pretty good fight on it, and they still managed to boost their own morale, I think, because it certainly looks like they have pretty good morale coming into this one. It's been neck and neck the entire way through. Hit for tat, a couple of rounds to Nemiga, then a couple of rounds to Ethereal, then they managed to tie it up, like, back and forth the entire way through, and it's such a joy to watch here on Inferno. Definitely a completely different showing than what we saw on Nuke, and I saw someone mention it in the chat, and I'll gladly get behind you on that one. I'm hoping for a third map in this one. I really am. I'm hoping that we get to see Mirage as well.
It would be good. Certainly be nice for Ethereal. Maybe not so nice for Nemiga, who will be wanting to close things down on their second map pick, or their map pick, I should say. It is a couple Zeuses coming out in this round, as Nemiga, they're just going to play around that AK-47. No! Wrong target, Jayo! He goes for the long-range shot. I think he tried to hit the close-range player. I'm not sure why it actually went to the right. It looked like he was actually on the closer player. And the result of that is only able to do 97 damage to Belchonok. Or, sorry, 87 damage towards Belchonok. And it's still 5 players alive. I had such high hopes. I could feel it in my veins. I was like, the Zeus is coming. It's going to find the kill. Didn't find the kill, though. And now it's MDS, a couple pistols, as they play as a pack towards the Coffin's position, over towards B, and for a moment it looked like Ethereal might actually commit towards this B site, but the bomb's starting to rotate over towards A. That's the smoke on top of the roof. There's actually 2 smokes on top of the roof. Ethereal have messed up every single smoke towards that site. Towards B, and Nemiga, off the back of that, they're going to push forwards, because they're just like, well, they're not going to push, are they? The smokes haven't landed in the correct places. And if they go quick here, they might be able to catch a player or 2 towards top mid, as it's just eluded them. Belchonok just about gets to safety. And I think for Nemiga, mission here is Operation Save AK-47.
It's kind of weird to see MDS actually standing in the open like that and trying to find a duel. Ooh, Box. Okay. Oh, Lollipop. Hello. Okay, let me just real quick go back on what you just said. It's about saving the AKs, all of them. What just happened? How do you manage to
change your plan? It's Operation Save AKs plural now.
Yeah. Ridiculous. Box getting a double dink with his USP, allowing him to pick up an AK, and then Lollipop trying to help Box get out of there, and then he picks up the frag with the Desert Eagle. Okay, I mean, that's one way of doing it. It certainly helps them get more firepower in this round and get a lot more utility as well, so good on them.
And only 2 players survived for Ethereal as well. Like, Belchonok died to the bomb at the end. So that is a huge economical hit towards the Ethereal side. They're not able to really I mean, obviously, look at this, right? They're still a pretty decent assortment of cash for themselves, but it's not as much as it should be. And Speedak had a little bit of an interest towards mid early on in this round, but will get forced back by the flashbang from the T side. As Nemiga are going to try and tie things up yet again. This nade could do a lot, but actually, Lollipop gets himself out of the boiler position before that nade heads his way. Nemiga.
Pretty.
This is a super strong buy. I mean, like, 3 AKs, M4, AWP. If they can't do it here, when can they do it?
See, the only problem here for Nemiga is they have a Zeus on box. That's the only problem. They
no,
should
that's
be able
the
to
only
control
good
this
thing.
Differing opinions, I hear.
I love a Zeus, me. It is the best thing you can buy in CSGO for $200.
Hello?
Zorta.
We have an
imposter among us. Call the emergency vote with Jayo. He just found out who the imposter is, and now the kill's coming through for Nemiga. It's only Passion Original on his own. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. As Mr. Barry Chuckle would say, MDS will close it down, and if you asked me how that round was going to play out, I would not have said Zorte nails his teammate in the back of the head with an AWP, and then the entire B hit collapses.
I think the kids used to say that's a yikes from me, but I think that's like a couple of years ago. I'm outdated, I'm a grandpa, call me boomer, that's okay.
I always, whenever someone says yikes, I always go back to that clip of Richard Lewis from one of his live streams or videos where he's like, I never give a yikes.
I've never seen that clip.
This is a yikes from me, block capital yikes. And it is a yikes.
It's so unfortunate here for Ethereal as well, because everything was looking up for them. Like, even the buy was really strong for them. They still had money left over. They were in a pretty good, comfortable situation. They were up one round. Now they're tied up, and first frag for this round goes in favor of Nemiga. All on the back of Salty having a blunder in that previous round. Makes up for it now.
Yeah, I mean, it will be wanting to make up more than just one kill because the round fell away, and that's really what they care about right now, the Ethereal side. They're so close, 13-13. This B site still has 2 players within it, Box and Jayo. It was Lollipop last round who actually swung in for a couple kills, and Box needs to be careful over by these coffins positions. Jayo's going to lay down a bit of utility for him to use, and that's the bomb being dropped. Jayo's going to push forward, spamming through the smoke. He'll collect 2, and it's only Belchonok who remains. And that kill that Zorte found, it basically means nothing now. It's going to be 14 for Nemiga. It's going to be them back in the game, and a blunder from Ethereal in the previous round is going to haunt them so very much. Oh, it hurts.
I just heard someone in my city blowing up fireworks, and I had to stop for a hot moment thinking, how did Nemiga get someone to set off fireworks in my city in Denmark? It doesn't make sense. But it must be because of Nemiga. They're bringing it back. Yeah. It looked like we were going to a third map. Now it looks dicey. It looks worrisome.
Yeah. Pistols for Ethereal. It's gonna be 15 for Nemiga. This is... Oh, this isn't a yikes anymore. This is an oof. This is a Roblox oof. And whichever way you look at it, whichever way you look at it, it's... Oh, it's that AWP headshot, the team kill. I mean, if this was a pie chart, of things you do not love to see, the entire thing would be it. As it's only, I mean, a P250, a Deagle, a few Glocks, full weapons for Nemiga to deal with it, and Box has found the opening kill, just shooting through a smoke. There's a second. 3 players remaining. Ethereal, their hopes dwindling, their dreams dying. And Nemiga, they're inching closer to a 2-0 here.
Yeah, closer and closer, moment for moment. Giles looking. Oh, they even line up for him. That's a brilliant little double piece to finish off the round. 15-13. One more round in favor of Nemiga, and they'll shut this one down like we expected them to. We did expect a 2-0 going into this one. We certainly didn't expect Ethereal to put up such a massive fight as they did. So big ups to Ethereal already. Hoping that they manage to get at least one more round, maybe push it into OT. That would be icing on the cake at this point.
Yeah, obviously, I was going to say it all relies on this round, but obviously, it relies on this round. It is 15 for Nemiga, and Ethereal, they get themselves the AKs through. Limited utility, a few smokes, a couple flashbangs, a HE. It's not enough, surely. Like Nemiga, they can lock them out of sights with the utility. They've got a couple Molotovs still, they've got a couple smokes still, they've got flashbangs. Ethereal are going to have to rely on aim, and right now, Nemiga, they'll be the ones who are feeling good about themselves, putting things through. Match point and Lollipop. A huge triple kill is surely going to send frowns across the Ethereal faces. The hope that they had as they pushed towards top mid shattered within a second. Lollipop is just a dream crusher. He's found a 4th, looking for the ace. It will be Robin who at least takes him down, and he finds a 2nd for himself, but left with only 20 points of health. There's surely no hope. There's surely no chance. 3 players are going to be beating down on him, and it's Speedak. He will close the game down for Nemiga. 16-13. It was looking so good for the Ethereal side.
Yeah, that will do it then. As pointed out, we didn't quite expect it to go this way, but tell me a little bit about how Ethereal managed to make it interesting for us to watch, because I certainly felt like it was interesting.
It was interesting. It was actually very interesting. Especially Inferno, I was expecting a mad blowout. Like, I was expecting 16-5, 16-6, something like that. Ethereal, they came to party on Inferno. A really good CT half from them. A pretty solid T half, all things considered. The main thing that let them down going into the end of that map was Zorte being a bit of a traitor. But I don't want to harp on that too much, obviously, despite how much it influenced the game, in my opinion. But I don't want to harp on it too much because these things happen. We obviously didn't actually see it. We only saw it in the kill feed. It could have been, for example, Beltronic could have walked into the crosshair, something like that. Easy mistakes to make, but certainly for Nemiga, a 2-0 they'll be happy to take. And for Ethereal, some good signs there. They'll be able to even, like, especially for the next couple games as well for this group. Coming out of it, they'll be able to look over a lot of their demos, get some stuff working, and improve their own game based off these matches.
Yeah, I agree with that entirely. I think this is going to be a bit of a moral booster for them. So even though they didn't manage to secure a victory on either of the 2 maps, they still managed to put up numbers against a team like Nemiga. And as we said going into this one, and as GGBet, cemented with the odds, it was never going to be easy for them. They were huge underdogs going into this one, and they still managed to make it very interesting to watch on Inferno, and they even managed to make it at least like competitive on Nuke. So good showing from Ethereal. Unfortunately for them, they're just not there yet. I think it's like the takeaway from me. Still a fairly new team. Yeah. They're not quite where they're supposed to be to be in an event like this. And it's tough because they're so close. Like, they're right, in my opinion, they're right on the edge. They've managed to like even in the matches that they got blown out completely, they still managed to keep the rounds entertaining and keep the rounds like fairly competitive. But real quick, over on Nuke, we saw Speedak as expected, stepping up big time and hitting 25-19. That's a 1.41 rating, almost 180 on that one. So that's on average roughly a kill per round. Pretty good from him. Box is one of the players. No, never mind. You mentioned MBS. Excuse me. Box is another player who managed to step up over on Nuke, and who did we see step up here on? Or actually, let's start with Nuke first. Actually, who stepped up from the ethereal side of it for them to make it that interesting?
Kenzie had a lot of huge rounds, especially on the Deagle. Like he was super influential. A lot of huge frags. Not just the amount of kills, the sort of the entries he was getting. Not necessarily entries, but the sort of mid round fights into the actual bomb sites. He was finding a lot of multi kills there. So good work from him, all in all. Yeah, I mean Beltronic, he had a lot of entries as well. Despite him being a little lower on the lead on the scoreboard, all things considered, he was actually, I think he was at the bottom. Looking at it just quickly, 12 and 21.
Yeah, on Nuke he was, yeah.
So yeah, it wasn't exactly a high fragging game. He found a lot of entries though, and it was unfortunately not enough to win the game out. Obviously on Nuke.
Yeah, and here on Inferno, it was a little bit closer than what we saw on Nuke. Still a very interesting matchup and came right down to the wire. Again, we see Speedak hitting some nice shots with the AWP, but this time around, we also see Gio and Lollipop. And speaking of which, we actually have Lollipop with us here for a short little interview, just to break this one down for us. Thank you so much for joining us, Lollipop, and congratulations on the victory.
Yeah, thank you. Hello, everyone.
So, real quick, being the favorites going into this one, Lollipop, did you feel a lot of pressure on this matchup, and how did you prepare for it?
Actually, we didn't have any pressure in this matchup. It was like a pretty default matchup for us. We have played a lot against this team, against this lineup, and we knew all their pros and bad things, and we knew how to play against them. We knew what maps we were going to play, and we were prepared for this match very good, I think. So there wasn't anything difficult for us here. But really, we got surprised by them. They managed to make a bit pressure during the game for us. They played good, but we still managed to be better.
Awesome stuff. Obviously, going all the way back to the veto at the start, were you expecting to play Nuke and Inferno on those opening two maps, or were you expecting something else to come through from that veto?
Yeah, the veto was expected. We knew all the things, and actually the veto was very, very good for us, as Nuke, Inferno, and Mirage are our three best maps, and it was good, and we were prepared for it.
That's good to hear, and you certainly look prepared for it as well. Seeing as you guys are a team who plays a lot of online tournaments, you play a lot of Counter-Strike in general. Do you think that gives you sort of an advantage here at IEM New York, seeing as this year it's online?
Yeah. We before the player break, before the holidays, we had very, very tough schedule, and we were playing a lot. But actually, after the player break and after the summer, we didn't have so many officials. But still, we have good form enough. But I can say that we are becoming better and better with every day, with every official. And yeah, it's true. It got us an advantage. The online era.
Online era, indeed it is. Your next game is gonna be on Tuesday against Windstrike. Are you fearing that one? Are you comfortable going into it? Can you tell us a little bit about how you're gonna prepare for that game?
Yeah, actually, it's a very important game for us, because if we win this, I think we got our spot into playoffs. So it's rather important thing, and we are feeling comfortable and confident in this matchup, as I can say we have played with Winstrike previous RMR, I think first one, and it wasn't so difficult for us, but they managed to become better. They changed one player, they have new AGL, I think, and now it's a bit more new team. But it's still fine for us. I think we will be able to overcome them and win. And yeah, it's, as I said before, it's important game for us.
Definitely is. Dan, do you have anything to add towards the end of this one?
No, just a congratulations.
Big congratulations.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
And if you have any final words, you're fine to share them at this point, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, everyone who is cheering for us, who is telling us good words, typing to us, commenting, telling us to become better, to be better, and we're trying our best to be. So thank you, everyone, and we will try to do our best.
Thank you once again, Lollipop. We'll let you get back to the team and prepare for your next matches and celebrate this victory. Thank you.
No, thank you. Goodbye.
Cheers.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that will do it for tonight. I think that's all we have. Real quick before we leave you guys, though, I do want to give you an update on the main channel. Over on the main channel right now, we have Navi versus Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro took the victory on the first map in that best of 3 series. That was Inferno, chosen by Virtus Pro. And now they're battling it out over on Overpass, chosen by Navi. And they're neck and neck, 12 and 12. Couldn't really be a whole lot more exciting, that matchup. So make sure that you head over to live.intelextrememasters.com. Check out all the action of all the live matches. Dan, before we leave these beautiful people watching, is there anything you want to say to them? Like maybe wish them a happy weekend or something like that.
Yeah, sure. Enjoy your weekend. We won't be here tomorrow, I believe. I'm not sure who you'll have, but it won't be us. I'm sure they'll be amazing as well. So, I don't know what games are actually on tomorrow, but I'm sure they'll be bangers. And I don't know, maybe someone has a birthday. If so, happy birthday.
I think we've covered all ground now. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We appreciate it a lot, and we hope to see you guys back here next time around. Until then, take it easy. Good night.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance. Only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
Ring ring! The IEM New York Experience Box is here. Hot, fresh, and delivered straight to your door. Tasty ingredients make this box a must-have. Claim yours quick at the ESL shop before they sell out. Oh, and there's no real pizza. Get your taste of New York while it's hot.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
future, got my own time. It's sniffing dope to feel right. Got my own high, don't need no lines. Sneaky bitches never ever act with own eyes. Alright. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up in. Take a seat in the back, yeah. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up in. Take a seat in the back, yeah. Alright, hot damn. Not worrying about man's got a plan. It's not really about the dough, got a time frame. Matter of fact, about to blow up the whole thing. So good, hell I'm all fine. Got a sweet little ooh, and it's all mine. My shoe games, class high, hear it all the time. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up in. I'ma go get 'em. No time looking back, every day gotta do better. I'ma go get 'em. Blow the roof off or I really want to see, now go tell 'em. About to touch the sky, no helmet. Preparing myself on top, no weapons. On my own, I stop caring. Cause they keep telling me you can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up in. Take a seat in the back, yeah. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say.
was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation?